Section 60 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Josh Horn. Interview with Josh Horn. Ruby Pickens Tart, Livingston, Alabama. Chasing Guinea Jim, the Runaway Slave. 7 miles east from Livingston on State Road number 80, thence left 2 miles via a dim road through the woods to a cultivated section. The beginning of a large plantation area stands the old-timey cabin of Josh Horn, a well-known and influential figure in the colored community. Vigorous and active despite his more than 80 years, Josh exemplifies the gentleness with which time deals with those dwelling in a healthful spot and living the simple lives of a rural people. I found him nodding on his front steps. "Josh," I said, "I've come to get you to tell me some old wartime stories. And I want to ask you some questions about you and Alice and how you all are getting along. I just want to know all about you and your family, as far back as you can remember." "All right, Miss Ruby. I's glad to tell you what I knows," said Josh. "And it ain't going to be a lot of fibbing, but just like everything was. I's telling you like you asked me. Now, about how us is getting along. I's telling you the truth. If I was took 'fore God, I'd say just like I say it now. If my children ever eat a mouthful that wasn't honest, they eat it somewhere else. 'Cause I ain't ever stole a mouthful of something to eat for 'em in all my life. It's honest victuals they eat and varmints I's killed in the woods. 'Cause us raised children fast, and us had a heap of 'em, 16, if I remembers right. And soon's I found out that I could help feed 'em that way, I done a heap of hunting. And everybody knows I's a good hunter. Alice used to make me go every Friday night, then us always had a possum or two for Sunday." "Why," I asked, "didn't you go Saturday night?" "Well, I'll tell you," Josh said. "Alice is a good Christian woman, and she knowed I'd hunt mighty nigh all night, and she didn't want nobody see me coming in Sunday morning with no gun and no dogs. So I went every Friday night and in the week too, and that helped a lot to feed the children. I don't owe nobody, not a nickel. I liked to gotten that when the government come in and tried to help us with the cotton things. They cut it down so on me till I couldn't make nothing. But I's getting on all right now, and so is my children. Us has got 14 living, and they's all been to school, but ain't but one been to Booker Washington School. But they can all read and write, and some of 'em teaching school out here in the country. The doctor, he come clear out here to see us, 'cause I always pays him. He just here with Alice last night. It's 9 mile, and 2 of them's back here in the woods through Massa Johnny's place. But he come when us went arter him about midnight, and that's a comfort to know he come." I asked what was the matter with Alice. "Well, I'll tell you, Miss Ruby. She was back there with me in the kitchen, and I get through eating, and I come out and sat down on the swinger to get some air. The moon was shining, and Alice come out, saying loud as she could, 'Who is you? Who is you?' The children run to her with a lamp, and I run, and 'twa'n't nobody there. Well, Alice said 'twas a big man standing right side her, dressed in black, and she called it Death. Us couldn't do nothing with her, and she didn't know nobody, me nor the children, so I went to Livingston arter Dr. McCain, and he come and sat with her 'bout an hour. He says 'twas the 'cute digestion or something like that. I know 'twa'n't no spirit. I don't believe in nothing like that." "Well," I said, "I don't know, Josh. I've been hearing some ghost tales that freeze the blood in my veins." "Yes'm," said Josh. "If you wants to hear ghost tales, I can sure tell 'em, 'cause I see dis here with my own eyes. 'Tain't no made-up nothing, neither. Just something I see just like I tells you." Greenhale and Isham Matthews belonged to New Hope Church, and the Reverend Bert Hall pastored there. They asked me down to hear him preach one night, and us three, me and Green and Isham, was riding along side and side. I was riding a mule, but it was a fast mule, and Green couldn't keep up. And Isham said, "Somebody's been hunting." I looked up, and 'twas a sapling right across the road. He said, "Fellow oughtn't to leave nothing like that. When the moon get low, it hit him in the face." The moon was straight up and down then, and I said, "That's right, and I's telling you the truth. That sapling just rise up, turn round in the air, and the brush part tickled my mule and Isham's horse in the face. If you ever see them buck and rear and jump up, they sure did. Then they took off down the road, and we didn't hold 'em back, and here come Green. We left him behind, 'cause his mule couldn't keep up. If you ever heard a man pray more earnester than old Green, I ain't. He come down the road a-yellin', 'Lord, us live together, let us die together.' He meant for us to wait on him, but I couldn't hold that mule, and I wasn't trying to hold him. I was getting away from there. When us come together, us was a mile from where us done been. Then us had to decide what to do. Isham said for us to go with him, and Green said no, us near to his house. But us weren't near nobody, and I was so scared. Hadn't been for Alice, I'd have just stayed right where us was till sunup. I said, no, every man better take care of his own self, and us did. When I got home, I didn't take nothing off that mule but myself. I just left him standing at the door with the saddle on. What squared Green so was a man, he said, what was riding right beside him, and didn't have no head. 'Twas a good thing he didn't tell me that then. I just naturally dropped dead. No'm, I don't exactly believes in ghosties, but I heard Mr. Marshall Lee say he was riding on home one night, and a woman stepped out of the road and say, "Marshall, let me ride." He say, "My horse won't tote double." She say, "Yes, it will," and she jump up behind him, and that horse bucked and jumped nigh about from under him. But when he got home, she wasn't there. He say his sister had just died, and it might been her. 'Nother time, one Friday night, Alice say us better get a possum for Sunday. She say she didn't want none caught after midnight on Saturday. I went down what I know dey was Simmons, and them dogs never treat nothing. They just run around that Simmon tree like they gone crazy. I'm telling you the truth. Something jumped out of that tree, had a head backwards and forwards, and looked like a flame shooting out its eyes. 'Twa'n't like no possum I ever seed. 'Twa'n't like nothing. Them dogs, Liz and Roger and Cuba, made a bluge at me. Cotton was waist high, and I run down to Cotton Row and cross the road, and they trail me. I say, "What ail you, dogs?" And they just come on a barking, and they run on me to the bridge over Concabier. So I climb on the banisters. I see they had my trail, and they gonna catch me. So I turned round and tore out for the slough. They lost my trail there, and when I got home, 'bout daylight, the thorns and the briars and all done tore my clothes plumb off me. 'Twas 3 days 'fore I ever see them dogs again. And I can tell you something else. It's just like I say, I's always been a hunter, and one night I went down into Post Oak Woods, hunting by myself. This is a fact, 'tain't no lie, it's what I done. I had a mighty good dog, and I just kept walking and walking, and I got mighty nigh to Mr. Redhead Jim Lee's place. And I walked on, and after a while I seed I'd lost my dog. I couldn't see him nowhere, and I couldn't hear him nowhere. And then something say to me, just like this, "Josh, blow your horn." Just like that, like somebody talking to me. Well, I give 3 loud, long blows, and sat there a while longer, but that dog didn't come. 'Cause I knowed he'd come sometime, so I just sat there, and that log and I just turned a fool, I reckon. But 'twas just like somebody talking to me, like it 'peared to me was whispering. "Josh, you out here in these woods by yourself. You blowed that horn, and your enemy heard you. You're a fool, you is." And I whispered back, "That's a fact." I couldn't hear what it was a-whispering to me, but us just talked back to one another, and about that time I look up, and here come 3 men riding on new saddles with shiny buckles going screechy, just like that. I hears the horse's feet just as natural as could be. I thought sure I seed 'em, and it 'pears to look clean out of reason, but them men come riding right on up to me, and I jump over that log and lay down flat on the other side. And it looked like I could see right through that log and heard 'em say, "There he is, there he is." And I see them pointing their finger right where I was. I know them horses going to step over the log on top me, and I's telling you the truth. I jump up from behind that log and run about 2 miles. And if it hadn't been for that slow, I don't know where I'd have went. I come to myself in the middle of the water, up to here, waist high, and there was my dog, old Cuba, done treed a possum. The first thing I remembers about slavery times, I wasn't nothing but a boy, about 15, I reckon. That's what Massa Johnny Horn say. Us belong to Massa Ike Horn, Massa Johnny's pa, right here on this place where us is now. But this here didn't belong to me then. This here was all Massa Ike's place. Massa Ike's gin got outer fixed, and we couldn't get it fixed. Colonel Lee had 2 gins, and one of 'em was just below old Turner House. Recollect a big old hickory tree? Well, that's where it was. I was plenty big enough to drive the mules to the gin, set on the lever, and drive 'em just like a lass's mill. So that night, Massa Ike told us he wanted everybody to go with him to Colonel Lee's gin next morning, and didn't want nobody to get out and go ahead of him. That held up the ginning, made us not go to the gin house till sunup. Us got the mules and just waited. 'Twixt daylight and sunup, us all standing there at the gate, and we heard a little fine horn up the road. Us didn't know what it meant coming to the house, and Bimberby Mr. Beasley, what lived not far from Massa Ike, he rode up and had 5 dogs, 5 nigger dogs, what they call 'em, and soon as he come, Massa Ike's horse was saddled up, and Massa Ike and him rode off down the road, and the dogs with 'em, head of us. Us followed long behind 'em, stay close as they allow us, to see what they was up to. When they got close to the gin house right side the road, they stop us, and Mr. Beasley told Old Brown to go ahead. Old Brown was the lead dog and had a bell on him, and they was fastened together with a rod just like steers. He turned 'em loose, and then he popped a whip and hollered at Old Brown and told him nigger. Old Brown hollered like he hit. He want to go, and they was a fence on both sides made it a lane. So he put Old Brown over the fence on the gin house side and told Brown to go ahead. He went ahead and run all round the gin house, and they let him in the gin room, and he grabbed into cotton seat in a hole. Then somebody holler, "Guinea Jim." I looks and I didn't see him. Didn't nobody see him. But they know that's where he been hiding. Mr. Beasley told Old Brown he just fooling him, and Old Brown holler again like he killing him, and Mr. Beasley say, "Go get that nigger," and Old Brown started away from there like he hadn't been hunting nothing. But he went around and around that gin, and Mr. Beasley told him he had to do better than that, or he'd kill him, 'cause he hadn't come there for nothing. Brown made a circle round that gin, way down to the fence that time, and he was so fat he couldn't get through the fence. You know what sort of fence, a rail fence it was? Then he stopped and barked for help. Now I see this with my own eyes. They put Brown on top the fence, and he jumped way out in the road. Didn't stay on the fence. He jumped and run up and down in the road, and couldn't find no scent of Jim. You knows how they used to make them rail fences? Well, Brown come back there, and this is the truth, so help me God. He barked, look like, for them to lift him back up on the fence, and bless God if that dog didn't walk that rail fence like he was walking a log, as far as from here to that gate yonder, and tracked Jim just like he was on the ground. He fell off once, and they had to put him back, and he run his track right onto what Jim jumped off the fence way out in the road. Old Brown run right across the road to the other fence and treat again on the other side of the road toward Concabas. Old Brown walked the fence on that side of the road a good piece, just like he done on the other side, and them other dogs, he ain't never turned them loose. When Brown he jump off that fence, he jumped just as far as he can on the field side, like he going to catch Jim like he gnat or something. And he never stopped barking no more, just like he jumping a rabbit. Then Mr. Beasley turned them other dogs loose that he had never turned loose. 'Cause he say old Brown done got the thing straight, and he had it straight. Them dogs run that track right on down to Concabia and cross it to the Blackshire side. There was a big old straw field there then, and they cross it and come on through that field. All them dogs barking just like they looking at Jim. Rectly, they come up on Jim running with a pine brush tied behind him to drag his scent away, but it didn't bother old Brown. When them dogs going to push him, Jim dropped the bush and run back toward Concabia. Now on Concabia, there used to be beavers worse than on Circanachi now. There was a big beaver dam twixt the bridge and the Hale place, and Jim run to that beaver dam. You know when beavers build a dam, they cut down trees and let 'em fall in the creek, and pull in trash and brush same as folks to dam the water up there till it's knee deep. The dog seen 'em, old Brown looking at 'em just 'fore he jump in above the dam right amongst the trash and things they drug in there. Brown seed 'em, and he jumped in right behind 'em. Jim just dived down under the raft and let he nose stick out of the water. Every once in a while, Jim he put he head down under, he holding to a pole down there, and once Mr. Beasley seed him, he just let him stay there. Brown would swim about amongst the brush, backwards and forwards, and terrically Mr. Beasley told old Brown, "Go get him." Then all the men got poles and dug about in the raft hunting him. They knowed he was there, and Massa Ike had a pole jigging around trying to find him too. Then he told Mr. Beasley to give him the hatchet and let him fix the pole. He sharpens the pole right sharp. Then Massa Ike start to jug around with the pole, and he kind of laughed to himself, 'cause he knowed he done found him. 'Bout that time, Jim poke he head up and say, "This here me," and everybody holler. Then he asked him, please, for God's sakes, don't let them dogs get him. They told him, come on out. You see, Jim belonged to Miss Mary Lee, Mr. John Lee's ma, and his pa was kilt in the war. So Mr. Beasley was looking out for her. Well, they took Jim out of there, and Mr. Beasley whipped him a little and told him, "Jim, you put up a pretty good fight, and I's going to give you a start for a run with the dogs." Jim took out towards Miss Mary's, and Mr. Beasley held Old Brown as long as he could. They caught Jim and bit him right smart. You see, they had to let him bite him a little to satisfy the dogs. Jim could have made it, except he was all hot and wore out. That's about all I know, except us belong to Massa Ike Horn, and first us belong to Mr. Price Williams, but run the hotel in Livingston. He took my grandma to Mobile, then he died. Us ma belonged to they 2 children, Miss Nancy Gully, Mr. Jake's wife, and Miss Bert Blackeny. Massa Ike Horn was they uncle, and us all come round to him, and us been here ever since. My mammy was Ann Campbell, and my pappy was John Horn, and us ain't never had no trouble with nobody about nothing. We's having a barbecue on the 4th of July, and us wants you to come down to it, if Alice gets along well, and I's going to tell you about Rod and Big John and John Graverson when they runned away, and about how old man Jim Devers, Alice's step-paw, hid him in the cave under he house, where they had as nice hams as I ever eat. Course, a little tainted, but sure was good. Them niggers was fat as beavers, just setting there eating that meat. And about the time Massa Ike slip up on a heap of niggers at a frolic twixt Somerville and Livingston and put an end to the frolic. The niggers having a big dance, and Massa Ike and the patter-rollers having a big run. Said they wanted to have some fun, and they did. Said he eased up on 'em with a white sheet round 'em and a big brush in he hand, and somehow or another they didn't see him till he spoke. Then he holler, "By God, I'm bird blindin'," and he say them niggers tore down them dirt chimneys and run through that house. He say he ain't never heard such a fuss in a cornfield in his born days. What he mean 'bout bird blindin'? When you goes into canebacks, it's so thick, you takes a light to shine the bird's eyes and blind 'em. Then you can catch 'em. That what he call bird blind 'em. Yes'm, Massa Ike in that too. He couldn't stand for 'em to have no fun without he in it. Come back on the 4th of July, and I was going to tell you some show-enough tales. You sort of caught me when my mind wasn't exactly in it. I ain't had no sleep, just sitting inside the bed by Alice, catching a nod now and then. I's too sleepy to sing you no song, but one I likes is this. It suits me now, in my age. My latest sun is sinking fast, my race is nearly run. My strongest trial now is past, my triumph just begun. You come back and I'll sing the rest. I's got to see about things now. End of Section 60. Read by David Onley, Portland, Oregon, March 8th, 2023.
Section 61 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Florence Short. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. Emma Howard. Interview with Emma L. Howard, Margaret Fowler, Fruithurst, Alabama. Is Massa gwine sell us? Mommy, is old Massa going to sell us tomorrow? Yes, my child. Where he going to sell us? Way down South Georgia. Aunt Emma L. Howard sat in a huge old-fashioned rocking chair at her home, 170 Elmwood Street, Montgomery, and sang the old slave song. When she had finished, her memory recalled the time years ago when she was a slave on the plantation of William and Georgiana Shepherd in Lowndes County between Max Switch and Morgansville. Dat was one of the saddest songs we sung enduring slavery days, she mused. It always did make me cry. She thought a moment, smiled. I members I was the only light nigger in the family, she said proudly. I was brung up in the house with the white children. Twice a week I went to my mammy's cabin and took a bath. I had my own soft shoes and my own nightgown and jacket and played games with my massa's shullens. She explained her duties around the big house as sweeping the rambling porches and yards. Sometimes she churned, after which she would join the white children and play most of the day. We played hot-scotch, ring round the rosy, and lots of the other things I can't members, she explained. I must have been about 7 years old then. Emma says she is 84 or 85, but she looks older. She remembers very little about her brothers and sisters. She can only recall Sister Celie, Sister Harriet, and Sister Liza. Liza helped Aunt Evelina in the kitchen. Emma lifted her eyes towards the ceiling, endeavoring to recall the exact number of servants her master owned. Edie was the laundress, she recalled, and Ari, she was the weaver. Then there was Becky, Melia, Aunt Mary, Ed, John, and Uncle George, the houseman, who married Aunt Evelina. Jake was the overseer. He was a great big colored man. There was more, but I can't remember. I was just a little shaver then. She remembers that the big house was huge and white with a beautiful parlor and guest room, where the visitors were entertained. Gigantic white columns rose in front of the house, and clusters of magnolias surrounded it. The slave houses were located about 200 yards back of the house. Massa Shepherd and Mrs. Georgiana was both good and treated the servants kind, Emma said. I members that I used to keep the flies off'n Mrs. Georgiana with a big fan, and once I went to sleep, she just laughed when she found me sleeping there beside her. Massa would only whup a slave for 2 things, she recalled. One thing was if things weren't done up just right at hog-killing time, and the other was if'n a nigger warn't clean when he ported for work on Monday mornings. Old Massa didn't do the whuppin' hisself. Jake did it, but Massa sat there on his horse to see that only a certain number of licks was give. How did we feel about a white man who would be overlooker? We called him poor white trash. He wasn't thought much of by anybody. Emma said that everyone went to church on Sundays and that she liked to sing the old religious hymns. When freedom came, all the shepherd servants had been taught to read and write, she said, and each family had enough money to buy a little home. The master would make each family keep pigs, hens, and such. Then he would market the products and place the money aside for them, Emma explained. Talking further about work about the plantation, she said, Louisa cleaned the parlor and kept Mistress' room nice. She took up a recital of work on the plantation. After that, she didn't do anything but sew, and Sister Liza helped her with that. After the weaving, we done sewing, and it took a lot of sewing for that family. Everybody had 2 Sunday dresses, summer and winter, as well as clothes for every day. For the men's suits, the wool had to be took off and carded and got ready to make. But we had plenty of wool from our own sheep. When they kilt the hogs for winter meat, they took some of the hands out of the field and let them help. We had a smokehouse full of hams and middlings, and when rainy spells came, us shillings would rake up chips and leaves and make a smudge of smoke to keep the meat sweet. Massa Shepherd and Miss Georgiana was both mighty kind-hearted and treated their servants good. Once when Mars Shepherd sent us shillings down to the station with a note, he say, "Now go fast," but we played along the way and picked flowers. When we come stepping back, he say, "I told you to hurry." I held out the flowers and say, "See, us bring you some flowers." But he take up a little switch and nettle my legs good. Massa always gave us plenty of everything. On Friday us worked and washed, and on Saturday us cleaned for Sunday. Then on Sunday, Massa would go round and have a mouthful at every house to see that everything was done up just right. And if they wasn't, somebody got a whipping next day. When us went to church on Sunday, Massa Shepherd, Miss Georgiana, and us 3 shillings rode in the rockaway. That was a carriage shaped most like a bowl. The carriage was pulled by 2 big horses, and the coachman, what sat up on the high seat, had a long double-breasted coat, shiny black boots, and a tall silk hat. Massa had on a silk hat too, but he wore a tight-waisted coat, and Miss Georgiana, she looked like a bouquet. She didn't like to wear hoops, because she had sprained her ankle once and walked with a limp. She liked to wear thin, cool, flowery dresses with lots of ruffles and lace. She also wore a scoop of white straw, mighty soft over her ears, and flaring high and spreading over the face. It was filled with flowers and tied with long streamers of ribbon. Emma said that Mr. Shepherd died during the 2nd year of the war, and that it was whispered he was poisoned because he was so good to his niggers. Just before the war closed, she said, Mrs. Shepherd married again and later moved to Texas. I was took on as a cook by a rich family named Marshall in Montgomery, she said. They treated me like I was their own daughter. I was allowed to go out 3 nights a week, but no more, and I had to be home by 11 o'clock. I got engaged to be married, and the boy had to ask for me. I remembered that Massa Marshall say, "If you don't take good care of her, I'll take her back." When the youngest daughter married, she left me her veil and wreath, and they give me a wedding dress and shoes. My husband was a carpenter, and we lived in this house. When he died, I went to work for a family that once was the richest family in the state. They comes to see me every few days, and next week they are coming for me to spend the day with them. The reason I has stayed so well is that folks has always been good to me. End of section 61.
Section 62 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States, from interviews with former slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shushan. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States, from interviews with former slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various, Everett Ingram. Interview with Everett Ingram, Preston Klein, Opelika, Alabama. My grandma raised plenty chillens. Uncle Everett Ingram mused, Honey, child, my grandmammy was the beatenest woman to have chillens that you ever seen. I has heard that she raised so many of them that she brung a mighty heap on the block, somewhere near $1,000. Uncle Everett is a familiar figure in East Opelika, where he has lived for years. He was a right good-sized scamp at freedom time, and remembers much of what he has seen and heard. He was born in Russell County, the son of Prince and Fanny Ingram. They had 7 other children, Jerry, Clara, Reuben, Jep, Lula, Eugene, and Lucy. Everett says of his life, Our house in the slave settlement was made of logs and had 1 room. It had a mud and stick chimney, a plank floor, and a boxed-up bed with 1 leg at the foot. The mattress was stuffed with shucks and straw. My grandpappy, Prince Walden, and Lucy, his wife, come from Russell County, too, and belonged to the Covingtons. Later, they were sold to Dr. Walden at Uchee. When they come to Uchee, the county was full of Indians. My grandpappy used to drink liquor with 'em, but Grandma, she was scared and runned away to Columbus, Georgia. On her way there, my mammy was born in the woods. I 'members that when I was a strip of a boy, they cooked ash cake on leaves, and the children ate pot liquor and bread and greens out in wooden trays with wooden spoons. They would sit under the trees and eat. Each family had their own bowl, and us ate a plenty too. In cold weather, Mammy kept all the children in the house by the fire. Master had us a 2-room house, 'cause my mammy was the cook and weaver. They made their own silk then too and raised the silkworms. Us used to get mulberry leaves to feed the silkworms with. Us used indigo, which us cooked and used for dye. Us would wear any kind of clothes on every day and Sunday, and didn't have no shoes till us was big chillens. Old Master and old Misters, Mr. Bill and Miss Lucy Ingram, lived in a big weather-boarded house with a wide hall and a chimney at each end. The kitchen was off from the rest of the house. I 'members that the overseer used to whip Mammy and Pappy 'cause they fight so much. He used to take my mammy to the carriage to whip her. Master was in the war then. When he come home, the overseer took Mammy by the hand to the house and tell Master about having to whip her. He'd just shake his head sad-like. He was mighty good to all of us. My grandpappy was put in the speculator trove, put on the block and sold. I 'members that Misters read the Bible to us, and my mammy was converted by the white preacher. He baptized her. The colored folks used the white church and sat in the back. And honey, they surely did have good times dancing on Saturday nights, and sometimes they would dance till Sunday morning. When the corn needed shucking, it was hauled up near the crib, and on a purty moonlighted night, Master would pass round the liquor. It wouldn't be long till they was all happy and had what they called a general. The general led all the hollers and songs. They surely did get that corn shucked fast, too. Grandmamma was a great doctor. Used to give us turpentine and castor oil and Jerusalem oak for worms. She'd give us all kinds of teas, too. I members that Grandmamma was also a midwife. The Yankees comed through the yard in May and told us, "You's free." The Yankees wasn't so good. They hung my mammy up in the smokehouse by her thumbs. Tips of her toes just touched the floor, 'cause she wouldn't agree to give up her older children's. She never did, neither. Daddy stole both the older children's dough and went off. The Yankees stole provisions and stock and hauled 'em off. The news got to Uchi and everybody hid out, master with 'em. They hunted the money what was hid in the colored folks' beds, nearly $2,000. The jewelry was there, too. They found some money at the big house and said, "This money ain't worth a damn." But they took it just the same. I married Hattie Graves. Then I joined the church and was saved.
End of section 62. Section 63 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shushan. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives by Various, Section 63, Hannah Irwin. Interview with Hannah Irwin, Gertha Couric. Handwritten note, Eufaula. Ku Klux rides when the niggers starts trouble. On a high knoll overlooking the winding Chewalla Creek is a little one-room shack. Its rusty hinges and weather-beaten boards have seen many a glowing sunset, have stood against many high winds and rains. They have for many years sheltered Aunt Hannah Irwin, ex-slave. Now the old Negro woman is too old and feeble to venture very often from her small home. She lives almost in solitude with her memories of the past, and an occasional visit from one of her old friends who perhaps brings her some fruit or a little money.
Yes'm, I'll be pleased to tell you about what I remembers around the time of the war.
Aunt Hannah sat stolidly in a chair that virtually groaned under her weight, and gave utterance to this sentiment through a large, thick mouth, while her gold earrings shook with every turn of her head, and her dim eyes glowed with memory's fires.
"There ain't much I can tell you, though," she went on, "'cause I was only 12 years old when the war ended. I was born on Massa Bennett's plantation near Louisville, Alabama. My mamma's name was Hester, and my pappy was named Sam. I remembers one night, right after the war, when the restruction was a-going on. There was some niggers not far from my place that said they was a-going to take some land that wa'n't theirs. Their massa had been killed in the war and wa'n't nobody excepting the misters and some chillens. Well, honey, them niggers, more than 100 of 'em, commenced a riot and was a-taking things that don't belong to 'em. That night, the white lady, she come over to our place with a wild look on her face. She tell Massa Bennett what them niggers is up to, and without saying a word, Massa Bennett put his hat on and left out the door. 'Twa'n't long after that when some horses was here down the road, and I looked out my cabin window, which was right by the road, and I saw a-comin' up through the trees a whole pack of ghosties. I thought they was anyways. They was all dressed in white, and the horses was white, and they galloped faster than the wind right past my cabin. Then I hear the nigger say, 'The Ku Klux is after somebody.' dem Ku Klux went over to dat lady's plantation and told dem niggers that if'n they ever heard of 'em starting anything more, that they was a-going to tie 'em all to trees in the forest till they all died from being hungry. Arter dat, dese niggers all round Louisville, they kept mighty quiet. No, ma'am, I don't believe in no conjuring. These conjure women say that they will make my head well, even I gives 'em half my rations I gets from the government. But I knows there ain't nothing but low-down no-count niggers.
Speaking of the Ku Klux, Aunt Hannah, were you afraid of them?
No, I wasn't afeard of no Ku Klux. At first, I thought that they was ghosties, and then I was afeard of 'em. But after I found out that Massa Bennett was one of them things, I was always proud of 'em.
Well, what about the Yankees? She was asked. Did you ever see any Yankees? And what did you think of the ones that came through your place? Were you glad that they set you free?
I suppose them Yankees was all right in their place, she continued. But they never belong in the South. Why, miss, one of 'em asked me what was them white flowers in the field. You'd think that a gentleman with all them decorations on hisself would a knowed a fill of cotton. And as for they a setting me free, miss, us niggers on the Bennett place was free as soon as we was born. I always been free.
End of section 63. Section 64 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shushan. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. Martha Jackson. Interview with Martha Jackson, Ruby Pickens Tart, Livingston, Alabama. Heaps of dem yaller gals got sont north.
When the war first started,
said Martha Jackson, who was born in 1850,
they wouldn't let none of the colored people go to church without they had a pass. And mighty few white folkses would give 'em a pass. There was a heap of men, it might have been 6 or 12. My recollection is short, but anyhow 'twas a big crowd, what went backwards and forwards just like chefs, and they calls themselves the patrollers. If the white folks give the niggers a pass, then they could go, and if they was to go 'thout one, them patrollers would have 'em a-running through the woods just like they was a lot of deer, and if they ever cotch 'em, they'd take 'em to their master, and he'd just naturally wear 'em out. Then they didn't allow 'em for to go nowheres much, even when the plantation joined one another did. They'd catch 'em over there and fetch 'em back, and they'd get whipped again. And that's 'zactly how come a heap of 'em runned away. I knowed a nigger once what was gone nigh 'bout a year, and he wasn't gone nowhere but right up the big road a piece, living in the cave what he dug out at the side of a clay bank. And Miss Betty say, "Marthy, where you reckon Dan at?" And I never said nothing. The patrollers couldn't find him or nobody, and he ain't never showed hisself in daylight till he peered up out of the surrender. And I knowed a woman named Tishy, Miss Molly's house servant. She run away 'cause they so mean to her, I reckon, and the colored folks harbored her and hid her up in the grain house with the peas and such like, 'stead of down at the corn crib. And whoever 'twas trade her, I ain't sayin', but a crowd of them patrollers come and got her one night and took her away, and I ain't never see Tishy no more. And one of old Massa's niggers, little boy he go by, he took on mightily 'cause they say he wanted to marry Tishy. I know he fotch her up in the quarter for to get her something to eat out of the white folks done sleep, but couldn't nobody marry. 'Twa'n't allowed. Out of one or the other of the old mice agreed to buy both of 'em, and if they didn't agree, you sure better keep away from the place. And old massa and Miss Mollie didn't never agree. I hear some of 'em say one of them patrollers had 'bout 3 sets of colored children over there, and some of 'em favored Tishy, and every time it come time for 'em yellow gals to work in the field, they got something off. I reckon 'cause never wanted to see his own blood get beat up, and that Jim Barton was a cruel overseer, shows you're born. 'Twas a heap of them yaller gals got something off from round here, sure was.
Martha says most of the meanness of pre-war days on the plantations may be charged up to cruel overseers.
Old Massa's wife's sister had a husband what kept the meanest overseer during the war that I ever is seed, she declares. That man would make 'em niggers on the plantation plow up a great big field big as all over yonder and then check it for corn. And checking corn and running a straight row clean across the field both ways, and he'd make a check 'bout 2 feet square. Then he'd make them niggers drop a grain of corn right in the middle of every check, and if it didn't come up straight as these here fingers on my hand, he'd snatch it up and make 'em eat it right then and there, stalk and all, without ever boiling it or anything. And that'll mighty near throw you in the middle of a spell of sickness shows you're born. But that didn't make no difference to that man. Instead of that, he'd nigh about beat 'em to death if they spooted his word 'bout it, but then they didn't spoot, 'cause they was so scared when they drappin' hit that hit ain't gwine to come up straight like he say, that they couldn't drap it good as they could have drapped it, 'cause they're so scared they couldn't. Them niggers just naturally shook like they havin' the black ague chills soon as they heard him a-comin'. And when the patrols told him the niggers was a-risin', 'cause they found papers 'bout in the cabins, he nigh 'bout killed 'em. Some of them niggers run way down in the woods like the deers and climb up into trees 'cause you saw dogs on 'em, and some of 'em stayed in a cave in the clay bank and took to comin' up to us house nights after vittles. That overseer man would send 'em patrollers just like they was the sheriff down to fotch 'em back, and he'd say, dead or alive don't make no difference. Sometimes them dogs be done nigh about chew them niggers up. Then he'd whoop 'em sure enough. 'Twas a long and a wide stiff leather strap what he had what hung back of his door, and he had big round holes in it, and he'd get him a pot of warm salty water and set it down by his side. Then he had him cotch the nigger and put his feet in the long block, and somebody held the hands, and he'd strip him stark naked, and he'd stretch him across a log, and he'd dip the long stiff leather strap with the round holes in it in the briny salt water, and then look out, 'cause he comin' down on that poor nigger's naked bottom. The holes in the strap, they sucks flesh up in through 'em, and the niggers a-hollerin', and everybody's so scared they right ashy, and they can't nobody say a mumbling word 'cause they're so scared. Lordy, Lordy, them was tribulations. One of these here omens was my auntie, and she said that she scarcely called a mind he e'er whooping her, 'cause she was a breeder woman, and brought in children every 12 months just like a cow bringing in a calf. And she say that would make her more valuable to her old master. He ordered she can't be put to no strain casin' of that. And she says she give him praise on his greater grave for that. But then others, he worked 'em day and night, Saturday and Sunday too. You sure to hear them woman of a night batting the clothes on a log and creek with the stick. But 'fore long that man took rail sick, and he believed in conjuration, but spite everything he done, he got worser and worser, and 'fore long he died. So they sot down in the woods and all over the plantation a-looking for the niggers to come to the big house, 'cause the overseer was dead. And here they comes a shouting and a clapping the hands and a hollering something awful. Old John Bell is dead and gone. I hopes he goes to hell. And that was the only time I's ever seen them niggers happy on that plantation till Ada surrender.
End of section 64.
Section 65 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States, from interviews with former slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Amanda Kelly. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States, from interviews with former slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narrative by Various. Jane. Interview with Jane. Mildred Scott Taylor, Georgiana, Alabama. Did they own us or we own them? Yas, chillin', I members the war, 'cause I was here when the Yankees come through, and I was about 14 year old. Old master, he went off to the war with a whole parcel of soldiers, and he been gone a long time, and nobody to home to look after the plantation, 'cept old Mistus and Uncle Jude, what was old master's first slave he ever owned. Old master and Uncle Jude was born the same day, and old master's pappy gin Uncle Jude to him, whence they was little bitsy babies. When old master married old Mistus, they was young folks, and they moved to his own plantation. He took Uncle Jude with him, and Uncle Jude was the carriage driver. When old master went off to the war, he told Uncle Jude to look after old Mistus and everything on the place twell he come back. Whilst old master gone to the war, Uncle Jude was overseer for old Mistus, and he made the niggers work harder than old master did to make corn and oats and fodder and meat for the soldiers. Old Mistus made the women's card bats and spin and weave on the loom. What a loom look like? It looked like a loom. That what it looked like. What you expect it look like? All the women's, white and black, work hard making jeans for the soldiers' clothes and making linsey for the women's clothes. Us didn't have no other clothes except them linsey, but they sure was good uns and last a long time if'n you didn't stand too close to the fire and scorch 'em. Us kept hearing of the Yankees coming, and one morning old Mister she say, Jane, you go down to the front gate and stay dar and watch and see if'n the Yankees coming down the big road, and when you sees 'em, you run tell me quick. Bimby, I seed the Yankees coming about a mile down the road, and I run tell old Mistus, and she called the women's, and they run down through the orchard to the big woods, and I run tell Uncle Jude, and he unhitched the mules and lead 'em down to the big gully behind the field. Old Mistus told me to run back to the house quick 'fore the Yankees get dar, and get her gold watch and chain out in the bureau drawer. But the Yankees come in whilst I was getting the watch and chain, and one of 'em grabbed it out in my hand and put it in his pocket and told another Yankee, I's gwine take this home to my gal. The house and the yard was plumb full of Yankees, and they rid they hosses and tore up everything, looking for money and jewelry. They asked me where it was hid, and I told 'em I didn't know, and they said I was lying, and if'n I didn't tell 'em, they would kill me like a damn rebel, and I sure was scared. They ate up all the something to eat in the kitchen and took all the meat and meal out in the smokehouse and didn't left us nothing. And they went to the crib and took every year corn and all the fodder and put it in wagons and took 'em off. The Yankees asked me, don't I wanna be free? And I say, no, sir. And they say, everybody gwine be free, and I won't have to work for old master no more. Then they ask me where old master at, and I say he gone to war. And they ask me where old mistress, and I say I don't know where she at. She done gone off summers. They asked me where the guns, and I told them us didn't have no guns. Them Yankees might have been dar till yet if in one of 'em hadn't rid his hoss over a begum, and man, them bees and them Yankees sure did mess up. In about a minute dar wa'n't no Yankees nowhere, 'cept down the big road where the dust just fogging up. 'Bout a week some mo' Yankees come, but they must 'a' heard 'bout the bees, 'cause they left they hosses outside the big gate and walked up to the house, but they didn't stay long, 'cause they wa'n't nothing left out of the fuss Yankees done tore up everything. And when they ready to go, they took they guns and stood way off and shoot the begums all to pieces, and they flewed around and us had to stay way 12 night. Uncle Jude, he wuck all night long, making begums out in a hollow log, and next day he hive every one of them bees and put 'em in the new gums. And the bees they tote all they honey and put it in the new gums fast as they could make comb for it. Them bees sure was smart. When the war done gone, old master he come with one he arm shot plumb off, and old mister she cry. She so glad to see him and Uncle Jude. He cry and hug old master, and us all cry and tek on. We so glad old master come back and so sorry he arm shot off. Old master tell all the niggers they free now and don't have to work for him no more. And some of the young niggers went off out of the Yankees and never did come back. But the rest of us just stayed right where we is. Us had a mighty hard time for a long time, but the white folks had the same hard time and us didn't make no difference. I mad Rufus, and us raised a big family right dar on old master's plantation. And outen us is 12 chillens, ain't nary one ever seen the inside of the jailhouse. I raised my chillens just like old mistress raised hern, and that's the way to raise 'em, to walk and keep outen devilment. Old master dead and gone, and old mistress too, but I members 'em just like they was. When they looked at us when we belonged to 'em or they belonged to us, I don't know which it was. The times was better 'fore the war. Us had good things to eat, and plenty of it, and we had good clothes and clean clothes for Sunday. That's more'n some trifling niggers got now. I goes to church and sings and prays, and when the good Lord texts me, I's ready to go, and I expects to see Jesus and old mistress and old master when I gets to the heavenly land. End of section 65.
Section 67 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. Randolph Johnson. Interview with Randolph Johnson. Morgan Smith. Randolph and the Little Cripple. Randolph Johnson, age 84, although he admits he was just a little pickaninny when the war between the states began, still recalls with vivid clarity the days of his childhood on the old plantation. Unlike most of the former slaves, he never worked hard. His hours were too filled with the joy of playing, for he belonged to a little crippled boy about his own age, and guarded over him all the time. At night, the little white master and his small black playmate slept in the same room, the latter having a pallet that he spread on the floor. During the day, both Little White and Black played in the shade of the cedars on the grassy lawn. The kindly white owner of the plantation was always good to Randolph. Never a cross word was spoken to him, he says. But one day, Randolph said, the little massa took very sick. They wouldn't even let me see him. I had a feeling trouble was a-comin', 'cause little massa never did have no real life like other boys. He was always a-lookin' like a sick puppy. I guess the Lord just wanted him for hisself, and he took him. Arter that, I was put to work on a mule that turned the wheel of the cotton gin. He just walk around in circles like the mule that's pullin' a syrup press. Then the war came, and all the good clothes that we had made on the loom turned to tatters. The food got low. Some of the slaves run away, and some of our houses was burned by the Yankees. After the war, the master came back and told us niggers that we wa'n't slaves no more. Said we could go, but if we wanted to stay, we could do that too. He give each family that stayed a mule, a cow, some tools, and money enough to run 'em till they could get the crops harvested. He was the best master that any nigger ever had. Then I come to Birmingham. I worked on the railroad they was putting through. I was a big nigger, and I could make the others step. I was about 6 feet 3 inches and weighed near 200 pounds. I knowed my old massa would have been proud of me if he could have seed me a-working on the railroad and a-lifting them ties and a-sweating with them rails. I wish I could have been in his cotton field and I heard him talking fair, like instead of listening to that foreman giving us the devil about being lazy when we was a-working ourselves nearly to death. Then one day I saw the foreman slap a nigger for drinking at the dipper too long. The nigger picked up a shovel and slammed him in the head and run. Back in the slavery days, they didn't do something and run. They run before they did it, 'cause they knew that if they struck a white man, there wasn't going to be no nigger. In them days, they run to keep from doing something. Nowadays, they do it, and then they runs. End of section 67. Read by David Onley, January 2nd, 2023.
Section 66 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shushan. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives by Various. Hilliard Johnson. Interview with Hilliard Johnson, Ruby Pickens Tart, Livingston, Alabama. Who doing the dogs? Uncle Hilliard Johnson and his wife Callie live on the Johnson place, about 3.5 miles from Livingston, Alabama, the same place Hilliard was brought as an infant of 2 in slavery days. He and Callie tend their own little patch of ground, and they own a mule. White friends patch up the gaps in their financial structure, and everybody knows them. Uncle Hilliard pulled up his mule in front of my house and climbed down from the high seat, leaving Callie sitting placidly in the sun. He came around to the kitchen door and announced that he was here. "'Case he got the word I wanted to ax him something." "Uncle Hilliard," I said, "I want to hear all about you and your family and whom you belonged to in slavery time."
"Well, Miss Ruby, if'n you has knowed me all these years and still don't know who I'm is and my family is and who us belong to, there ain't no use of me stopping now to tell you. Besides, I's sick. I's been to the hospital in York, Dr. Hills, and he wants to operate. I's scared of the knife and ain't got no money neither. I can't eat nothing but tomato soup. Dem sure is nice ones you got there on the shelf, and oyster soup and rice soup and all like that. Can't eat no rough victuals like coloreds. I ain't getting on well at all, but I'll oblige you a while. I was thinking other day about you and them old spiritual hymns I leads out to Mount Pilgrim. You's got, 'Oh Lord, I'm a-waitin' on you,' ain't you? I knowed you had that 'bout, and I can't do nothing until you come, sure can't. Well, here's one you ain't got, 'case it's a really old spiritual my grandma used to sing. I sort of hoarse today, but here go. Jesus carry me and bury me, I'll rise at the coming day. Jesus carry me and bury me, I'll rise at the coming day. Now that's just the chorus, and the verse say, when I was in my worldly ways, nobody had nothing to say. Now I'm riding the pale white horse, everybody got something to say. Then the chorus again, and it's a pretty one, shows you born. I mentioned the figure of speech pale white horse, but he didn't know nothing about no figures. And another one, there is so many, let me see. Here one, but I just can't call to mind a heap of verses. Trouble here and there's trouble there. I really do believe there's trouble everywhere. Swing low, chariot, I'm gwan home. Swing low, chariot, I'm gwan home. Then it goes on and tell about the Mona. Says, oh, there's a Mona here, there's a Mona there. I really do believe there's a Mona everywhere. Swing low, chariot, I'm gwan home. Swing low, chariot, I'm gwan home. Oh, there's a sinner here, there's a sinner there. I really do believe there's a sinner everywhere. Swing low, chariot, I'm gwan home. Swing low, chariot, I'm gwan home. Oh, there's a Christian here, there's a Christian there. I really do believe there's a Christian everywhere. Swing low, chariot, I'm gwan home. Swing low, chariot, I'm gwan home. Then there's a heap of them to that song, like a deacon and a member and a prayer and a singer. Just a whole passel of them verses, but I reckon them will do today. Now what else you want? 'Cause them mules is tired, and I is too. Sides, I got to see a man, and Callie in the wagon, and she's hot too. You knows Callie, she my wife, my second wife, and us got 12 children in all, growed and married. Us still live on the Johnson place, 3.5 miles from Livingston, right-hand side the Old Board Road, west from town. Us belong to Miss Ella Johnson. She was us young mistress and Mr. Nep Johnson. That's the onliest ones I ever knowed. My mammy Frances Johnson and my pappy Alf Johnson come from down about Cuby Station. Young Mistress Bottom, I reckon, and my grandma Rachel Johnson. First thing I knowed, us was living on Johnson Place. They was good to us, about 75 of us all together, I reckon. All I members, they looped the bridle rein over my feet and let the mule drag me all over the orchard. It hurt my head, and they bit some of 'em up scandalous, but they was pretty good to me, I reckon. See, I wasn't so old, just a young boy in slavery time, but I recall young massa told Tom, a young nigger there, one time not to go to the frolic. Clean up them dishes and go to bed, he said. And Tom said, yes, sir. But Mars Neb watched Tom through the door, and after a while Tom slipped out and away he went with young massa right behind him. He got there and found Tom cutting ground shuffle big as anybody. Young massa called him. Tom, he say. Tom, didn't I tell you you couldn't come to this frolic? Yes, sir, says Tom. You sure did, and I just come to tell him I couldn't come. Young massa didn't hurt Tom none, but I has seed him strip him plumb naked and nigh about kill him. I did see him kill old Colin, but they done that with a shotgun just 'cause they couldn't control him. Did they have nigger dogs, you say? Yes'm, they sure did. But I'm telling you the truth now, some of the black folks knowed how to get away from them nigger dogs just like they wasn't there. Mr. Joe Patton, you know Mr. Joe Patton, don't you? Young Mr. Joe I'm talking about, what's over here in town and used to be the sheriff. Well, in his day, he done see the nigger hoodoo them dogs, 'cause they had nigger dogs after surrender too. I can tell you what I seed, but what they done now I don't know. I couldn't tell you that. But it was a fair day, fair as 'tis now, and they shot the dogs on that nigger, and 'fore you knowed it, that nigger done left there and had them dogs treeing a naked tree. 'Twa'n't nobody there. They calls it hoodooing the dogs, and I seen it more times than one. Time I tell you about Mr. Patton was again. 'Twas a feller right here in town. I forgets his name, but he was a tall nigger, married Dennis Coleman's daughter. You members Dennis Coleman had that gal called Hetty? Well, he married Hetty, and he whooped her up mightily. She put it on him to the sheriff, and he went to get him. I can't think what that nigger go by now. But anyhow, Mr. Patton couldn't catch him, and he sot the dogs on him, and they couldn't catch him. They knowed which a way he went, down 'bout Bear Creek on Miss Mamie Smith's place in the Flatwoods. 'Twa'n't no trouble to catch nobody down there, but them dogs couldn't do it, and first thing you know, he run back to Hattie's. Now just give me a few tomatoes, Miss Ruby, and I must cut this short. There's a cloud comin' up over yonder by Peter's washpot, and that's when us gets a rain. I got a fur piece to go for a old man. Yes'm, I's nigh 'bout 79 years old and poorly.
End of section 66.
Section 68 of Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives by Various. Abraham Jones. Interview with Abraham Jones. The patriarch Abraham saw the stars fall. A lot of water passes under the bridge in 112 years. I thought of that as I talked to Abraham Jones, 112-year-old ex-slave of Village Springs, Alabama. Uncle Abe says he was born August 1st, 1825, in Russell County, Alabama. Perhaps the day, the month, and the year may not be exactly accurate, but they are near enough. He recalls the falling of the stars, the removal of the Indians from Russell County, and the settlement of Auburn and other towns in that section. His great age is not apparent in his looks, actions, or natural faculties. His hair is thin and white, but no more so than that of many men half his age, and his hearing is good. The mellow voice, so characteristic of his race, is strong. He stands as straight as a soldier, and he works regularly to earn a living for his family. When we found him, he was laying a flagstone walk in hard clay soil, and there was power in the swing of his pick and his tamping axe. His regular daily chores include milking a cow and chopping wood. He describes the phenomenon of falling stars as an event that occurred when he was, quote, a little shaver about 8-year-old, end quote. November 13th, 1833 was the date. Yes, sir. I saw the stars fall. Some folks say they didn't even fall, but I seen 'em. They fell just like pitch from a torch. Zip, zip, and big cracks come on the ground. I was sitting on the end of the porch and I watched 'em. There was so many grown people crowding into the house, 'twa'n't no use for me to try to get in, so I just sot still. We had a big sill under our house, more than a foot thick, and so many people crowded in the house till their weight broke the sill. They was crying and hollering, but the stars didn't hurt nobody. They just fell and went out, and I don't know where they went then, maybe into them cracks in the ground. The cracks stayed a long time, and it was dangerous for people to go out at night. They might fall into the cracks. One of them, I remember, was 2 feet across and so deep they couldn't find no bottom with a long pole. I reckon them stars kept falling for about an hour. Folks thought the end of time was coming, and everybody got right after that. Back at that time, the country was not settled much, and there was lots of Indians. My grandpappy was full-blooded Indian, but I don't know what kind. The Indians was good people, but if they thought you had done 'em wrong, they'd kill you right now. I saw some of them when they left that country. The women carried the babies, and some sort of sacks hung down in front of 'em, and the men carried some of the bigger children on their shoulders. They didn't have no property, just lived wild in the woods. A few years after the stars fell, a parcel of people from the other side of Columbus, Georgia, moved over and started the town of Auburn, so they could have a place for a school. Before the war, my people took me up to Blount County, and when the war come, they left me to run the grist mill. I was the first man in Alabama to try and grind a bushel of oats. I ground 'em, too. A lady brung the oats and asked me could I grind 'em, and I told her I would try. She said they didn't had nothing for the children to eat. I ground the oats and told her, "Oh, missus, I know just how it is, and I'll be glad to give you a peck of meal if you will use it." She said, "Of course I will. Just put it in with the oatmeal, and I sure will appreciate it." Her husband was off to the war, and she didn't have no way to feed the children. I was working on the road a long time after the war, and was telling the man about that when her son hear me. She had told him about it, and so he went home and told her he had found me. She sent word back for me to go to her house and let her see if I was sure enough the same man. So I went, and when she seen me, she say, "Yes, he is the same man." And she called her husband and the other children and told them about it. Her husband say, "Well, there's just one thing we can do. If you ever need a place to stay or victuals to eat, we must see that he gets them." In slavery time, I belonged to Massa Frank Jones, and Timothy Jones was the overseer on the place. Frank Jones had 2 plantations, the one where I was born and another one close to Columbus. People ask me sometimes what kind of house I was born in, and I tell them I wasn't born in no house. And I wasn't. I was born in the middle of the big road. It's getting to where it's mighty hard for me to go now and do the work to make something for us to eat. I can't get about so fast, and my head bother me a lot. I've been working a long time now, and you does get tired after 100 years of working. On his wrists were circlets of heavy cord. I asked him why they were there, and he explained. To keep the pain out. They keep it out pretty good, but if you can get a little leather band with a buckle on it, that is better yet. I wears these all the time. End of section 68.
Section 69 of Slave Narratives. A folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rebecca Eden Walker. Slave Narratives. A folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. Emma Jones. Interview with Emma Jones, Mrs. Preston Klein, Opelika. Emma tells how to make them tea the easy. Emma Jones, 83 years old, was born in the Chattahoochee Valley between West Point and Columbus, Georgia. She is very alert, though quite deaf. "White folks," she began, "I belong to Massa Wiley Jones and his wife, Mrs. Melba. I lived in a little 2-room log cabin with high tester beds and mattresses filled with corn shucks. Our food then was way better than the stuff we eats today. It was cooked on a fireplace made outen rocks with big hooks fastened into the side to swing the pots round on. Us cooked hoe cakes on a 3-legged skillet that sat over hot coals, and us had a big oven for to bake meat and cornbread in. There ain't nothing like it today, no ma'am. Old Massa had a big garden, and we used to get the vegetables we et from his garden. The folks was plenty good to us. Sometimes the mens would hunt possums and rabbits and wild turkeys. We sure loved them possums smothered in taters. And talking about medicines, let me tell you a sure enough cure for a baby that's having a hard time teething. Just put a string of coppers round he neck, and he won't have no trouble at all. Us used to do that to the little white chillens, and the black uns too, 'specially in hot weather, when they just seemed to have the misery. After us got to be big gals, we wore cotton dresses and drawsers in hot weather, and when it get cold, we had to wear long drawsers and homespun wool dresses and home-knitted socks and shoes that the cobbler made in his shop. You know, white folks, we used to make near about everything that was needed to run a body right on our plantation. Us had everything. On Sunday, us wore gingham and calico dresses, and I married in a Swiss dress. I worked as a house gal, and when Miss Sarah married, I went with her to nurse her chillens. Besides Miss Sarah, there was Mr. Billy, Mr. Crick, Miss Lucy, and Miss Emma. They had 2 uncles, and an aunt of theirs lived there too. We had a happy family. At night, some of the house niggers would gather round the fire, and Mistus would read us the scriptures, and the white childrens get tired and slip out the door. But us little niggers couldn't afford to do that. Us had to stay there, whether us liked it or not. Sometimes the massa let the niggers dance and frolic on Saturday nights, but we weren't allowed to go off in the plantation, none excepting the ones that had a wife or a husband on another plantation. Then they could only stay for a short time. Sometimes us could go off to church. I members of baptizing in the crick. Some of them niggers most got themselves drowned. They weren't used to so much water, and they would come up out in the crick a-spittin' and a-coughing like the devil had a hold of them. There was so much shouting, I s'pose everybody for 10 miles round could hear them niggers a-carryin' on in the crick. During the war, my mammy helped spin cotton for the soldiers' clothes, and when the Yankees come through, us hid all the valuables in the woods. Us had to feed them and their hosses too. They ate up near about everything we had on the place. There weren't no schools in them days for us colored folks. Us learned from the scriptures, and by listening to the white folks talk. End of section 69.
Section 70 of Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives by Various. Hannah Jones. Interview with Hannah Jones. Aunt Hannah has 100 descendants. Aunt Hannah Jones lives with her daughter in a small 4-room house on Tuscaloosa Street, Greensboro. "Lordy," she said, "it's been so long that I's most forgot about them slavery days. But I was born in Bunker Hill, Amelia County, Virginia. My pappy was named Simon Johnson, and my mommy was Rhoda Johnson. My master was Alfred Wood, and my mistus was Miss Tabby Wood. When Massa died, the state was divided, and I fell to the son that was too sick to take care of the place and the slaves. Soon I was took to Richmond and sold to Judge Moore of Alabama for $1,200. That was the first time I ever seed a slave sold. I was 16 years old. When Judge Moore's plantation was sold, the niggers went with the place, and it was bought by Mars Isaiah and Mars Bill Smar. It was called the Gillum Place, and that is east of Prairieville. I was a house girl, and helped with the sewing and the spinning. Us had good houses built out in cedar logs, and the quarters looked just like this street that I lives on now. We had good beds and plenty of victuals to eat, greens, cornbread, meat, and all kinds of sweets. Sometime the men folks would catch a possum or a rabbit. Master had a big vegetable garden, and we was allowed to help ourselves from this here garden. Us had 2 everyday dresses, and we done our washing at night. When I was married, the ceremony took place at my mommy's house, and I wore a pretty white dress. Our overseer was Harvey Williamson, and he went round at 9 o'clock to see if us niggers was in bed. Sometimes arter he done been round, us did get up and have some fun. At the break of day, all the slaves would get up and go to work. Those going way down in the fields would have to get up even before it was light, so as to be there when the dawn broke to commence the day's work. Then they would come back at 12 o'clock for dinner and rest a while, then go back and work till sundown. We used to have a man on the place that played a banjo, and we would dance and play while he sang. This was one of his songs. White folks says a nigger won't steal, but I caught 6 in my cornfield. If you want to see a nigger run, shoot at that nigger with a Gatling gun. My last masters was 2 brothers, and they had 1 sister, Miss Sarah Smar. We didn't have no jail on the place, and most of us never went off in the plantation, just stayed around and had a good time playing amongst ourselves. Us niggers had a church there on the place, and a white man preached to us. But in Virginia, we went to the same church as the master did. I didn't join no church, though, till I come to Alabama. None of us slaves ever tried to run away to the north, 'cause they was good to us. We used to have a doctor that'd come around every 2 weeks to see how the slaves was doing, and if and when we was sick, he would give us some medicine. Some of the women would tie a zapatita round the children's necks to keep the sickness away. Some Saturdays we had to work after dinner, but most of the time master would let us have a good time. On Christmas Day, us had a big celebration and didn't do no work at all. Didn't nobody have no time to learn us how to read and write. I don't know nothing about Mr. Lincoln, 'cept'n he freed all us slaves. And when we heard that us was free, all the niggers marched to Prairieville and had a celebration. Honey, I's had 9 chillins, 25 grandchillins, 27 great-grandchillins, and 13 great-great-grandchillins. And I's expecting more to come along pretty soon. I guess maybe I'll have 100 descendants before I shuffle off. End of section 70.
Section 71 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rebecca Eden Walker. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives by Various. Josephine. Interview with Josephine, Gerta Currick, Eufaula, Alabama. When Sherman passed through. Aunt Josephine claims to be the oldest Negro in Eufaula. She says she was born 94 years ago in North Georgia on a plantation above Atlanta. She lives now in Eufaula, Alabama, with a great-granddaughter. I used to belong to Massa Rogers, she said. After surrender, Massa Rogers moved to this country and bought a plantation twixt Massa Josiah Floney's and General Tony's. He said his plantation joined theirs. She was a nursemaid all her life, even in slave days, and never was a field nigger. Asked if she saw any soldiers during the war, she said she saw thousands. I and my mistress and her baby hid in the swamps 3 days while Sherman and his army was passing through, she explained. Massa Rogers was in Virginia, and when he got back home, there wasn't nothing left but a well. Everything had been burned up. His house was gone, and so was the smokehouse. Everything. She added that the well was a dry well, where melons and butter and milk and meat were placed in summer to keep them cool. Those 3 days my little brother hid in this well, while the soldiers were passing, she said. "'Fore God, missy," she exclaimed, "when we got that little nigger out of that well, he had almost turned white." Aunt Josephine is still a nursemaid. She rocks her great-great-great-grandchildren. End of section 71.
Section 72 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States, from interviews with former slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. Lucindy Lawrence Jurdon. Interview with Lucindy Lawrence Jurdon. Preston Klein, Lee County, Alabama. It ain't the same. Lucindy Lawrence Jurdon bustled feverishly about her tiny Lee County cabin when she learned her picture was going to be took. She got out her old spinning wheel, sat down before it, and beamed. Her daughter, coming in from the field, exclaimed, "Ma, I done told you this lady was coming to see you, and you wouldn't believe me." After she had posed, she seated herself to tell about slavery days. Her oldest grandson was sick in the next room with pneumonia. The cabin was stuffy and bare. Lucindy said, "Honey, I was born in Macon, Georgia, on the 28th day of some month or other. I can't remember which, but the year was 1858. My pappy and mammy, Emmanuel and Patsy Lawrence, come from Jasper County, Georgia. I had a sister named Jenny and a brother named Philip, but I was the oldest. Old master had 'bout 300 or 400 acres on his plantation. His name was Master Leroy Lawrence, and he surely was good to all us niggers. His daddy was Mr. Billy Lawrence, and the master had 4 chillins. Us lived in a 2-room log house with a lean-to next to it. Us was well off in them times. but us didn't have sense to know it. I remembers that us always had plenty of good victuals. Honey, us had meat broiled on hot rocks, roasted taters, ash cake, and such. On Sunday us had ash cake cooked in collard leaves, and beef was served us when the killing time come. Master always give the niggers plenty to eat. I can sit here and picture that house of Master's. A big 6-room house with wide plank weatherboarding. Beside the house was a big garden, and it had palings round it. My mammy was a fine weaver, and we did work for both white and colored. This is her spinning wheel, and it can still be used. I use it sometimes now. Us made our own cloth and our stockings, too. No'm, us never did learn nothing. If us tried to learn or write, they would whack our forefingers off. Us lived 40 miles from the town, and it would take more than 2 days to get to town. The women folks had to fix lunches every time they went. My grandmammy had 16 chillins. I remembers that when us courted, us went to walk and hunted chestnuts. Us would string them and put 'em round our necks and smile at our fellers. On Saturday nights they would have dances, and dance all night long. Somebody would clap hands, beat pans, blow quills, or pick the banjo strings. When us had corn shuckings, they would pile the corn up, ring round it and shuck, drink liquor and holler, boss man, please give me my time. Boss man, for I'm most broke down." I remembers that one old sick man was freed for freedom come. They let him go where he wanted to, so he dug a hole in the ground and used it for a room. He put rafters inside to help hold it up, and it slanted down at the back. Lucindy mused a moment, concluded, "Them was good days, honey, mighty good. But us surely is in a bad fix now, and needs help mighty bad. It just ain't the same no more." End of section 72.
Section 73 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rebecca Eden Walker. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. Lucy Kimball. Interview with Lucy Kimball. Francois Luger Diard, Mobile, Alabama. The fulfilled wish of Mammy Lucy Kimball. I made 2 visits to the home of Mammy Lucy Kimball. The first was during the month of April, 1937. The next was nearly a month later. On the first trip, I had a very successful talk with the old Negro woman, but on the last, she wasn't at home, and so the information I sought had to wait. I was very disappointed that I couldn't see her on my second venture, but it was impossible. Mammy Lucy had not grown very feeble when I last saw her, and her methodical method of living can be attributed to her consciousness of the venerable age of 85 years which she had reached. She was born into slavery in 1851 at Swift's Landing, near the town of Blakely in Baldwin County. She was a slave in the Charles Hall family of that county before and during the war between the states. In 1907, she came to work for the T.S. Fry and Santos Rubira families of Mobile. Following the war between the states, Mammy Lucy Kimball worked in various families at the summer resorts of Baldwin County. When a young girl, Mammy Lucy performed the duties of a children's nurse and worked as a dining room servant. She had some education, and as she had worked in families of refinement and culture all her life, her manner was that of a well-educated person. However, like the average educated Negro, she still displayed the characteristics of the Negro of the antebellum days. She said that she strictly adhered to old-fashioned methods, such as going to church twice a week, not believing in doctors, and always taking home-concocted remedies. I asked her if she believed in carrying a rabbit's foot for luck, to which she responded, "Honey, you don't think I'm like these other Negroes who still believe in that old nonsense. I might tell the children that a rabbit foot brings good luck, because it is an old custom for superstitious persons to carry one. But, honey, you'd have just as good luck if you carried brick bats in your coat. My white people in Baldwin County never brought me up to believe in such things." "Well, Mammy Lucy," I asked, "do you remember any strange or weird things that happened during the Civil War?" "Yes," she answered slowly. "I remember during the Civil War some of the mischievous Sibley boys who were kin to the Hall family over in Baldwin County tied a strange long black thread to the ankle of a black boy named Slowpoke. Some Negroes were going to town that night to fetch supplies, and among them was Slowpoke. The boys jokingly asked him if he had his rabbit foot with him, as he might need it to keep the rattling noises away that night. Slowpoke showed them his rabbit foot, and, displaying his glistening teeth in a broad grin, said that there warn't going to be no ghosties after him. The boys deftly tied a string to Slowpoke's ankle, while some of their friends held his attention. On this string were attached 3 cow bladders. Slowpoke hadn't gone far when he heard the bladders rattling at his heels. He immediately decided that there was a whole troop of ghosts after him, and so began to hit his fastest gait down the middle of the dark road. He ran until he reached Montgomery Hill, some miles distant, where the string finally wore out. His people didn't find him till 3 days later. Then they took him home and gave him a sound whipping for running away. Mammy Lucy talked of the Hall and Sibley families and of the wealth that they once had, and what happiness she found in being slave to such good people. She remembered all the summer resorts on the eastern shore of Mobile Bay when they were in their glory before the Civil War, and how the Mobile ferries landed, bringing over all the fashionable Mobile families to their summer homes on the bay. She remembered hearing Father Ryan, the poet-priest of the South, preaching at the dedication of the Catholic Church at Montrose, and the storm in the 70s which almost demolished Alabama City, now Fair Hope. She recalls the landing of the Confederate troops at Hollywood for wood when they left Mobile at the outbreak of the war, on their way to Fort Pickens, Florida, to enter active service. I found Mammy Lucy to be neat and prim as she must have been 30 years ago when she first went to work for the Fry and Rubira families. She still walks with the agility of a young person, and her mind is fertile with fresh thoughts and with deeds of the past. "I have found happiness," she said. "People have been good to me, and I, in return, have tried to be kind to those around me. I have lived a plain life, and have been rewarded with a ripe age that still finds me feeling young. I shall never grow old in my thoughts and actions, but always keep a place in my mind to welcome something new. I will have had a complete life if I can live only 2 weeks longer. There's something I'd like to see." After a few more minutes, I left her and returned home. There was something I wanted to ask Mammy Lucy, something that preyed on my mind for days. I wanted to ask her what the thing was that she wanted to see. She was so gentle and courteous, my interest seemed officious prying into her affairs. Some day I shall go see her again, I decided, and bring up the subject casually. Then, she'll never know of my unworthy curiosity. 3 weeks later, I walked to the door of Mammy Lucy's cabin, and on the porch stood a Negro girl watering a few pots of flowers. "Is Mammy Lucy at home?" I asked. The girl was silent for a moment. Then she spoke in a high-pitched, whining voice. "Mammy Lucy, she died." "Oh, I'm sorry," I said. "When did she die?" 4 days ago," was the reply. I walked down the path of pebbles towards the bay. The question would never be answered, but I knew that Mammy Lucy died content. End of section 73.
Section 74 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by J. E. Holt, Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. Ellen King. Personal conversation with Aunt Ellen King, Movilla, Alabama. Mary A. Poole, Mobile, Alabama. Satan done got this juking generation. Ellen King lives in a 2-room cabin nestling back in the woods near Movilla, Alabama, about 12 miles above Mobile. A little Negro boy led me along a circuitous path to the ex-slave, showing the weight of her 86 years. After talking a while, she became interested and told that she was born at Enterprise, Mississippi, on the plantation of Mr. and Mrs. Harvey, but could not recall their given names or the names of their children, of which there were 3, 2 girls and 1 boy. They lived in a big white house, and the cabins in the slave quarters were built of planks, with streets between and little gardens in front of them. Some planted vegetables and others flowers. The Harveys were good masters. They had plenty to eat and good homespun clothes to wear and home-tanned leather shoes. The women gathered leaves, bark, and indigo to dye the cloth to make their dresses of different colors. The plantation was large and had several slaves. Aunt Ellen, however, could not recall the number of acres or the number of slaves, but she knew there was a crowd of them. The Harveys raised wheat, cotton, and corn, and lots of livestock. Aunt Ellen sat quiet for a few moments and said, "Lady, when I sits and thinks of all the good things us had to eat and all the fun we'd had, of course we had to work. But you knows, lady, when a crowd all works together and sings and laughs, first thing you knows, work's done." Aunt Ellen recalled the Yankees coming through and telling the slaves they were free, and that a lot of the slaves went with them. But Aunt Ellen laughed and said, "My pa and some of the others got scared and hid in a big cave and just stayed there until the soldiers left. And lady, he still stayed on out of the war with the Harveys, and I was married there in the white folks' church. They gave me a big wedding, lots to eat, plenty of music, singing and dancing. Just like they used to say, we danced all night to broad daylight." Aunt Ellen was asked how many times she was married, and she replied, "Twice. First one dead and don't know where the other is, and had no children by either." When asked about religion, Aunt Ellen said, "Lady, I prayed and prayed and religion came to me, and I joined the Big Zion Methodist Church in Mobile, Alabama, but moved here to Movilla where there was no Methodist church, so I joined the Baptist Church." Aunt Ellen says the people of today are going back, not forward. All they study is idleness and to do devilment these days. Young generation done gone, Satan got 'em, too much juking these days, have no time to study about the Lord in their dying day. All they do is juke, juke, juke. When they closed the schools up here in Movilla, they had children all juking. The writer was somewhat at a loss to know just what Aunt Ellen meant by juking, but thought best to let her talk on and not make a direct inquiry, and after a little, Aunt Ellen continued, No, lady. We used to call figures for our dancing. Had a big fiddle and 2 small fiddles, and a set in one room and one in the other. None of this twisting and turning. I just can't stand all that juking. Just won't look at it. By juking, Aunt Ellen meant rough dancing of the generation of today. Aunt Ellen firmly believes the old-time religion was best for all, and tried to sing in a wavering voice the following. Down by the riverside, Jesus will talk and walk. Ain't going to study the world no more, ain't going to study the world no more. For down by the riverside, Jesus will talk and walk. End of section 74.
Section 75 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. Mandy Leslie. Interview with Mandy Leslie. Daphne L.E. Curtis, Fairhope, Alabama. The Orphan Slave Girl. In the suburbs of Fairhope, in a rough but neatly kept cottage of 2 rooms, lives Mandy Leslie, a hard-working Negro woman whose energy belies the 77 years to which she credibly lays claim. Twice widowed, and her children scattered to the winds, Mandy is a pillar of strength and comfort to several white households, where she makes weekly calls to care for the laundry work, wash and iron, as she calls it. The washing is done in the backyards, where a hot fire under an iron pot boils the garments to a state that permits Mandy's rubbing over a fluted washboard to make them spotless. Strung on lines in the sun, the clothes are ready for ironing next day. Using old-fashioned sat irons heated at an open fire, Mandy turns out a done-up product that any modern laundry might envy. During the ironing process, which takes place in the hall or a spare room, the mistress of the house is entertained with a steady stream of biography, comment, and information from the lonely old woman who relishes the opportunity to talk to somebody, especially if there happens to be a visitor who is not familiar with her story. A typical episode runs like this.
Yes'm, I 'members de war, but I don't like no wars. Dey give folks trouble, and dey's full of evil doin's. When de Yankees come through there, they took my mammy off in a wagon and left me right side the road. And when she tried to get out the wagon to fetch me, they hit her on the head, and she fell back in the wagon and didn't holler no more. They just drive off up the big road with Mammy lying down in the wagon. She might have been dead, 'cause I never seed her no more. Uncle John Leslie and Aunt Josie and all their children come along in the wagon, going up north, they said they found me standing there at the side of the road, crying for my mammy. Aunt Josie, she say, "Poor little lamb, you going with us. Us ain't got much, but us can't let you die." And Uncle John, he say, "Poor child, us mustn't leave her dis-a-way." He lift me up in the wagon and drive till the moon gin plumb out, and then us stop and took up on a place not far from Montgomery, on Mr. Willis Biles' place. Us lived there till I was grown woman, and Mr. Biles sure was a good man to live with, and he treat us right every year. Then I married Taylor, and us kept on living with Mr. Biles, and all 3 of us's children was born there. Then Taylor died with the fever, and he had insurance where us pay $1 a month for the longest, and he say it take care of me and the children when he gone. Bless God, that money didn't take care of nobody except the doctor and the burying man. They both got their part and left me just $2.70. That's all. Mr. Biles said they ought to be whooped for charging me like they did. Then he went to see 'em and cussed 'em out, and they sent back $20. I ain't waste no more money on insurance. No, ma'am. I had a hard time keeping my children and working the crops, too. But Mr. Biles, he allowed me a mule, just like he do Taylor, 'fore he died, and us made 4 bags of cotton the first year and 5 bags the next year. I picked every lock of it myself, just me and them little chillens. Then Rufus, he come along, and he thought us had all the insurance money, and he courted me so hard and so regular that I act a fool and married him. And he turned out to be the no-countest nigger that ever lived. 'Stead of him supporting me, us had to support him in about 10 year, me and the children. He had misery in his back, and he couldn't do no hard work like plowing and hoeing. It hurt his back to pick cotton and pull fodder, and he just set around and make a few baskets and eat like a horse. Mr. Willis Biles, he died, and his boy, Mr. Joe, he took the place and run it for his ma. Mr. Joe told Rufus 'twa'n't nothing the matter with him but damn lazy, and if he don't get out and help me work, he going to set the Ku Klux on him. Then us got scared and moved near about to Uniontown, and us lived with Mr. Bob Simmons for 7 years, hand running, and he treat us right every fall 'bout the settlement. Mr. Bob, he say 'tain't nothing the matter with Rufus, just like Mr. Joe say, and Rufus say he going to move to town where he can get work to suit him. Us moved to town, and Rufus he gone all day looking for a job and don't find nothing to suit him. I has to take in washing from the white folks to feed us, and they charge $2 rent for the little shack us live in. 'Twa'n't right to do that, 'cause I ain't never paid no house rent in all my born days, 'twell then. And the first thing I know, that trifling Rufus, he done sell the mule and wagon and got drunk and lost the rest of the money. Us was sure in a bad fix. Why didn't I quit, Rufus? Yes'm, I specs I ought to done that. But he's so humble when he's sober up and pray so strong. He say the Lord done call him out in his meanness, and he gwine to preach Jesus. He make like he need them preacher clothes, and us skimped along and saved enough to buy Rufus the suit of clothes with a long-tail coat. He got a high-up hat and a Bible, and he sure did look grand. Us was proud to see him all fixed up and going out to labor in the vineyard of the Lord. Us give Rufus the last $3 us could scrape up, and he got on the train and went to Montgomery, but us ain't seen hair nor hide of that nigger since. In about a year us got a letter from him in Juliet, way up in Illinois, wherever that is, and he say he in the penitentiary for 10 year, 'cause they 'cuse him stealing a woman's jewelry, and would I get Mr. Biles and Mr. Simmons to do what they can to get him out. He repent and been washed in the blood of the Lamb since he been in jail, and he say if anybody write me that he runned off from Montgomery with another woman and that he got a wife in Chicago, it's a lie. That fixed me with that trifling nigger, and Mr. Sam Brody, what's a lawyer, he got me a vorsement and give me back my first name, Leslie. Now I's through with marrying. My children done all gone and got married, and I come back here where I come from. 'Twixt here and Brantley is the place. How old I is? I was 5-year-old come to surrender. How old that make me? 77? That's right, and I'll be 78 this time next year. How I know I be living this time next year? 'Cause I will be living. I always notice that when I lives through March, I lives the rest of the year. And ain't March just now gone? Huh? How the way waist iron suit you, missy?
End of section 75.
Section 76 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives by Various. Dellie Lewis. Interview with Dellie Lewis. Mary A. Poole, Mobile, Alabama. Dellie Lewis knows cures and conjure. To begin at the beginning, white folks, said Dellie Lewis. I was born on the plantation of Winston Hunter at Sunflower in Washington County, Alabama. It's on the Southern Railroad. The first thing that I remembers was when the Grand Trunk Railroad cut their right-of-way through near Sunflower. They had a chain gang of prisoners that warn't slaves a-working on the road, and me and another little nigger gal was sent with big cans of buttermilk to sell 'em. One day a handsome white gentleman rode to our house and asked me for a drink of cool water. He was the foreman on the road. Just as soon as I handed it to him, he done fell off'n his horse on the ground. I run to the mistress, and she got some of the niggers round the place to carry the gentleman to the big house. And do you know it, white folks, that man he never opened his eyes again. He kept a-calling the mistress his mammy, but he never opened his eyes to see that she warn't his mammy. He died a little later with a congested chill. Then I remembers one of the Alabama River floods that swept over the land and washed away lots of the food. The government sent some supplies of meal, and 'lasses. The barrels was marked U.S., and one nigger, being tired of waiting and being powerful hungry, told us that the U.S. on the barrel meant us, so us commenced to eat. When the overseer come to give us the meat and 'lasses, us be done et it all up. Us slaves used to get up at dawn. The overseer blowed a cow horn to call us to work. The hunter slaves was allowed to go a-visiting other slaves arter work hours and on Sundays, and if'n we was to meet a paddy roller, and he asked us where we from and who we b'longed to, all us had to say was, "We's hunting niggers," and that paddy roller didn't do nothing, 'cause the hunter niggers warn't never whupped by no paddy roller. Some niggers, when they was cotched, even though they warn't hunter niggers, they say it just the same, 'cause them paddy rollers was always 'fraid to fool 'long with a hunter nigger. Massa Hunter, he was something. During the Christmas celebration, us all had gifts. Us had quilting bees with the white folks, and if'n a white gentleman throwed a kilt over a white lady, he was titled to a kiss and a hug from her. Arter the celebration we all had a big supper. And speaking of cures, white folks, us niggers had 'em. My grandmammy was a midwife, and she used to give women cloves and whiskey to ease the pain. She also give 'em dried watermelon seeds to get rid of the gravel in the kidneys. For night sweats, grandmammy would put an axe under the bed of the sick person, with the blade a-sitting upright. And if'n yo's sick and wants to keep the visitors away, just put a fresh-laid egg in front of the door, and they won't come in. If yo is anxious for your sweetheart to come back from a trip, put a pin in the ground, with the point up, and then put a egg on the point. When all the insides runs out'n the egg, your sweetheart will return. Yes, sir, white folks, us used to have games. Us used to play Puss in the Corner, Next Door Neighbor, and Fox and Geese. I can give you some of the songs we used to sing. Old sweet beans and barley grows, old sweet beans and barley grows. You nor I nor nobody knows where old sweet beans and barley grows. Go choose your waist, go choose your west, go choose the one that you love best, and if she's not here to take her part, choose the next one to your heart. I is always been Episcopalian in belief, white folks. I married Bill Lewis when I was 15-year-old in Montgomery, and us had 3 children. I's strong in my faith. In mercy, not in wrath, rebuke me, gracious Lord, lest when thy whole displeasure rise, I sink beneath thy rod. Yes, sir, I remembers the war. I seed the Yankees a-marchin' through our place and down the road that led to Portland in Dallas County. They was mighty fine lookin' with all their brass buttons and nice-lookin' uniforms. They didn't give us much trouble. They had a captain that was good and kind. I heerd 'em say that there warn't a-goin' to be no stealin' and a-trampin' through folkses' houses. They slept out in the yard for one night, then they went on into Portland. Mr. Munger was our overseer, but he had money of his own. He was better than most overseers, and there warn't no po' white trash. Them ornery buckers lived farther back in the woods. When us was sick, Dr. Lewis Williams, who was the doctor of the master, tended to us slaves. I remember sitting in the doctor's lap while he tried to soothe my ailments. Us house servants was taught to read by the white folks, but my grandmammy, Alvain Hunter, that didn't have no learning, but that knowed the Bible backwards and forwards, made us study. When me and my brother was learning out in the blueback speller, she say, "How's that? Go over it." Then we would laugh and answer, "How you know? You can't read." "Just don't sound right. The Lord tell me when it's right. You all can't fool me, so don't try." When the marriages was performed, the master read the ceremony, and the couples would step off over a broomstick for luck. Then we all had a big supper, and there was music and dancing by the plenty. End of section 76, read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2023.
Section 77 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. Lightnin'. Interview with Lightnin', John Proctor Mills. Ignorant of the date of his birth, which occurred at Cahaba, the old state capital, Lightnin' was an overgrown, gangling youth of 14 or thereabouts when the Civil War began. Born into slavery, he was the property of one Joel Matthews, cotton planter, whose fields lay near the then-new capital city. Lightnin' is happiest when spinning some yarn of the days in Alabama for an interested audience. And when one such inquired as to how he came to be called Lightnin', the old man broke into a toothless grin and launched at once into another of the stories dear to his heart. "That's Massa Joel's doing, boss. I just naturally want never any too pert and fast on my foots, and the first thing Massa Joel ever sought me to fetch him was a cool drink of water. The water done got warm 'fore I brung it to him, and instead of scolding, he just bust out laughing and say, 'Boy, you is so slow, I going to call you after the fastest thing on earth. From now on, your name is Lightnin'.' And I've been Lightnin' ever since. 'Cause I know Massa Joel was throwing off on me, little as I was, but it looks like I wa'n't born in no big hurry, and I just been moving along slow-like ever since. Massa Joel must have been born on a sunshiny day, 'cause he sure was bright and good-natured. Every nigger on the place loved him like he was sent from heaven. Most every day he come to the quarters with the family doctor to look after the niggers, for he say a well-fed, healthy nigger next to a mule is the best proposition a man can invest his money in, and us slaves fared as good as anybody. Now, sir, Massa Joel ain't never hit me a lick in his life. He says a well nigger what doing work sure ain't got no eats and care coming his way, and ought to be sent down the river. As I been married? Yes, sir, I done had 4 wives and raised 11 children. But 'tain't like in the old days. Children all gone, and the old nigger got no white folks. Makes it mighty hard to get along. But all the old man can do is fish, and I does dat and gets a little something to eat. For young Massa Tom passed on. He was Massa Joel's boy. I ain't never wanted for nothing. I was Master Tom's bodyguard. Us hunted and fished together, played with the white childrens, and sometimes I read behind 'em on the horse or on the foreseat with the carriage driver when the family went to church. But that's all in the past, and the good Lord say no man can bring back the past. So I reckon, if y'all 'scuse me, I better go fish my trout line and get something in to make the skillet smell. End of section 77. Read by David Onley, Portland, Oregon, January 4th, 2023.
Section 78 of Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States of America from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. Billy Abraham Longslaughter. Interview with Billy Abraham Longslaughter. He caned a chair for President Buchanan. On a bright April afternoon, while strolling along the Louisville and Nashville Banana Wharf, and watching the crisp breezes from the Gulf make small waves lick at the pilings, I met an old Negro man who was fishing for croakers off the pier. He had, sitting beside him, a basket containing wicker canes for making and repairing chairs. In the course of our conversation, I asked him his age. "I's 80 year old, white folks," he replied. "Well," I said, "you must have been a slave back in the days before the war." "Yes, boss. I was 8 year old when General Grant freed the niggers." He spoke the words in a clear, strong voice and with a slight rolling motion of his gray, bristly head. "But General Grant didn't free the slaves, Uncle," I protested. "Oh, yes, he did too, white folks," he said respectfully. "For I was right there when the General come into Richmond and sought us free." "What about Abraham Lincoln?" I asked. "Well, I guess he done part of it. But he didn't do no fighting, 'cause he had to tend to the business in the White House. He left the freeing part to General Grant. I don't guess Mr. Abe lived long enough to help us niggers much. He went to the Ford Circus and got himself shot." "What's your name?" I asked. "Billy Abraham Longslaughter. The niggers all calls me Billy, but old Massa Longslaughter, afore he died, called me William." "Where were you born, Uncle Billy?" "On old Massa Longslaughter's plantation near Richmond, Virginia." "Can you read and write?" "They never teach me no reading and writing, 'cause I had to work in the fields." His rusty hand rubbed across his woolly head as my questions continued with the regularity of a metronome. Nevertheless, Uncle Billy seemed always glad to answer them. I couldn't help but notice with what ease he moved about. He had the agility of a man 20 years his junior, though his face, being caverned with wrinkles, gave him the appearance of great age. "Where is your home now, Uncle Billy?" I continued. "Most any place I goes, white folks. My wife, she died about 40 years ago in Virginia, and I've been a-traveling ever since." "What do you do for a living besides fish?" I asked. "Oh," he said, "I canes a few chairs," pointing to his basket of chair canes beside him on the stringer of the wharf.
You see, white folks, when all this repression came on, and there wasn't no work for the people to do, just like all the young scalawags, I hops me a train and goes on a trip. Where do you go next, Uncle Billy? Well, I guess I might run over to New Orleans if I can catch me a freight train a-going that way. About your fixing chairs, I said. Have you ever repaired any for well-known people? Lord, white folks, I cleaned a chair once for President Buchanan, and he used it to sit on in the White House, as the main many chair for famous people as they traveled about. I guess I just keep on a-going as long as I's able. And when I goes on that last trip across the quiet river, I's going to make one for old Gabriel, so as he can rest himself in between times he blows on that horn. End of section 78. Section 79 of Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives by Various. Lewis. Interview with Uncle Lewis. Psychology of a Runaway Slave. Of course, you know that we always called the older colored men Uncle, and the older colored women Aunt. It was proper manners. Old Uncle Lewis was the oldest slave on the plantation, Uncle Toby having died. Lewis was a, quote, Guinea nigger. His ancestors had been brought from the Guinea coast of Africa. He had the characteristic marks of his tribe, being short, strong, and very black, with heavy neck, thick lips, flat nose, and eyes like those of a hog. He had great knowledge of wild plants, claimed to understand the language of birds and beasts. He prided himself on his powers as a hunter, and also claimed intimate friendship with ghosts and spooks. Being what was known as a yard servant, he had picked up much of the talk of his white masters and spoke his own version of their language. Old Lewis was what was called a, quote, runaway nigger. He would run away in the latter part of the summer once in every 2 or 3 years, and come back in time to help dig sweet potatoes. I was out in the sweet potato patch one morning when he returned. The doctor was there also. When Lewis walked up, he simply said, "Hello, Lewis. Are you well?" "Yes, sir, master." "Well, take that basket and go picking up potatoes." Not a word was said about his running away. After the hands had knocked off work and Lewis was sitting in front of his cabin, I went to him for an interview. "Uncle Lewis, what makes you run away? You don't get whipped or abused in any way?" The old slave scratched his grizzled head, puffed at his clay pipe, and pondered on the subject for some time before he replied. "Mars Davy, I does 'cause the woods seem to call to me. When the fall insects is singing in the grass, and the simmons is getting soft, and the leaves is beginning to turn, I just naturally has to go. The wild sloes, the red haws, and the crab apples is ripe. The walnuts and the hickory nuts and the beech moss dropping, and the blue smoke comes over the woods, and the woods birds and the yard birds go south with the cranes and ducks and wild geese, and the blackbirds and the crows goes in droves. It seems like all that is just calling me. Where do you go? I asked. Lawsy, Ma Davy, I never goes off the plantation. I always go to the woods back of the pasture. Old master knows where I is, and so does Henry. Don't you know that hollow that come down on the left-hand side of the branch? The first hollow you come to, not more than 200 yards in the woods? I knew it well. Don't you remember a big green oak tree growing on the right-hand side of the hollow about 100 yards up the path? Well, sir, that tree is my home. I done toted some poles and some sedge grass up there and made me a bed. But you can't see it from the ground. When I gets up there, I can see all round. I seen you and Martha Joe the last time you go fishing. I lays there all day and listened to the birds and critters talking. The chickadee told me you was coming long before I seen you. Then the jaybird caught a sight of you and he told me. Can't nobody come along without the birds telling me. They pays no mind to a horse or a dog, but when they spies a man, they speaks. I done tame a squirrel so he come see me every day. The birds and critters so is good company. I done made friends with up all but the owl and the hawk. They is just naturally bad and the other critters hates 'em. An old red-breast hawk come and lit in a dead pine tree. I seen him so plain till I knowed what he was thinking about. He was just mad clean down in his craw and was cussing everything. A little peewee bird seen him and began to fuss. A crow fly over and hear the peewee, then fly down close and take a good look at Mr. Hawk. Then he fly up and start calling the other crows. In a little while, the whole drove of crows is flying round that pine tree. Then the jaybirds come and they is calling for a fight, but the old hawk never move. Then the mockingbirds come and they stare right in and starts pecking at the hawk until he dove into the woods and gets away. And all the birds begin to talking about bugs and things. The old man was wound up for an interminable talk of his favorite theme, the talk of critters, and to change the subject I asked, Uncle Lewis, ain't you afraid of ghosts? Lord, child, I ain't feel no ghost or spook, as I see lots of both. All a ghost do is just show hisself. You never hear of one doing nothing to nobody. They is sociable and wants to be near living people. When folks get scared, it hurts the haunt's feelings and they go somewhere else. They has all the feelings they had when they were living. You wouldn't want to stay by with folks that feared you and want to run away from where you is. Last night when I was up in my nest, and my fire had died out, all except one little chunk, and the moon was shining like day, I laid down, I did. And I take a little nap of sleep. Then I wakes up sudden and looks round again. Well, sir, the north side of the hill was covered with ghosts and spooks. They was laying down, standing up, and leaning against trees, but mostly they was just sitting on the ground, all looking at me hard as they could, without batting an eye. The nearest one to me was a little white woman. She was sitting flat on the ground, holding a baby in her lap. She looked mighty pitiful, and I say, Please, missus, can I help you and your baby? I'll be pleased if you tell me. Her lips moved, but I hear no sound. Then I lay me down and drop off to sleep again. When I wakes up, the ghosts is all there, and the little white woman look like she want to say something but can't. And I say, I ain't nothing but a poor runaway nigger, but my master is a mighty kind man and he'll surely help you. But she didn't say nothing and I goes back to sleep. The next time I wakes up, The sun was rising, and I just lays there and watches the ghosts and spooks get thin and fade away like a fog. The old Negro was sitting in the twilight, taking in a low impressive monotone in a language we both understood, which I find difficulty in transcribing after all these years that intervene. A screech owl was misery flying in the family graveyard back of the quarters, a fitting obbligato to the narrative. Though creepy sensations crawled up my spine, I still had my doubts. Uncle Lewis, do you really believe you saw all that? And didn't dream it while you were curled up in your nest? I asked. The old man seemed aggrieved at my doubts as he replied, "It ain't no believing about it. I knows what I knows, and I sees what I sees. The ghost is what lives when the body is done wore out, but it don't die." "It's all imagination," I said, in defense of reason and nature, as I understood these things. "I want to ask you what does the imagining. It's your ghost that does the imagining, so you can see other ghosts and spooks." In recognition of Lewis's knowledge and powers of reasoning, my brother William wrote a diploma in Latin and presented it to him. After that he was called Dr. Lewis. I recall that it was about that time that I read a book on psychology, but later discovered that there were those on the plantation who had a better working knowledge of the subject than was taught in the book. End of section 79.
Section 80 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. Tom McAlpin. Interview with Tom McAlpin. John Morgan Smith. A whoopin' with the trimmin's. "Mornin', boss," said Uncle Tom McAlpin. "How is you this mornin'?" The old former slave spoke cordially, with a definite twinkle in his muddy eyes, though his age had passed the 80 mark. His mind was alert, his memory vivid, and his faculties of speech quite unusual. Tom McAlpin was indeed a remarkable man. There was really a sincere note of welcome in his voice as he came forward, placed a large piece of cast-iron pipe against the steps of his house, 1928 Avenue D, South Birmingham, and looked up at me, showing a mouth of straggly teeth and a warm smile. "Yes, sir," he continued, in his high-pitched voice after our salutations. "I'll be glad to serve you as best I can with my knowledge of these past years. Just you set down in that chair." He pointed to what was left of an antebellum wicker seat. "I'll set on these steps, and us'll go over the whole thing from the beginnin's. First thing I guess you wants to know is where and when I was born. Yes, sir, and who I belong to. Well, boss, I was born in Martyrsville, Alabama. That's 5 miles southwest of Talladega. I come into this old world on a sunny day in June 1844. I belong to Dr. Augustus McAlpin, and from that day to this, I has seed many things come and go, and I is aiming to see a lot more before I cross to the other side." The doctor just had a small plantation, about 100 acres, I suppose, and he didn't have but 12 slaves, 'cause there warn't no need for no more. He was busy in town a doctoring folks. He didn't have no time to do any real farming. My job around the place was to nurse the childrens, white and nigger. We all played round together. Sometimes we played coon and rabbit, fox and hound, and snatch. But what was the mostest fun was a riding old Soot. Soot was a donkey, and us used to hitch him to a wagon, and 6 of the childrens would ride in the wagon, and I'd ride on his back. Sometimes us'd ride all the way into Talladega with Soot. "Now, sir, I ain't never got no whooping but one, and it was a sure enough complete one, boss, with all the trimmings. It all happened when the master told me he better not cotch them hogs in the corn, and if he did, I was a-going to get a whooping. Well, boss, there was one big old hog that I just couldn't keep out of there, so I took a needle and sewed up his eyes. Course, I was just a little black un, and I didn't know what I was a-doing, but I sure sewed up that hog's eyelids so's he couldn't see nothing. That kept him out of the corn all right, but when the master found it out, he gave me a licking that I ain't forgot yet. Boss, that was the onlyest lesson I ever needed in my life. It done the work. Yes, sir, there was paddy rollers round our place, but they never cotched me, 'cause I was too swift for 'em. Boss, I could take hold of the horse's tail and run round the pasture and keep up with 'em. I was sure fast on my feet. Now, sir, us wa'n't never given no money for nothing, but I learned how to make baskets, and I would take 'em into Talladega on Saturday evenings and sell 'em to the white folks for 15 cents. Then when I needed something like bacon or a little piece of chocolate, I would go to the store and buy it. Lots of slaves on the other plantations weren't allowed to make any money, though. No, sir, I ain't never had no schoolin', 'ceptin' what I could get out of the little white folks' books myself. Us niggers used to tote their books to school for 'em, and on the way I would look in the book and get a little learnin'. When us niggers on the McAlpin place ate, us ate right at the same table the white folks ate at. After they finished their meal, us slaves would sit down right after 'em and eat the same kind of food. Yes, sir. Sure, I remembers the war. I remembers when the war commenced. Jeff Davis called for volunteers. Then a little later, when the South needed more men to fight, Jeff Davis officers would go through the streets and grab up the white men's and put ropes round their wrists like they was taking 'em off to jail. And all the while they was just taking 'em off to the war. They made all the white men's go. It was called a conscription. Some niggers went too. Them niggers fought right side of their masters. Some went as bodyguards, and some went as soldiers. Yes, sir, boss. I recalls the time that the Confederate soldiers, bless their souls, hid their few horses in the basement of the old Masonic Institute in Talladega, and hid their ammunition in the hollow stone pillars. General Wilson and his raiders came through there, but they never did find them Confederate supplies. Them Yankees just like to scare everybody round the place to death. They shot up the town, and them bluecoats took everything we had: cotton, sugar, flour, hams, preserves, clothes, corn, everything. Boss, everything. They even burned up some houses. But, boss, there ain't never been nobody a-fighting like our Federates done, but they ain't never had a chance. There was just too many of them bluecoats for us to lick. I seen our Federates go off laughing and gay, full of life and health. They was big and strong, a-singing Dixie, and they just knowed they was a-going to win. And, boss, I seen 'em come back skin and bone, their eyes all sad and hollow, and their clothes all ragged. Boss, they was all looking sick. The spirit they left with just been done whooped out of them, but it took them Yankees a long time to do it. Our Federates was the best fighting men that ever were. There weren't nobody like our Federates. I was in Richmond that cold day that General Lee handed his sword over to the other side, and I seen Jeff Davis when he made a speech about starting over. I seen the niggers leaving their homes and a-wandering off into the world to God knows where, a-saying goodbye to their white folks and a-trying to make their way the best they can. But, white boss, it just seemed like you let a nigger go without a boss, and he's just no good. There ain't much he can do, 'cause there ain't nobody to tell him. Yes, sir, I was sent to Richmond to bring home some of our wounded Federates. They sent me 'cause they knowed I was a-going to do my best, and 'cause they knowed I weren't afeard of nothing. That's the way I've always tried to be, white boss, like my white people what raised me. God bless 'em. End of section 80. Read by David Onley, January 1st, 2023.
Section 81 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States, from interviews with former slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Amanda Kelly. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. Ann Maddox. Interview with Ann Maddox. Preston Klein, Opelika. I shouted 3 days. Bible records place Ann Maddox's age at 113. She lives in a tiny cabin with her youngest child, Zora, about 8 miles from Opelika. She is very feeble now and had to be wheeled out on the front porch to have her picture made. Ann lives exclusively in the past. To her, the present world is full of the devil and getting worser every day. She likes to talk about the old days, but her voice is feeble and barely above a whisper. I's heard a heap of talk 'bout Mr. Abraham Lincoln, she said, and I had a picture of him once, but I don't know nothing 'bout him. Ann takes her religion seriously and is devoutly confident that she will inherit the promise. I joined the church in Gold Hill, Alabama, she recalled. And honey, I felt so good. I don't know just how I did feel. I shouted 3 days and wouldn't eat a bite. I couldn't even drink water. The old former slave was born in Virginia in 1824 and belonged to John Umford. She was later sold to Bill Maddox of Alabama. When I come from Virginia, she said, us traveled in wagons and slept in tents. Every morning, us was made to clean ourselves and dress up. Then us was put on the block and bid on. White peoples was there from everywhere. The face of the earth was covered by them. I was 13 then, and I can remember 4 wars. My mother and father was Charlie and Rhodey Heath, and I had 2 brothers and 2 sisters. Our houses was like horse stables, made of logs with mud and sticks daubed in the cracks. They had no floors. There warn't no furniture except a box for the dresser with a piece of looking glass to look in. Us had to sleep on shuck mattresses, and us cooked on big fireplaces with long hooks out over the fire to hang pots on to bile. Us fried on 3-legged skillets over the fire and cooked ash cakes on the hearth with hickory leaves on the bottom next to the hearth. 'Tain't no such good cooking now as then. 'Bout 4 o'clock in the evening, all the little niggers was called up in the big yard where the cook had put milk in a long wooden trough and crumpled ash cake in it. Us had pot liquor in the trough too. Us ate the bread and milk with shells and would use our hands, but it was good. Old master hunted a heap, but us never did get none of what he brought in. Us had plenty of clothes, sich as was, but they was spun and wove at home. Us had homemade shoes, hard brogans, called Jackson ties. They had brass caps on the toe and would rub blisters on the feet. The plantation had several hundred acres. I was up with the first light to draw water and help as house girl. When that task was done, I had to go to the field. They blew a big horn to rouse the slaves in the mornings, sometimes for a day. Master was good to us niggers, though. He never allowed us to be whooped, just scolded us. If us went anywheres, us had to be back by sundown. I once seed some slaves working roads and chains with an iron ball hanging on behind. It was punishment for meanness. Anne said the slaves on the Maddox plantation were never allowed to learn to read and write, declaring, "It was too bad if they cotched a nigger with a pencil and paper in his hand. I was made to carry master's chillins to school, then go back for 'em," she said. "Old Mistress read us the Bible, and us went to the white folks' church and sat in the back, with the white people sitting up front. Oh, them patter rollers was bad. I sure would run from them things, too." Anne's mind leaps in fast succession from one subject to another, and at times it is difficult to keep up with her intermingled thoughts. "Old master give us plenty of liquor," she said, "and us lacked that. One of the funniest things us had around the plantation was a little goat that could walk a fence just like us little niggers. When the Yankees come, Granddaddy was at prayer meeting and old master come running and told the niggers to hitch up the mules and wagons. They was told to hide all the food and jewelry, but 'bout that time us seed the Yankees coming. They didn't do us no harm. Sure did some places, though. 'Twa'n't long 'fore master called all us niggers up to the house and told us that us was free. He said us could go away or stay with him. I stayed till I was grown and married Doc Maddox. Us have 5 children, Walter, Fela, Cindy, Zora, and Johnny. I don't know how many grandchildrens I's got." End of section 81. Section 82 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Amanda Kelly. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives by Various. Mandy. Interview with Mandy. Daphne L.E. Curtis, Fairhope, Alabama. "Howdy, miss. We is sure got a purty day for the scrubbing job. Hit will dry as fast as we turns hit loose. Now, just look a yonder, if she ain't got goldfishes and everything heart could wish. Is they got airy increases? Yes'm, that's good. Maybe so you can sell some. Me got chillin'? Well, I'd is born 3 head of 'em, but they all died right now. Didn't live a minute. Then I adopted me a baby boy. A little bitty girl borned him, and she didn't want him. He was in her way. She said she'd kill him, and I didn't want her to get in no trouble, so I took in him. But shows you born, I is sorry I done that ting. That nigger's so trifling. He is going on 14 now, and he ain't no help to me at all. He only come home when he hungry, and that's plenty often. And this year husband what I is got now, he suspicions me 'bout other men's all the time, and the boy and him together keeps everything riled up mostly. 'Twill I'll be glad effen you was to say you need me to sleep on your place. Go to school? Yes'm, I sure did. I had 3 months a year for 3 years, and an extra month once that my mammy paid for. That made 10 months for me. I was the forwardest child my mammy had. When they was any reading to do, my mammy sent for me. Sis Kate can turn off more work than I can, but I can make more cotton. Once I won a contest with a man and made 480 pounds. They give me 100 pounds for doing it. Me and Taylor, he's my other husband, the one that died. We used to make bales near about every year. But this year husband what I got now, he don't do nothing but jealous me. Look like he know I didn't want no man, but just for company. And that boy I brung up, he just runs nights twell I am just plumb scared. So one night I sent for my sister's boy. She is my dead brother's wife. And miss, that rascal, he would steal my last dime, look like. Miss, he would steal the hair off in your head, could he just get a halt. So I just sent him back. I talked to him nice before I sent him. It didn't do no good, so I up and sent him. Then Miss Nellie, she that keeps the filling station, took on him, and he stole a whole ginger ale and a Coca-Cola, and she cotch him with him. No am, he didn't get 'em open. If'n he had of, he would have drunk 'em both. He would for sure. And him telling folks he married a rich widow. Huh, Mr. Court, he say, Mandy, you is getting yourself messed for sure. He did so, miss, and he done told the truth for God. He sure did. I is sure messed up with 'em both. But, miss, it was the biggest colored wedding you ever see, and me as black as I is. They was 3 tables for the white folks, and I don't know how many cakes. And Miss Bessie give me my marrying dress, and Mr. Harry, he give me $1, and him, oh yes'm, he been married before. He has got 8 head of chillin'. His first wife's bringing him up in Dallas County, and him carrying on like he is down here. I allus wanted chillin', a house plumb full of 'em, and I done lost all I could make. So now, if'n I could have had me some without 'em, I never would have had e'er a husband at all. No am. Me dance? No am. I is jined to the church. Miss Emily, she showed me some white folks dancing once, but I thought they was getting too close together. In my day, they used to swing corners. House parties? Yes'm, I has served a many of 'em. That's what breaks you down, though, day and night and day and night. Well, goodbye, miss. I sure do thank you for my dollar and my cup and everything. I is sure enjoyed my day with you. Me and you is real good friends now, ain't we? It's been just like a partying. Now I'll be getting to Sis Katie's. She will more'n likely want me to carry her lodge dues up. And miss, please you ask the bus man with your telephone. Please, sir, wait for me just a minute. End of section 82.
Section 83 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives by Various. Frank Menifee, Broomstick Weddings. Frank Menifee of Opelika is 84 years old and still healthy. He says, "Kids was brought up right in dem days, but don't have no sich now, 'case de switch was one of de best medicines ever made." He was born in Loachapoka, Alabama. His mother and father were Susan and Monroe Menifee. They had 6 other children, Patsy, Sally, Lula, Mary, Melvina, and Fillmore. Susan Menifee came from Jefferson County and Monroe from Gold Hill, Alabama, and belonged to Willis Menifee near Roberson's Mill. My mother's father and mother was Milton and Patsy Footman, what came from Meridian, Mississippi, and they paid $3,500 for dem, Frank boasts. I's never seed inside a jail, never paid a nickel in council, ain't never gwine to steal nothin' what don't belong to me, and ain't never used a cuss word in my life. I always tried to do what was right, and I plowed every day as could. Us cooked on dem great big fireplaces, 'bout 6 feet wide and 2 and 3 feet deep, with pots and kittles hanging over hickory and oak fires. Nobody better not spit in dat fireplace neither. So never was better eating collars than dem. All the children had a tin plate and a tin cup with buttermilk in it. I was what they call a shirt-tail fellow, had long shirt dresses of Ozenburg dyed with red mud and cinnamon bark. In winter they doubled the Ozenburg to be warmer. My daddy was a shoemaker. He made them outer cowhides, and even left the hair on them sometimes. The other times he cleaned 'em in the washpot to get the hair offen 'em. Us had good marser and misters, ifen you worked and behaved yourself. They was Marser Willis and Miss Hannah Menifee. They just had 2 children, Willis and Willie. Willie weighed 200 pounds when he was very young, too. The big house stood in an oak grove with one big oak tree right by it. Mr. Sadler, the overseer, was good, too, but you sure had to work. He's got a great-grandson, Sam Sadler, living now in Waverly, Alabama. The poor white peoples round there used to help us work. I disremembers our carriage driver's name, but us had one that drove mistus about, and they carriage house was close to the big house. Marser had 700 or 800 acres in the plantation, and I just don't know the number of slaves he did have. They got us up by daylight, and full. Blowed a cockle shell to get us niggers up. Ifen you didn't work, they tended to you. They slashed one nigger, and he died next week. Us plowed 12 dark and lots of times all night, with a lantern tied to front and back of the plows. We was picking cotton all night long, too, be ready to take that wagon to the gin by 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes they would put the slaves in chains. When they worked clearing up new ground, they had chains put round their ankles. On Sunday morning, Mistus would try to teach us niggers the Bible. Then us would go to church at White Church, and sit in the back with white folks in front. The preacher was Reverend Frank Hughley. That Sunday morning breakfast sure was good to us niggers. Us had meat, sugar, lard, and butter. I used to love to hear them sing. When my soul be resting in the presence of my Lord, I'll be satisfied. I was baptized at 11 o'clock by Dave Hill, and I sure got happy. I shouted and sung. I's never drunk no whiskey in my life. When any of the niggers would pass on, old Mistus would stand over the casket and weep. Us would pull off our hats, and Marser was nice as he could be, too. It was a homemade box dyed black. Mistus, she would see to the fixin' of the shroud. The patroller sure would get you, and that's one thing made you stick to your work. On Saturday nights, us would frolic and dance all night long, ifen you wanted to. Buck dance, 16-hand reel, and cakewalk. They would blow reed quills and have all the liquor they wanted. Mistus, they ain't just now drinking liquor. Oh, dem corn shuckins! Shuck corn, drink and holler all night long. Sometimes they'd sing, "Dark cloud a-risin', gwine to rain. Nothing but a black gal coming down the lane. Nigger stole a pumpkin and started outer town. Nigger heerd it thunder, Lord, and throwed that pumpkin down." Mistus, I don't want to tell you no more dat. When us niggers married, they didn't have no preacher. We just jumped over the broom and went on and lived together. Ifen a gal went wrong, they beat her nearly to death. Ifen you moved to place where you married, the other massa had to buy you. The little niggers had big times. We used to play "Green willow the willow tree, you swing my gal and I swing yourn. Green growed the willow tree." They used to skeer us up, niggers, 'bout raw head and bloody bones. Gwine to catch us, dat was so skeerin' ifen us didn't mind 'em, but I ain't never seed nor believed in ghostes. Us didn't get sick much, 'cause we didn't have no trash to eat, and Mistus give us ebony of yarbs, and us wore sacks of yarbs round our necks, too. The Yankees did plenty of harm. Massa shot one of dem, and they took off our cabin wagons. When us was freed, they singed, "I's gwine back to Dixie, no more heart to wander, never see my master no more." Marser called us all up and told us we was just free as him. He gives us all a suit of clothes, some money, a mule, a cow, wagon, hog, and a little corn to start off on. Us moved to Dr. Lawrence Smith's near Lafayette, Alabama. Later years I made Jane Drake at the cafe in Opelika, Alabama, and by the judge at 12 o'clock. She died, then I made Phoebe Ethan Drake. Some says the church can't save you, but I sure feel safer in it, and I jined 'cause I want to be better than I was and try to be saved. End of section 83. Section 84 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives by Various. Isaam Morgan. Interview with Isaam Morgan, Mary A. Poole, Mobile, Alabama. Mistis, I was born in 1853, according to old Miss's Bible, near Lott's Landing on the Alabama River. It was Isaam Morgan who spoke from his porch at 1657 Sligo Street, Mobile, Alabama. I made a special trip back dar a few months back to the old place, and Mister's daughter looked it up for me, 'case I done had forgot. Mr. James Morgan was my massa, and his wife, Miss Delia, was my mistus. My mammy's name was Ann Morgan, and as for my pappy, I done forgotten his'n. I was raised right dar in de white folks' house, and I had my own special place to sleep. I was de house boy, and when I growed older I drive mistus around in de carriage. Us niggers lived in sure enough style. Us had our regular quarters, where us lived in white log cabins chinked with mud, and the slaves had built-in beds and a big open fireplace where they cooked. Us had plenty something to eat. All us had to do was to ask for it, and the massa done the rest. Our rations was gib out to us every Saturday. Some of the best food us ever had was possum and taters. Used to go out at night with a big sack and a pack of hounds, and 'twa'n't long before we done treat a possum. After we done treat him, the dogs would stand round the tree trunk and bark. If'n the tree was small, us could shake him out. If'n it was big, one of the niggers had to climb up it and get old Mr. Possum himself. Funny things about possums, miss. The bigger they is, seem like the littler the tree they picks to go up. It is sure enough fun, though, to go a-trailin' through the woods arter a possum or coon. The coon'll give you the best chase, but he ain't no good eatin' like the possum. I seen a coon one time, when he was cornered, bite the tip of a hound's nose off. Massa Maugan sold wood to the steamboats, and us slaves had to cut the wood and split it up into smaller pieces. Any time a slave worked overtime, or cut more wood than he's supposed to, massa pay him money for it, 'cause whenever one of us slaves seen somepin we like, we did just like the white folks does now, us bought it. Massa never whupped none of his slaves. He just told us what to do, and if we didn't do it, he'd call us to him, and he would say in his Sota way, "Nigger, how many more times is I gotta tell you to do like you told?" That's all he would say, and believe me, mistus, he had a way of looking at you that made you jump. When he bought a new slave that wasn't used to doing what he was told, 'twarn't long before massa had him in line. No'm, none of our slaves ever tried to run away. They all knowed they was well off. We didn't have no overseer but once. He was a mean un, too. He tried to fight and whup us slaves, and one night 6 big nigger men jumped on him and scared him most to death. Arter dat, the massa wouldn't never have no more overseers. He tended to dat business hisself. What we do arter we finish work? Go to bed. That was the onlyest place we was fittin' for. Us was so tired us wouldn't lie down 2 minutes 'fore us was asleep. On some moonlight nights us was allowed to pick the cotton, then us'd get a little rest the next day. Massa and his family used brass lamps and candles for light, and a few of us slaves had brass lamps too, but most of the niggers used torchlights. Some of the plantations had a calaboose where they put the slaves that wouldn't behave. This calaboose was built of logs, fastened together with stout ropes and sunk into the ground. But Massa didn't need no calaboose to make us niggers behave. Yes'm, us had remedies for ailments. We used wild horehound tea for the chills and fever, and sweet gum turpentine and mutton suet. They wa'n't all good uns too, but shucks, warn't nothing much ever the matter with us niggers. Yes'm, we used rock and cotton to start the fires on the plantation, and Massa had a flintlock rifle too. The slaves had their own special graveyard, and used to make the coffins rot on the place thar. When someone died, he was taken in an ox cart to the grave, with all the slaves a walking along behind the cart singing the spirituals. Our clothes was made mostly out in Ossenburg, wove on the plantation. We had wool clothes for the winter time that was carded on the place. We had shoes made by our own cobbler, and tanned on the plantation. We called these brogans. After the surrender, the Yankees camped near our place and bought eggs from us. They offered me a hoss if I would go north with them, but I just couldn't leave the massa, even though I did wanted that hoss mighty bad. I was 21 years old when Massa came to me one day and say, "Isaam, you is a grown man now. You has got to boss your own business. It's up to you to find work. I can't keep you no longer. Good luck, Isaam. You has been a good nigger, and you is going to make somebody a good worker." After I left Massa, I worked at different jobs, such as loader, roustabout on different steamboats, and cotton picker. I worked on the May Boyd, Lula Dee, and the Gardner. One of the old songs sang on the boats went something like this: "The John T. Moore, the Lula Dee, and all them boats is mine. If you can't ship on the Lula Dee, you ain't no man of mine." I've been married 3 times, mistus, and law, child, I done forgot the name of my first wife. I guess she's still living somewhere, 'cause she was too mean to die. My second wife was named Dora, and she is dead. I got a wife now named Lily. She pretty good. Yes, ma'am, you can take my picture, but let me get my hat, 'cause I ain't got no hair on my head, and I looks better with a hat. I's got to be fixed up stylish. End of section 84.
Section 85 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by J. E. Holt. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives by Various. Tony Morgan. From Record of a Conversation in 1884, Francois L. Dr., Mobile, Alabama. A Slave Interviews a Slave. George Washington extolling the virtues of a plain, homespun suit. Granite-jawed Andrew Jackson defying the British at Pensacola. Horror and massacre at Alabama's old Fort Mims. Savages skulking near the fort, their bronzed bodies glistening in the hot August sunlight. These were among memories of parchment-skinned Uncle Tony Morgan, who was interviewed on October 1, 1884, by Jim Thomas, another slave, and a record of the conversation held in the files of a family in Old Mobile, Alabama. Uncle Tony was 105 years old then. The story is told by Thomas, former slave of the DR family. Uncle Tony was the slave of Mobile Judge H. Toolman, grandfather of the later Judge H.T. Toolman, who was appointed a judge by President Jefferson. According to Jim Thomas, Uncle Tony told him, "Did I know General Andrew Jackson? Lord bless you, honey. Why, I knowed him and remember General George Washington afore him." Uncle Tony explained that he accompanied General Jackson when the war-loving Tennessean marched from Mobile against Pensacola in 1814. He said he was serving as a wagoner, and remembered distinctly that the British surrendered on November 6. He recalled that, during the battle, Jackson was standing talking with a group of officers when an enemy shell exploded near him. "Move away, General," the old Negro quoted one of the officers as saying. "They'll kill you." And Jackson replied in a characteristic manner, "Damn 'em, I'll have 'em all in hell tomorrow." Concerning George Washington, Uncle Tony told Jim Thomas that the great American leader visited the town of Frankfort, Kentucky, and while there made an address. He wore a homespun suit, which he pointed out as an example of what people might do in utilizing their products. Frankfort was highly excited when Washington arrived in the city, and Uncle Tony told of a tiny urchin exclaiming with bitter disappointment in his voice, "Why, Pa, he ain't nothing but a man." Uncle Tony's memory of what occurred at Fort Mims was vivid, according to Jim Thomas. The older slave related that he was one of many Negroes in the fort at the time. He said the defenders had been sleeping off a night of dissipation the morning William Weatherford's warriors attacked. Men, women, and children were butchered in the ensuing slaughter, and the buildings were fired. The massacre continued until noon, Uncle Tony said, when the Indians retreated with scalps and several Negro prisoners to their camping site, called the Holy Ground. Here, the half-starved Negroes lived in constant dread that they would be butchered by the war-inflamed Creeks. Uncle Tony also recalled carrying the mail from Fort Stoddart in Alabama through the state and Mississippi. On several occasions he barely escaped being scalped by Indians, he said. The old Negro related further that his father was a wagoner under Cornwallis when that general surrendered to Washington at Yorktown. Concerning his age and birthplace, Uncle Tony told Thomas he was born in Danville, Kentucky, around 1779. He went to Mobile in 1805 with Judge Toolman. At the time of the interview, the old slave was extremely feeble and lame, and walked with the aid of a cane. His skin was dried and wrinkled, and cataracts on his eyes had totally deprived him of his sight. Despite these handicaps, however, Thomas said the old man's mind was exceptionally clear, and his recollection of events occurring almost a century before were remarkable. End of section 85.
Section 86 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. Mose, told by Edith Tatum, Greenville, Alabama. Mildred Scott Taylor, Georgiana, Alabama. Uncle Mose, a true story. The early spring sunshine sifted through the honeysuckle vines clustering around the cabin door, and made a network of dancing light upon the floor. A little Negro boy sat on the steps, gazing silently up the dusty road, and idly listening to the insistent buzzing of insects hovering about the honeysuckle blooms. "Don't you see nothing of her yet, Jerry?" came in a querulous voice from a bed in a corner of the cabin. "Nah, Unc' Mose, she ain't in sight yet, but it's most time for her." "It 'pear like this misery is getting worse all the time," the voice went on. "Miss Sally say dat limmerment goin' to help it," essayed Jerry consolingly. "It don't do no good, 'ceppin' just whilst Aunt Judy is rubbin'. The rubbin' does more good than the limmerment." "There she is right now," exclaimed Jerry presently. "Praise the Lord, for the old man sure is hungry and got the misery from his head to his heels. There's another lady with Miss Sally, sorter looks like her gal. Must be some of her old master's granddaughters comin' a visit. Why don't you come and set some chairs out and dust 'em and straighten this quilt stead of your sitting there like a black patch on the sunshine? Don't you know how to act when the quality is comin'? By the time the chairs had been arranged to his notion, the visitors were at the door. "Good morning, Uncle Mose," said the older woman brightly, as she put a covered basket down on the table by the bed. She had a strong, sweet face and smooth white hair, and the gracious dignity of a queen. "I hope you rested well last night, and are feeling very much better. I have brought someone to see you. Now guess who she is." And she placed the girl where the sunshine fell across her face. Uncle Mose turned his head on the pillow and gazed eagerly at his visitor. Then his old black face wrinkled into a smile. "Lord, honey, you sure must be one of Miss Eddard's daughters, from the favor." "You're right, Uncle Mose. It's Miss Caroline." "I'm so sorry to find you in bed, Uncle Mose," said the girl, coming closer, while Miss Sally began taking an appetizing breakfast from the basket and putting it on the table. "Father told me not to come home without seeing Uncle Mose. He talks of you so often." The old man beamed with pleasure. "Didn't Mr. Edders done forgive me for not choosing him that time?" he said with a chuckle. "Did you ever hear about that time I chose my massa? Now, Uncle Mose, none of your reminiscence until Jerry has given you your breakfast. Then I know that Caroline will be delighted to hear all about it." And Miss Sally smiled indulgently. "Here, Caroline, put these flowers in water where Uncle Mose can see them, while I measure some medicine for him." "That sure was a good breakfast, Miss Sally," said the old negro with a sigh of content, as Jerry gave him the last bit of waffle. "Old Aunt Jency always was a good cook, and her ma before her. Couldn't nobody beat Aunt Lucy cooking in them days. Ginger cakes? She made the best ginger cakes. Miss Sally, you remember that time old master gave me and Mas Walter whole silver dollar, and we walked 2 miles to Mas Walter's store and spent every bit of it for ginger cakes? A whole $1's worth of ginger cakes, and Aunt Lucy right there at home air cooking the best ones in the country. Mas Walter sure was a sight." And Mose lay looking with dim eyes into a happy, long-vanished past. "Now tell me about when you chose your master," said Caroline, drawing a chair closer to the bed. "Oh, that time. I remembers that morning just like it was yesterday. It was in the springtime like this, and old Mose was a little black rascal like Jerry there. I was playing round the cabin, though, and here come Jim, the cage driver, and say old master wanted me right away. I sure was scared, but I couldn't think of no meanness I had done, so I just held up my head and marched up the road to the big house. And there I found old master standing on the steps, and in a row on the porch was Massa Edward, and Massa Ted, and Massa Wart, and Massa Tom. "Come here, Mose," say old master in that big way of his'n. "Come here and choose your master. I'm going to give you to the one you picks out." I gained at Massa Edward. He was older than me and sort of serious-like, so I passed him by. I looked at Massa Ted a long time, sort of hesitating, but then I just chanced to look at Massa Wart, and them blue eyes of his and was fairly dancing with something sort of like Old Nick, and I say to myself, "That's the master for Mose." So I say out loud, "I chooses Massa Wart, and bless your heart, honey, I ain't never been sorry a minute since." But the rest of old master's boys never did forgive Mose for that, and he chuckled at the remembrance. Caroline laughed. "Thank you, Uncle Mose. I've enjoyed hearing about it. I must go see Mammy now. Next time I come, I hope you will be better. The old man ain't had his foot to the floor in 5 weeks this coming Saturday, Miss Caroline. Goodbye, Miss Caroline, honey. Come again. And now, Jerry, you run tell Aunt Judy to come up at once and rub Uncle Mose's ankles," said Miss Sally as Caroline left the cabin. "I'll warm this liniment and have it all ready." She stopped before the open fireplace and raked up the embers into a little blazing fire, and putting the saucer of turpentine on the floor at some distance, She stood up and turned toward the bed. Just then a spark from the fire fell into the saucer, and the turpentine blazed up. Miss Sally, startled, sprang back, but in so doing, her light cotton morning gown came in contact with the blazing turpentine and was quickly ignited. She caught up her skirts and tried to put it out with her hands, but could not. For several seconds, Miss Sally stood face to face with an awful death. "My God Almighty!" cried Uncle Mose, and with the agility of youth and health he sprang from the bed, dragging a blanket with him, and throwing it around her, wrapped it close, extinguishing the flames just as Aunt Judy and Jerry appeared in the door. "The Lord in heaven!" cried Fat Judy, her swift glance taking in Miss Sally's white face, burned garments, and helpless hands, and Uncle Mose tottering back to his bed. "Poor lamb, now just look at dem hands. Let me tie 'em up in wet sody this minute. You sure most got burned up, honey." "I would have, but for Uncle Mose," said Miss Sally faintly, as she sank into a chair. Aunt Judy turned stormy eyes upon the poor groaning old man. "I'd like to know how come Unc Mose just found out he can walk," she inquired belligerently. "I 'lowed some time ago that Mose was possuming. I sure ain't going to waste more elbow grease on that old hypocrite." "Hush, Judy," said her mistress sternly. "Uncle Mose is no hypocrite. He has inflammatory rheumatism. It was a miracle," she said reverently. "That's it," exclaimed Mose eagerly. "A miracle. It was the Lord Almighty let Mose get up dead. For how you reckon I'd ever face Massa Walker again if I had to tell him I'd just lay into bed and let my little mistress burn up? Mose done promised Massa Walker take care of Miss Sally, and old man done the best he could." End of section 86. Read by David Onley, Portland, Oregon, April 1st, 2023.
Section 87 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Florence Short. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives by Various. Sally Murphy. Interview with Sally Murphy. Preston Klein, Lee County, Alabama. Slavery was all right in its place. When I was looking for Sally Murphy, I went into a clean 4-room cabin and found a small, neat Negro woman. "Are you Sally Murphy?" I asked. "I'm sure is, honey. And who is you?" "Lordy, child, you knows I know Mr. Pompey, my father." She laughed. "I'll tell you anything I knows. I was just about 10 years come slavery done. I was born down on de Clayton place at Smith's Corners. My pappy, he come from South Carolina. His pappy was sold. He name was Caleb, and my mammy was Hannah Clayton. There was 8 of us chillens: Fred, Silas, Caleb, Mary, Dolphus, Dora, Lula, and me. Us all lived down in the quarters, which was 5 log houses, daubed with mud. Dem logs was big ones, hand-hewed, and the fireplaces was big, too. Us went to fields early in the morning and picked us a mess of young hickory and oak leaves to scald and cook in the pot with meat. They made good greens, and us had poke salad, too, made from the leaves of the pokeberry. When they dried the fruit, us would cook our kind of fruit cake. I don't recollect what went in it. There was plenty, though. Mistus had the fruit dried on tins in the yard, and at 12 o'clock every day all hands went to the house and turned the fruit. Our beds were homemade, scaffold bedsteads with ropes wove across the top what could tighten up. Sometimes us had home-wove bedspreads on the beds most every day, but in generally that was for Sunday only. Our men folks used to hunt possums and wild turkeys, but they didn't mess round none with rabbits. They didn't waste time on fishing either. Every morning in May, Mistis would call us little niggers to the house, and every other morning give us oil and turpentine. We made our own cloth for clothes. Our mammies wove us long drawers outen cotton. They bought wool and flannelette to make us pantalettes. Us wore homemade homespun dresses. Some of it was dyed and some checked. Us had shoes regular in winter. Old Master Joe and Miss Rosa Clayton was good as gold. They had Sarah, Jane, Henry, and Joe. They lived in a big 2-story house with 6 rooms to it and had a brick kitchen off from the house out in the yard. Old Master had a big plantation, and his 2 aunties lived there too. They was Miss Easter and Miss Charlotte. The slave women folks what had shillings was allowed to go home half-hour by the sun to wash every day, and every Sunday morning all the little shillings had to be washed and carried to the big house for the mistis to inspect 'em. Us mostly stayed at home and didn't go about none. And if'n us went to Mount Jefferson Church, us had to have a pass or the patty rollers would sure get you. I did think that hark from the tomb in doleful sound, how careful, then ought I to live, with what religious fear, was the prettiest thing, and I sure did love to hear them sing it. I never seed the baptizing, 'cause I used to go to the Episcopal church with mistis, and open gates and hold the hosses. I sot in the foot of her carriage. Christmas Day they give us provisions and a shillin' some trash, meaning toys. They sure had good times on moonlight nights at the corn shuckins. They would haul the corn from the fields and put it in the big ring, and as they shucked they would throw it in ring and then into the crib. Sometimes there was so much corn it would stay on the ground twill it rotted. Mr. Dickie Williams' mother, Miss Emily, married while us were there, and my grandma cooked the cake. My daddy made the cake stand. It had 3 tiers, each one full of little cakes with a big cake on top. It sure was pretty. They let the little niggers have all the fun they wanted. Us played jump rope and swung in the grapevine swings mostly. Then us had rag dolls. When any of us got sick, we was give horehound tea and rock candy. Sometimes, if'n they wasn't looking and us got a chance, us spit it out. They got the doctor if'n us needed it. One of our masters was killed in the war and brought home and buried. He was Mr. Joe. All the silver was hid out during the war, but the soldiers never did come to our house. One day my daddy says, "Hannah, Marster said us is free now to do what we want to do." But us stayed on 2 years more. In a few years I married Milton Hurd and had a calico wedding dress, and Judge Reed married us in Opelika in the old plant courthouse. I didn't have no shillings, and I live now with my niece, Sally Thomas. I don't know what I think 'bout Abraham Lincoln. I don't know nothing 'bout him. Slavery was all right in its place, I guess, 'cause some needed it to make 'em work. Folks get so sinful, I thought I was safest in the church. I believe God intended for us all to be religious. End of section 87.
Section 88 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rebecca Eden Walker. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives by Various. Hattie Ann Nettles. Interview with Hattie Ann Nettles, Preston Klein, Opelika, Alabama. Drums beating and fifes blowing. They was sad times, honey. All the people was going to war, with the drums beating all around and the fifes blowing. Hattie Ann Nettles looks younger than her 80 years, but she remembers climbing a fence to watch gray-clad soldiers of the Confederacy marching toward the front. She also remembers a few details about slavery, although she was only a child at the time. Hattie was born in Tallapoosa, Georgia. Her father and mother were Archie and Matilda Benson. She had 8 brothers and sisters: Charlie, George, Abraham, Moses, Lucinda, Mandy, Margaret, and Queenie. Us had corded beds in them times, she said, and they was screwed in the corners to tighten 'em. Our cooking was simple, too. Us used a griddle hoe to cook on the big fireplaces. Our dresses was homespun cloth dyed with indigo. And us didn't have very many clothes, but us kept plenty warm in the winter, and in the hot summers us didn't need more'n a thin little old dress. Hattie called her master a good Christian-hearted man who did the best he could for the niggers. I members, she said, that all the chillens was good, too, 'ceptin' 2 of the boys. They was bad uns for sure, and was arguing and fighting all the time. Honey, old massa surely did like to sing, and he was pretty good at that. I members that he used to get out in the back and sing to the top of his voice, "I's a-goin' home to die no more." What I members most, though, was the quiltin's and spinning frolics that the women folks had. Then on Saturday nights there was Saturday night suppers and dances. All the peoples surely did cut the high steps at the dances. Hattie beams as the trend of conversation turns to Christmas on Southern plantations. "That was a time," she exclaimed. "Us had to go to morning prayer, but after that we went back to the cabins, dressed in our Sunday best, and went up to the big house for some foolishness, and it was surely real foolishness, too. When I was growed up, I married Bill Lockhart, and us had 15 children and 8 grandchildren. In the old days, niggers axed the white master for the bride, and no license was needed. If'n they left the plantation, the other white master bought 'em so the girl could go with her man. Our old master was as good as he could be, like I done told you. He looked after the slaves when they got sick and sent for the doctor. In them days, they would draw blood. They would draw almost a quart from the body, and you usually got well, too." Hattie recalled one night of terror on the plantation when the Ku Klux Klan raided a prayer meeting where a large number of Negroes had congregated. "The Klansmen beat up lots of them," she said. "If a nigger didn't behave, they'd nigh about kill him." Hattie lives in Opelika with a daughter. Flowers dot her clean yard, and her old days are full of happiness. End of section 88.
Section 89 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. W. E. Northcross. Autobiography of Rev. W. E. Northcross, 1897. Levi D. Shelby, Jr., colored. Tuscumbia, Alabama. Chapter 1. How Reared. I was born a slave in 1840 in Colbert County, Alabama. Education was denied me, hence I grew up in ignorance. My mother and father were carried from me when I was only 9 years old, but as soon as chance presented itself, I ran away and went to them. My white people brought me back, and as they were not cruel to their slaves, they did not buck me. I stayed with them until I was 15 summers old. During this time my mistress made all the children, both girls and boys, come to her every Sunday, and she taught Sunday school. The book used was the old-fashioned catechism. Jesus, keep me near the cross. There's a precious fountain, free to all, a healing stream flows from Calvary's mountain. It was against the law for them to learn to read and write, so she taught them the Lord's Prayer and a few other things in the book. She said that she wanted them to know how to pray, how to tell the truth and not to steal, and always try to do right in the sight of everybody and in the sight of God. With these influences, I confessed a hope in Christ at the age of 13 years. I am a soldier of the cross, a follower of the Lamb, and shall I fear to own his cause, or blush to speak his name? When she did not teach herself, she had an adopted girl do the same. Finally, the adopted girl married and moved to the farm where I was born, the farm from which I ran away. About this time I was 20 years old. I felt that there was something for me to do. I began to lead prayer meetings. Still, I felt that there was more for me to do. Chapter 2. Entering the Ministry. I felt sure that I was called to preach, though unlearned and ignorant. I trembled at the thought of preaching the gospel, but something seemed to push me forward in that direction. So I asked the people to let me preach. This request was granted. The people at that time had no place or house of worship. I began to fast and pray night and day. Being unlearned and ignorant, Acts 4:13, my heart silently murmured, bread of heaven, feed me till I want no more. This was the only school I attended, both day and night. At this time I did not know A from B, but I met a man who could read a little. This man liked me and promised to teach me how to read, provided I would keep it a secret. This I gladly promised to do. I am weak, thou art mighty. Hold me with thy powerful hand. I secured a blue-black speller and went out on the mountain every Sunday to meet this gentleman to be taught. I would stay on the mountain all day Sunday without food. I continued this way for a year and succeeded well. I hired my own time, and with my blue-black speller went to the mountain to have this man teach me. The mountain was the great school which I attended. I went from there to the blacksmith shop to work. From that place I was captured by the Yankees and carried to war. As I was crippled, I was allowed to remain in the commissary department for about 6 months. While we were at Camp Athens, Alabama, General Forrest came upon us and defeated, captured, and killed until they were almost literally wiped out of existence. I had been kind to some little white children, by which I had won their love, and of course the love of their parents, and stayed with them 3 days during the battle. I came to a river and turned aside to a farm from which all the people had gone to save themselves from the war. I got a man to help me reach an island, where I worked 3 days without anything to eat except grapes and muscadines. I preferred to die on the island than to be killed by the soldiers. Therefore, in time of danger, I rushed to this house, and the good people hid me and changed my clothes. Hence, when I was found, I was taken for one of the gentleman's slaves. When I was permitted by the man to try to return to LaGrange, and had gone some distance, I was caught by deserters from the Southern army, who voted to shoot me. They bound me and kept me overnight, intending to do away with me the next day. It was a lonely desert on the Tennessee River. I could not sleep, So all night I prayed to God, and the wives of the men prayed to God for the poor nigger, and also prayed to their cruel husbands. Their prayers prevailed, and I was robbed and let go. I had vowed not to reveal their whereabouts. I left, loving God, and believing in His providence as I had never believed before. Earth has no sorrow that heaven cannot heal. I went home and got another spelling book, although it was not allowed. Some of my own people told my master that I had a book trying to read. He sent for me to come to the house. I obeyed, though I dreaded to meet him, not knowing what the consequence would be. But his heart had been touched by divine power, and he simply told me that he heard that I had a book, and if I was caught with it I would be hung. So I thanked him and departed. Notwithstanding my master's counsel, I thirsted for knowledge, and got some old boards and carried them to my house to make a light by which I could see how to read. I would shut the doors, put one end of the board into the fire, and proceed to study. But whenever I heard the dogs barking, I would throw my book under the bed and peep and listen to see what was up. If no one was near, I would crawl under the bed, get my book, come out, lie flat on my stomach, and proceed to study until the dogs would again disturb me. I did this for many nights. I continued in this way to try to learn to spell and read as best I could. Blessed are they who hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be filled. I, like the Ethiopian, wanted a guide. I moved to Mrs. McReynolds. God bless her! She gave me a lesson every night for a period of 4 years. Then I went to my old master's brother, whose wife helped me every night as long as I would go to her for help. Reverend Shackelford, White, greatly aided me for a period of 3 years. Boys and girls, grasp these golden opportunities which are now extended you from the schoolroom. Unlearned and ignorant as I was, I came along that way until the present time. My readers have better chances than I had, so I hope that they will make good use of their time and make my heart feel glad to see them setting their marks high and preparing themselves for the great beyond where all must go. Thither all nations will be called before the mighty judgment seat of the ruler of the universe to give an account for the deeds done in this world. My prayer for the reader is that they may make strong, useful, wise, and Christian men and women, and at the end of time meet their God in peace. Chapter 3. My Work. I will endeavor in this chapter to tell something about my works and whereabouts. I was ordained to the gospel ministry in 1867 by Reverend Mr. Slater, White, and Reverend Henry Bynum. Reverend Stevens Coleman and Reverend Henry Bynum, aided by Dr. Joseph Shackelford, White, laid down the foundation stones of the colored Baptist churches in Morgan, Franklin, Colbert, Lauderdale, and Lawrence counties, Alabama. I am now pastor of the First Baptist Church at Tuscumbia, Alabama, which is the best Negro edifice in North Alabama. This church was organized 35 years ago by me with 75 members, but it now had a membership of 900. I have pastored it for these many years. This church is an excellent brick edifice. A few other brethren and myself organized the Muscle Shoals Baptist Association, one of the oldest and largest associations in Alabama. I have been moderator for 4 years and its treasurer for 6 years. I built the church at Russellville, Alabama, and pastored it for 4 years, and then ordained Brother P. Jones and recommended him as pastor. I built the Barton Church and pastored it for a period of 15 years, after which I recommended Reverend James Hampton there as pastor. I pastored the Cherokee Church 5 years, ordained Brother Dennis Jackson, and recommended him there as pastor. I pastored Liberty Baptist Church for 3 years, ordained Brother Alex Brown, and recommended him there as pastor. I served Iuka, Mississippi for 5 years, and then recommended a brother from the West who belonged to the Mount Olive Association to it. I built up the Sheffield Church, pastored it 3 years, and then recommended Brother G.B. Johnson there as shepherd. I also built up Mount Moriah Church at Prides, Alabama. I frequently uttered these words: "Where Jesus leads me, I will follow, and his footsteps I'll pursue." I organized St. Paul Church, Colbert County, and pastored it for 2 years. Reverend E.C. White, who is now assistant moderator of the Muscle Shoals Association, was ordained by me. I have ordained more than 20 preachers to the gospel ministry, baptized 6,000 persons, united in marriage 5,000 couples, and buried about 7,000 persons. I have been faithful to every charge. Hark the voice of Jesus calling, who will and work today? Fields are white and harvest waiting, who will bear the sheaves away? I have never left the old landmark. Not in one of the churches which I have pastored has brought a charge against me. The deepest secrets of our hearts shall shortly be made known. I have been married 3 times, and have known no woman but my wife, though unlearned and ignorant. I have never had but one fuss with my wife. I told her at one time to hush, and she failed to do so. Then I slapped her, after which I went to the Lord in prayer and asked to be forgiven. I regret very much indeed to inform the world in print that I have been drunk from intoxicating liquors twice, which was before I professed religion. Notwithstanding, I have ever held up temperance, and aimed to keep it high until Shiloh come to gather up his jewels. The following recommendation will show what the best people of Tuscumbia think of me. Tuscumbia, Alabama, March 13th, 1897. To whom it may concern. We take pleasure in stating that we have known the bearer of this letter, Reverend Wilson Northcross, for a number of years, and that he is a conscientious, intelligent colored man of good character. He has been pastor of the Missionary Baptist Church of this place since the war, having been instrumental in building the church, and always has made a good citizen. We believe him in every way worthy of the respect and confidence of his people. Fox Deloney, Judge of Probate. James H. Simpson, Circuit Clerk. Charles A. Simpson, Deputy Clerk. W. H. Sawtell, Max Ludeman. The following resolution was adopted by the church which I pastored 30 years. Resolved that Reverend W. E. Northcross, our pastor, is a good, moral, Christian man. He has been our pastor for 30 years, and we can truthfully say that he teaches in all things by example as well as by precept. Tuscumbia Missionary Baptist Church. The history of this church has undergone many changes, but they all worked for its betterment. At the close of the Civil War, the few members went from brush arbor to brush arbor for 3 years. Then they held services in gin houses and under shelters for 2 years and 6 months. Then, as the church was growing rapidly, they thought best to draw out by lot and build to themselves. So they bought a lot for what they paid, $50, and erected a $500 building thereon in which to worship the Lord. So the church continued to grow until it now has a membership of 900, a splendid brick edifice worth about $6,000, and a thriving congregation. The church has never had but one pastor, and I have been as faithful as a clock. Through me, Reverend W. E. Northcross, the church was built, and I have ever since held high the Baptist doctrine throughout North Alabama. End of section 89.
Section 90 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. Wade Owens. Interview with Wade Owens, Preston Klein, Opelika, Alabama. Wade Owens heard Abe Lincoln speak. The Reverend Wade Owens of Opelika was born in Luchapoka, Alabama, in 1863 and just missed slavery. But he has heard his homefolk talk so much about freeing the Negroes, he feels as if he was grown then. His mother and father, Wade and Hannah Owens, came from Virginia and moved into Jinks quarters on the Barry Owens place. They had several children, Wade, Nettie, Chance, Anderson, and Iowa. Wade used to help drive up the cows. This cabin was of logs, mud, and sticks, with leaf and mud chimneys and slab floors. The beds fitted into the wall with plank sides, 2 posts with planks nailed on top, resembling tables. A box served as a dresser. All ash cakes were cooked on poplar and chestnut leaves when they roasted taters, Wade says. Us chillun used to go early in the morning and lick the honey offen the leaves for sweets then. Us didn't wear nothing but our long shirts, and us had homemade hats and brogans, hard as bricks with brass caps on the toes. I thought they was the prettiest thing I ever seed. Massa Barry and Miss Fanny Owens was good to us niggers. My daddy was the carriage driver for Miss Fanny, but take care of that man Ben Bodie, the overseer. He was the meanest man God ever put life in. He wouldn't let us have no fire, matter not how cold. Us had to work just the same, or the nigger hounds would sure get you. If it not dog-caught, they would beat you to death nearly. He was so mean, Massa ran him off. They blew the rising horn, and us worked from daylight till dark, or from can to cant. Massa had a pretty 2-story log house, big columns and big porch. He had about 200 or 300 acres and worked about 300 slaves. Us had a jail and locked runaways in it. Brother Lockhart used to preach to us niggers in the white church at Lebanon, and us walked to it. My daddy was sold for $160. When they put chains on the niggers, they was put round the legs and arms and to a post. They took pains to help my mama and pappy to learn. They would teach the Bible to 'em too. Massa used to sing them good old songs, My heart from the tune, a doleful sound, my ears attend to cry, and Amazing Grace, how sweet it sounds. At baptizing, they'd give the water invitation and didn't go in water. And then they come out happy, shouting and praying. Old man Buck could hear them 2 miles off, but it was a glorious baptizing. All the hands stopped when there was a funeral and didn't work no more till the body was buried. All the whites would go too. They would make the boxes, pour hot water over the plank to shape it up into a casket, then take turpentine and smut to paint it. Then another big time, setting up with the dead, sing, shout and holler, and try to preach. The patrollers would come to the colored frolic, and one time a hand slipped off, and, gentlemen, didn't he give 'em trouble to catch him? And they didn't. When they had them Saturday night frolics and dance all night long and nearly day when hit was going, they would turn the pot upside down on the floor to hold the sound in. My daddy picked a banjo. At the corn shuckings, they'd sing all round the corn pile Sally, and they had whiskey and gin. Us had good time on Christmas, give us toys, syrup candy, light bread, and grape wine. My brother married up at the big house, and they give him a big dance, and Massa made me drunk. 'Twas first one, then t'other give it to me, and knocked me out. They had the preacher and didn't jump the broom. They had the preacher so it'd be tied good. They would tell us children all kinds of ghost stories about witches getting out of their skins. Us had free jumping grapevine ropes and mumble peg. One night I was at Notasulga and I heard some singing. I stopped and it was right at my feet and would go further off. I took out with it and it kept stopping and starting off again till it give out entirely. I looked to see where I was and I was at the cemetery and nothing didn't bother me neither. I eased out and shut the gate and never found what carried me there. When us would get sick, they would bleed you, stick something in your arm and draw the blood. Then they would give us scurry grass and fever weed. Bonesat was used as teas for colds and fever to sweat you, and it sure would sweat you too. Massa had said war was coming and thought it was to free us. Pappy went to war with young Massa and stayed till he got killed. They hid the carriage horses, meat, silver, and plates. Yankees asked if Massa was good, and us said yes. They searched the smokehouse and some scraps, no good, and nothing but scrappy horses, so they didn't bother a thing. Us stayed 1 year and worked on 1/8 farm. The Ku Klux Klan was terrible. One John Lyons would cut off a woman's breast and a man's ear or thumb. After I got growed, I married Lilah Benford at Mr. Lockhart's house, and us had a nice little frolic, with cake, syrup pudding, and wine. It was a fine night with me, 'cause I kissed a bride. Us had 14 children, just 8 living. Minnie, Wade, Robert, Walter, Viola, Joe, Jim, and Johnny, and 10 grandchildren. I heard Abraham Lincoln speak once at Chickamauga Mountain, and he said, 'For people, by people, and through people.' I always remembered that. I joined the church 'cause I got converted." End of section 90. Read by David Onley, Portland, Oregon, December 27th, 2022.
Section 91 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. Mollie Parker. Interview with Mollie Parker. Preston Klein, Opelika, Alabama. He was a good overseer and treated slaves right. Down in Lower Lee County, I found Mollie Parker, an old acquaintance, ailing and with the wandering mind of the aged. She could find answers to some of my questions, but some she couldn't get straight. She was just as clean and neat as she had always been, clad in an apron dress that she would call a Mother Huggard. Mollie is 85 years old and lives with her sister, Edna, in a simple cabin with a little patch of flowers between it and the field where Edna is still young enough to work. Mollie was a housewife's treasure in the days gone by, but now she is too feeble to do more than work her little patch of flowers. She was born in Virginia but was brought to Alabama when a child and sold to a Mr. Dunn near Salem. Her mother and father were John and Fanny, the parents of 4 children, Mollie, Edna, Sam, and Albert. "I was a big-size house girl, but I sure could work," Mollie recalled. "Mr. Digby blowed a big bugle early every morning to get us all up and going by bright light. Mr. Digby was a good overseer and treated all the slaves the best he knew how. I married Dick Parker on a Sunday, and they fixed us a big dinner with more good things to eat, but I was too happy to eat much myself. I ain't had no children of my own, but I hoped Mammy with hern. The Yankees done camped nigh our house, and I had to help cook and tote the grub down to 'em. Us read in the free paper about us being free. Massa didn't tell us nothing, but us stayed on for a long time after that. Massa had a passel of slaves." "Yes'm, I was a member of the church." "Why I joined? Just for protection, I reckon. I'd hate to see slavery time again, 'cause it sure was bad for some of the niggers, but us fared good, though." End of section 91. Section 92 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. Lindy Patton. Interview with Lindy Patton. Alice S. Barton, Eutaw, Alabama. 50 years in the poorhouse. "White folks," said Lindy Patton from a chair in the Greene County poorhouse, "I was born in 1841, and it taken me 50 years to get to the poorhouse. Now I has got just 4 more years to make it an even 50 that I been there. I hopes I make the grade, 'cause that would be some sort of record, wouldn't it?
50 years in the poorhouse. I worked in the fields, and I worked hard all day long. The white folks used to give me the clothes of the little white shillings. I was born in Knoxville, Alabama, in Greene County, and I belonged to Massa Bill Patton. I remembers a slave on our plantation that was always a-running away. The master tried beating him, but that didn't do no good. That nigger would run away in spite of nothing they could do. One day the master decided he was going to take the nigger to Mobile and swap him for another one. The mistress told him to leave the old fool alone, said it weren't worth the trouble. Well, the master started out to Mobile with the nigger, and when they got there and the train stopped, the nigger, he lit out and the master run right behind him. They must have run a mile or more till finally the master he give out and let the nigger go. 2 days later, the master he died from a chasing that low-down burrhead. Naw, sir, the white folks didn't teach us to read or write. White folks, I can't hardly count none at all. We didn't have no church on that place neither. We just went along with the massa and sat in the back. I ain't never married, and I ain't never going to.
End of section 92.
Section 93 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by various. Simon Phillips. Interview with Simon Phillips, J. Morgan Smith. Ex-slave leader recalls old days. Simon Phillips, ex-slave, at 90 years is still as clear-thinking as a young man and a leader among the oldsters of his race in Birmingham and Alabama. He has been for the past 23 years president of the Union of Ex-Slaves, which is composed of 1,500 Negroes scattered throughout Alabama. He is the only one of the Birmingham organizers of this society living today, and though one of the oldest of his group, he shows but few signs of decrepitude. He walks with the aid of a hickory cane, which has been in his possession for almost a half-century, and his memory is not only accurate but vivid. His physical activity is shown by the fact that he had already spaded his garden, and tiny stalks had pushed themselves above the ground on a plot of earth, covering approximately 75 yards square, on the spring morning when he took a little time off to talk of the past. Well, does he recall the days when, under Alabama skies in the 1860s, he curried his master's fine carriage horses, the times old Aunt Hannah cured him of achings with vegetable and root herbs, the nights he spent in the slave quarters singing spirituals with his family. Simon Phillips was one of 300 Negroes belonging to Bryant Watkins, a planter of Greensboro, Alabama. He was a houseman, which means that he mixed the drinks, opened the carriage doors, brought refreshments on the porch to guests, saw that the carriage was always in the best of condition, and tended the front lawn. When asked about slave days, he gets a faraway expression in his eyes, an expression of tranquil joy. "People," he says, "has the wrong idea of slave days. We was treated good. My massa never laid a hand on me during the whole time I was with him. He scolded me once for not bringing him a drink when I was supposed to, but he never whooped me." The old slave added that every plantation had a still and there was much brandy, but he rarely ever saw a drunk man. He says that when the men felt themselves becoming intoxicated, they would go home and lie down. Now, he says, they go home and fall down. The plantation on which Simon lived was 7 miles long and 3 miles wide. When luncheon was served, the Negroes far off in the bottomlands had their food brought to them by the trash gang, boys and women, while those in the nearer cotton fields ate in a large mess hall. The food consisted of turnip greens, meat, peas, crackling bread, and syrup, and plenty of it. Not since those days, he states, have I had such good food. What about the marriage situation, Simon? He was asked. How did you go about getting a wife? Well, nigger just go to the massa and tell him that there's a gal over in Captain Smith's place that he want for a wife, if she happen to be there. Then the massa go to Captain Smith and offer to buy her. Maybe he do, and maybe he don't. It depend on whether the captain will sell her, and if'n she a good, strong, healthy nigger. Niggers was bought mostly like horses. I was too young to have me a wife when I was with the massa, but I got me one later on after the war. During the war between the states, Simon served as bodyguard for John Edward Watkins, son of the plantation owner. Bodyguards went with their owners and cleaned the guns, kept the camp in order, and did some cooking. Simon entered the war at the age of 14 in Joe Wheeler's 51st Cavalry. He distinctly recalls the time he stood within 10 feet of the great general while he was making a speech. Sometimes slaves were parted from their families, because when one planter bought a Negro from another planter, he did not necessarily buy his wife or children, or husband, as the case might be. The slaves were advertised around and put on a block to stand while they were auctioned. Women invariably brought more than men. He was asked, "About overseers, Simon, what sort of men were they?" "Well," he answered, "some was mighty mean. When the massa be away, they tried to think up things to whoop us for, but when the massa around, had he catch him getting ready for to beat a slave, he say, 'Don't cut no blood from that nigger.'" Born in Hale County in 1847, Simon Phillips stayed with his master until 1886, at which time he went to live in Tuscaloosa to earn 17 cents a day. But he says he fared better on it than on $3 now. After the war, many Negroes stayed with their masters, and he remembers that some of the carpetbaggers came through his plantation and tried to make the ex-slaves stake off the land, saying that half of it belonged to them. One day, says Simon, a few niggers was sticking sticks in the ground when the massa came up. "What you niggers doing?" he asked. "We is staking off the land, massa. The Yankees say half of it is ourn." The massa never got mad. He just looked calm like. "Listen, niggers," he says, "what's mine is mine, and what's yours is yours. You're just as free as I and the missus, but don't go fooling around my land. I've tried to be a good master to you. I have never been unfair. Now, if you wants to stay, you are welcome to work for me. I'll pay you 1/3 the crops you raise, but if you wants to go, you seize the gate." The massa never have no more trouble. Them niggers just stays right there and works. Sometimes they loaned the massa money when he was hard pushed. Most of them died on the old grounds. I was the youngest of a family of 16, and I has one sister still living on the old plantation. I'm going down to see her next week, 'cause I can never tell when the great master is going to call. We's got to be ready when he does, and both us is getting mighty old. I want to be sure and see her and the old place once more. End of section 93. Read by David Onley, Portland, Oregon, December 27th, 2022.
Section 94 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brian Burris. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. Roxy Pitts. Interview with Roxy Pitts, Preston Klein, Opelika, Alabama. Roxy Pitts recalls childhood. I don't know exactly where I was born, said Aunt Roxy Pitts, but it was summers around Youngsboro, Alabama, and it was in 1855 'fore the war started. That old master said I was born. How old did that make me? 82, going on 83. That's right, and I'd be 83-year-old this time next year if I lives. Yes'm, I goes to church putty regular, if it don't rain, 'cause the rain makes the misery in my hip and lays me up. I belongs to the Baptist church and was baptized with Jesus when I was 12-year-old. I's a foot-washing Baptist, I is, but they ain't none of them kind of Baptists around here. And I just go with the other Baptists and sits in the amen corner, and if I wants to shout, I shouts, and nobody ain't gonna stop me, bless the Lord. My first marster was named Sam Jones, but I don't remember him. My other marster did one what I members was named Sam Pegg, and us lived close to a little town named Limekiln. My mammy was part Injun, and old master couldn't keep her home near working neither. She allus running off and stay out in the woods all night long. When I was a little gal, she runned off again and left a teeny little baby and never did come back no more. They said she gone where the Injuns is. That was arter the war, and Pappy had to raise that little bitsy baby himself. He took it in me to the field while he workin', and kept a bottle of sweetened water and a shirt to keep warm to give the baby when it cry. Then Pappy, he made Aunt Josie, and they had our whole passel of childrens, and they was my brothers and sisters. 'Member 'bout the war? Sure, I 'members 'bout the war, but us don't have no war where us was. Old master got killed in Virginia, they said, and he didn't never come back home, and them what did come back home was all crippled up and hurt. Us didn't see no Yankees till they come along after the war was gone, and they took old mister's good horses and left some poor old mules. Then they took all us's corn and didn't left us nothing to eat in the smokehouse. They runned off all the chickens they couldn't catch, and just before they left, the old rooster flew up on the fence behind the orchard and crow, "Is the Yankees gone?" And the guinea sitting on the lot fence say, "Not yet, not yet." And the old drake what was hid under the house, he said, "Hush, hush." Us chillun sure was mischious. One time, after a big rain, us found 2 hens swimming round the tater house, and us took and held them under the water 'twell they's done drowned dead. And we took 'em to Mommy, and she cooked 'em in a pot and shot the kitchen door. When them chickens got done, us went under the floor and riz up a plank and got in the kitchen and stole one of them chickens out in the pot and ate it smack up. When Mommy found that chicken gone, she took her brush broom and whoa us plumb out. But us didn't care. The brush broom didn't hurt nigh like the chickens taste good. Aunt Noxie nodded her head and rocked back and forth as if she enjoyed recalling those youthful escapades. "Yes'm, I can see plenty good enough to sew, 'cep'n I can't tread the needle, and I has to keep arter these triflin' chillens to help me. You see this quilt I's piecin'? Miss Lucy gwine give me $3 fer it, 'cause she say it be made right, and that's the way I makes 'em. Miss Lucy knows she got her a good quilt when I gets through with it. Has yer got any snuff, Missy? You don't dip snuff. No me, I didn't think you did." End of section 94.
Section 95 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. Section 95, Carrie Pollard. Interview with Carrie Pollard, Ruby Pickens Tart, Livingston, Alabama. A husband couldn't be bought. Carrie Pollard was born in slavery time, but she was never a slave. Her grandmother was a free woman who came to Tuscaloosa as a servant in the 1820s and was rescued from a man who claimed ownership, but whose claim was disallowed. The grandmother went to Gainesville with her slave husband for whom she bought freedom. One of her daughters, who was Carrie Pollard's Aunt Cynthia, was not so lucky. She couldn't buy her husband free. The story, told so often to Carrie when she was a child, is still a bright memory to the mulatto woman who was born in 1859 and still lives in Gainesville in the house of her birth. "My Aunt Cynthia," said Carrie, "was free-born in North Carolina. She come down here to Gainesville, and though the deed says you can't take a blue-veined child and make a slave out of her, the man what brought her made like he owned her or something. She lived on one plantation with her guardian. Tom Dobbs, a slave nigger what belonged to Mr. Dobbs here in Gainesville, he lived on another farm across the road. And they couldn't marry, 'cause Mr. Dobbs wouldn't sell Tom, and Aunt Cynthia's white folks wouldn't let her marry. So they just taken up and went ahead. Her and Tom had 9 children, as fine-looking mulattoes as you'd want to see. And old Mr. Dobbs wanted 'em, and he couldn't get 'em. Aunt Cynthia was a good midwife, so a white lady sent for her to come to Sumterville, Alabama, to nuss her, and she went. And while she was there, she dreamt something done happened to her children and that they was in trouble. So she told the white lady she was nussin' about what she dreamed. And she said, 'Mammy, if'n you is worried about your children, I's gwine to send you to a fortune teller and see what's the matter.' The fortune teller cut the cards, and then she looked up and told Aunt Cynthia, 'All your children and your husband done gone, and I can't tell you where they's at.' So Aunt Cynthia run back and told the white lady. She called her husband, and he had one of his niggers saddle up 2 horses and ride with Aunt Cynthia back to Gainesville. When she found her guardian, Mr. Steele, he met her with the news that they was tucked to DeKalb, Mississippi. He got on his hoss and took some other white men with him, and they captured old man Dobbs right there with Tom and the 9 children. They done stopped and camped and was cooking supper. So Mr. Steele told him he could keep Tom, 'cause he was his'n, and a slave. But Cynthia was free-born, and he couldn't have her children. But Mr. Dobbs says he didn't want Tom nohow, 'cause he was part Indian and no count and wouldn't work. So Mr. Steele bought Tom for Aunt Cynthia and brought 'em all back to live with him. And he give Aunt Cynthia and Tom and the children a nice house right across the branch here after surrender. Carrie tells of how her grandmother used to send them to the mill in Gainesville with wheat, just like you do corn nowadays to get flour. And us get the grudgeons and the seconds and have the best buckwheat cakes you ever ate. She says there are more black Negroes now in Gainesville than she has ever seen. She says, "He used to be a sight to see about 50 best-looking mulatto girls up in the public square here listening to the band and nussin' the chillun, not 5 black ones in the bunch. And they had good sense, too. us didn't have no clocks, so us white misters would say, y'all come an hour by sun to do the night work, and us didn't hardly ever miss it. She says her grandmother sent her 2 daughters to school in Mobile, and they went down the river from Gainesville in a boat called Cremonia. End of section 95.
Section 96 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rebecca Eden Walker. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives by Various. Irene Poole. Interview with Irene Poole. Susie R. O'Brien, Uniontown, Alabama. Hush water for talkative women. Under the spreading branches of an enormous fig tree laden with ripe fruit, Aunt Irene sat dreaming of old times. At her feet, several chickens scratched and waited for the soft plop of an overripe fig as it fell to the ground. Aunt Irene's back is bent with age and rheumatism, but her 2-room cabin is as clean and neat as a pin. Her small yard is a mass of color, where marigolds, zinnias, verbena, and coxcomb run riot, and over the roughly made arch at the gate trailed cypress vine in full bloom. "Good morning, Aunt Irene," I said. "A penny for your thoughts." "Well, honey, I don't know as they's worth a penny. Not to you, anyhow. I was just studying about old times and about my old master. You know, if he was living today, he would be 116 years old." "Who was your master, Aunt Irene? Tell me about him." "His name was Jeff Anderson Poole, and he was the best man in the world. My old miss was named Mollie. I was born on his plantation, 3 miles from Uniontown, 85 years ago. My pappy, Alfred Poole, belonged to Massa Jeff, and he bought my mammy, Palestine Kent, from another plantation, 'cause my pappy just couldn't do no work for thinking 'bout her. Massa Jeff paid $1,500 for my mammy and her 3 children. Massa Jeff was rich. He owned 3 big plantations, and Lord knows how many niggers. They was 100 head on our plantation. He liked to race horses, and had a stable full of fine racers. I spec he made lots of his money on them horses. Miss Mollie say, when he win, he swell out his chest and stick his thumbs into armholes of his vest and talk about it. But when he lose, he don't say nothin'. Yes, ma'am, there was always plenty to eat. 1,000 pounds of meat wasn't nothin' to kill on our plantation. My mammy was the cook in the big house, and my pappy drive the carriage and went round with Mas Jeff when he took trips. I was a house servant, too. When I wasn't nothin' more'n a baby, the overseer's wife took me to train so I would know how to act in the big house. One day, she started to give me a whoopin'. Us was out in the yard, and when she bent over to get a switch, I runned under her hoop skirt. When she looked round, she didn't see me nowhere. After a while, she started up on the house. I runned along with her under the hoop skirt, taking little steps so I wouldn't trip her up, till I seed a chance to slip out. Irene threw back her head and laughed loud and long at this amusing memory. Asked about her mistress, she said, "Yes, ma'am, she was good. She never punished me. She used to go round the quarters every morning to see about her sick niggers. She always had a little basket with oil, turpentine, and number 6 in it. Number 6 was strong medicine. You had to take it by the drop. I always toted the basket. She give me my wedding dress. It was a white tarlatan with bands of blue ribbon. I sold the dress last year, but I can show you the pantalettes she made me. I used to wear 'em to meetin' on Sunday, when us had singin' and the preacher said words." Aunt Irene brought out the deep ruffled pantalets, carefully folded and yellowed with age. She had treasured them for 75 years. "No, ma'am. Marse Jeff didn't go to the war. I don't know why. I guess it was 'cause he was so rich. Now, don't you be thinkin' he was gun shy, 'cause he wasn't. And he done his part, too, 'cause he took care of 5 widders and their children when they men got killed in the war. My pappy left the night the Yankees took Selma. It was on Sunday, and I ain't seed him since. After the surrender, us stayed on with Marse Jeff. Us didn't care nothin' about bein' free, 'cause us had good times on the plantation. On Saturday, they had corn shuckins, and the niggers had a week at Christmas, with presents for everybody, campin' at the big house, and more to eat in one day than I now sees in a year. Aunt Irene, do you remember anything about the conjurers in the old days? I don't put much store by them folks. They used to give you the hand so you could please your mistress, and they would sell you hush water in a jug. Hush water was just plain water, what they fixed, so if you drink it, you would be quiet and patient. The men would get it to give to their wives to make 'em hush up. I reckon some of the mens would be glad to get some now, 'cause gals these days is got too much mouth." End of section 96.
Section 97 of Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Maxine. Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. By various. Nicey Pugh. Interview with Nicey Pugh. Allah be prime. "I was born a slave, but I ain't never been a slave," was Nicey's first remark to me as I came upon her pulling up potato drawers in her garden in Pritchard, Alabama. There was 11 chillins in my family, and all of 'em is dead except me and one brother who is 75-year-old at the present time. My pappy's name was Hamp West, and my mammy was Sarah West. All my folks belonged to Master Jim Bettis and was born and raised on his place. When I was a little pickaninny, I worked in Master Jim's house, sweeping and a-cleaning. Us slaves had to be up at the house by sunup, build the fires, and get the cooking started. They had big open fireplaces with pot racks to hang the pot on. That's where us boiled the vegetables, and honey, us sure had plenty something to eat. Greens, taters, peas, rosinias, and plenty of home-killed meat. Sometimes my oldest brother, Joe West, and Friday Davis, another nigger, went hunting at night and caught more possum than we could eat. They catch lots of fish, enough to last us 3 days. I remembers one day when me and another little nigger gal was a-going at the cows down in the field, and us seed what I reckon was the Ku Klux Klan. Us was so scared us didn't know what to do. One of 'em walked up to us and say, "Niggers, where y'all going?" "Us is just out of the cows, Mr. Ku Klux," us say. "Us ain't up to no devilment." "All right then," they say. "Just you be sure that you don't get up to none." After we got home, us told the master about the experience, and he just laughed. He told us that we weren't going to be hurt if and we was good. He said that it was only the bad niggers that was going to be got at by them Ku Klux. When we was little, we didn't have no games to play, 'cause Master Jim and Miss Martha didn't have no chillins. And I ain't never had no experience with hants or hoodoos. They never teach us to read or to write, 'cause when the niggers learn anything, they would get uppity and want to run away. We would have Saturday afternoons off. Then us would sweep the yard and sit round on benches and talk. It was on the benches that most of us slaves sat in warm weather. We ate out of tin cups and used iron spoons to shovel the food in. At Christmas time, Massa would have a bunch of niggas to kill a hog and barbecue him. The women's would make lasses cake. And old Master Jim had some kind of seed that he made beer out of, and we all drank beer around Christmas. But there weren't no other time such as New Year's. Us all celebrated in a big way then. Most of them no-count niggas stayed drunk for 3 days. And as for the funerals, I don't ever remember but 3 white folks dying. They just didn't seem to die in them days, and the ones that did die was mostly killed by something. One white gentleman got himself killed in a gin machinery, and another was killed working on the big road. Then there was a white woman who was killed by a nigger boy, 'cause she beat him for sicking a dog on a fine milk cow. He was the meanest nigger boy I ever did see. I'll never forget the way them white men's treated him after he done had his trial. They drug him through the town behind a horse and made him walk over sharp stones with his bare feet. That bled like somebody done cut him with a knife. They never gave him the water all that day and kept him out in the boiling sun till they got ready to hang him. When they got ready to hang him, they put him up on a stand and chucked rocks at his naked body. They threw gravel in his eyes and broke his ribs with big rocks. Then they put a rope around his neck and strung him up till his eyes popped out in his head. I knowed it was a blessing to him to die. But all in all, white folks, then was they really happy days for us niggers. Course we didn't have the advantages that we has now, but there was something back there that we ain't got now, and that's security. Yes, sir, we had somebody to go to when we was in trouble. We had a master that would fight for us and help us and laugh with us and cry with us. We had a missus that would nurse us when we was sick and comfort us when we had to be punished. I sometimes wish I could be back on the old place. I can see the cool house now, packed with fresh butter and milk and cream. I can see the spring down amongst the willows and the water trickling down between little rocks. I can hear the turkeys a gobbling in the yard, and the chickens are running round in the sun and shuffling in the dust. I can see the bend in the creek just below our house, and the cows as they come to drink in the shallow waters and gets their feet cool. Yes, sir, white folks. You ain't never seen nothing like it, so you can't tell the joy you gets from looking for dewberries and hunting guinea pigs and sitting in the shade of a peach tree, reaching up and pulling off a ripe peach and eating it slow. You ain't never seed your people gathered about and singing in the moonlight, or heard the lark at the break of day. You ain't never walked across the frosty field in the early morning and gone to the big house to build a fire for your missus, and when she wake up slow, have her say to you, "Well, how's my little nigger today?" No, sir, just like I told you from the first. I was born a slave, but I ain't never been one. I's been a worker for good peoples. You wouldn't call that a slave, would you, white folks? End of section 97.
Section 98 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Amanda Kelly. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives by Various. Sally Reynolds. Personal Conversation with Sally Reynolds, 552 South Conception Street, Mobile, Alabama. Compiled by Mary A. Poole. Satan's gone round with his tail curled up. Sally Reynolds, living at 552 South Conception Street, was busy at the wash tub when the writer called to interview her on July 20th, 1937. So it being a hot day, we decided to continue our conversation outdoors under the wash shed amid a conglomeration of tubs, buckets, empty boxes, etc. Sally said she was born in Hilltown, Georgia, where her mother, Margaret Owens, was a slave and the cook on the plantation of Mr. Litt Alberton. When Sally was about 3 years of age, her mother gave her to Mrs. Becky Alberton, who lived at New Providence, near Rutledge in Crenshaw County, Alabama, to whom she was bound until 21 years of age. There was also a brother given by her mother to some folks in Florida, and of whom Sally never had any knowledge whatever. Sally said Mrs. Alberton was kind to her, taught her to spin and sew, and she tried to learn herself to weave, but somehow could never master it. Mrs. Alberton had only a few slaves who were named Mose, Dan, Charles, Sandy, the latter so called because he ate sand as a child, and 2 women, Hannah and Tenny. They had no regular quarters, but just cabins out in a rear lot. Sally said all the whippings were given by either of the young Messrs. Alberton, they were high-tempered, as their father was before them. She laughed and said she had Indian blood in her veins, and sometimes she was sassy as she felt independent, knowing Mrs. Alberton would always take her part. She recalled the Yankees coming through after the war. One remained at the Alberton home after the others had gone on, and she remembered hearing Mrs. Alberton telling friends who visited her that after this soldier had left, he wrote Mrs. Alberton a letter, telling her to look on the back of the bench on the gallery where he had sat, and she would find his message. Sally said she was a little girl sitting on the floor at her mistress' feet, ready to fetch and carry for her, and she often wondered but didn't dare ask what the message was. She did, however, hear someone say that the Yankees said if they ever came again, they would take them from the cradle, and that puzzled her to know just what they meant. Mrs. Alberton had a regular herb garden, and Sally helped her to gather the herbs: pennyroyal, dock sage, tansy, single and double, thyme, and yarrow. They used Samson snake root in whiskey for cramps, and butterfly weed for risings. The writer asked Sally about church, and she said they had no church, but Mr. Alberton talked to her and impressed on her as a child to never touch anything that did not belong to her. Ask for it, and if not given to her, to let it alone, and to never lie, or to carry tales, and she could always keep out of trouble. Sally said she hated to see Sunday morning come, as the men folks were around the house, and they would pick on her, and somehow she would get a beating. Sally remained with Mrs. Alberton until she was 22 years, when she married John Russell, by whom she had 3 children. They all died as babies. Later, she married Gus Reynolds, now dead, so Sally just rents a room and lives alone. Sally says present generation knows too much and too little, that the old-time religion was best for all. She thinks Satan's gone round with his tail curled up, catching all he can devour. And folks should do like Christ did when Satan tried to tempt him, and tell Satan to go get behind them, and they get behind Jesus, they could not have sorrow run across their hearts and minds. End of section 98.
Section 99 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. Mary Rice. Interview with Mary Rice. Gertha Couric. D's uppity niggas. Few of the ex-slaves will readily admit that they were mere field hands in the old days. Generally, they prefer to leave the impression that they were house servants or at least stable boys or dairy hands. But Aunt Mary Rice, age 92, who lives in Eufaula, holds no such view about the superior social position of house servants. She was a big missy gal, teenage, during the war, and about her duties on the plantation of Dr. Cullen Battle near Tuskegee, where she was born, she said, "Honey, I lived in the quarter, but I was a field nigger, but when I was a little gal, I helped around the milk house, churning, washing the pails and the like, and then give all the little niggers milk. Massa Cullen and Mistress Mary Jane was the best master and mistress in the world. Once when I was awful sick, Mistress Mary Jane had me brung in the big house and put me in a room that sat on the other side of the kitchen so she could take care of me herself, 'cause it was a right fur piece to the quarter, and I had to be nursed day and night. Yes'm, I was just as happy being a field hand as I would have been in the big house, maybe most so. The field hands had a long spell when the crops was laid by in the summer, and that's when Massa Cullen 'lowed us to jubilate." Several days of idle celebration. I was happy all the time in slavery days, but there ain't much to get happy over now, 'ceptin' I's living, thank the Lord. Massa Cullen was a rich man and owned all the world from Chestnut Hill to the river, and us always had everything us needed. Niggers these days ain't never knowed what good times is. Maybe that's why they ain't no count. And they is so uppity, too, calling theirselves colored folks and having gold teeth. They says the more gold teeth they has, the higher up in church they sets. End of section 99.
Section 100 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Florence Short. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various, Cornelia Robinson. Interview with Cornelia Robinson, Preston Klein, Opelika, Alabama. The Yankees was a hurricane. One time, I members, a storm us had. I calls it a hurricane, but it was really the Yankees coming through. Quaint, little Cornelia Robinson was anxious to give us all the facts she could remember about slavery days, but she was only about 4 years old during the latter days of that period, and must depend a great deal on what had been told her. "Chile, dem Yankees come through and cleaned out the smokehouse, even left the lard bucket as clean as your hand. Old master took his best horses and mules to the big swamp, and the Yankees couldn't find 'em. But they tore up everything they couldn't take with 'em. They poured all the syrup out and it run down the road like water. One poor little nigger boy was so scared that when he went out to get up the cows, and when he couldn't find some of 'em, he laid down in a hollow stump and nearly froze to death. They had to thaw him out in the branch, but he was powerful sick. He weren't no count for nothing arter that. I members dat old mistus saved all her jewels and such from the Yankees. She brung 'em out to the nigger cabins and hid 'em amongst us." Cornelia, forever smiling, wears her gray hair in 2 short braids down the back. She says her father and mother were George and Harriet Yanksey, who belonged first to a Mrs. Ball, and who were later sold to a Dr. Trammell of near Lafayette. Her brothers and sisters were Charlie, Willie, Albert, and Ann. "I members the high 4-poster beds us used to sometimes sleep on," she said. "I was so little that I had to crawl into 'em with the help of a stool. I members that the mud fireplaces of early times was far back, deep and wide. All the little niggers was fed milk and bread with the bread crumbled in. Us also had pot liquor and greens." Our clothes was muslin and calico for the hot weather, and then in winter us had linty cloth, part wool and part cotton, homespun. Us raised the sheep, too, but us didn't wear no clothes hardly in hot weather. Us sure did have a good master and mistress. They give us all the clothes and food us needed, and gived us medicine. Us wore asafoetida and pennies round our necks to help us not get sick. They taught my mother to read and write, too. Not many done that. They'd read the Bible to us little niggers and give prayers. After slavery, us had schools. I members that George Hawkins and his wife taught it. Cornelia recalls some of the happenings of slavery times. If the slaves went off the plantation without a pass, the patter rollers would catch 'em and beat 'em powerful bad. If the niggers could outrun the patter rollers and get home first, they couldn't be whooped. They had dogs called nigger hounds, same like they had bird dogs, and they would track the slaves and bring them back home. I members my mother going to corn shuckings. Course they put us little niggers to bed 'fore they went, but they sure sounded like they was having a big time, hollering and singing. Us went to the white folks' church in the afternoon, and the Reverend Gardner was a mighty good preacher. When any of us niggers died, Marster was good to us and let all the niggers quit and attend the burial. They made the coffins at home and would black them with soot. Us had an old quack herb doctor on the place. Some bad boys went up to his house one night and poured a whole lot of the medicine down him. And honey, that old man died the next day. After I got grown, I married Robert Benson, and us had 4 children and several grandchildren. Cornelia, beaming and apparently happy every minute of the day, lives with one of her grandchildren in Opelika. End of section 100. Section 101 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Florence Short. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. Section 101. Gus Rogers. Interview with Gus Rogers. Mary A. Poole, Mobile, Alabama. Jabbo explains his black skin. Living on the Moffett Road at Orchard in western Mobile County, Alabama, on Mr. McIntyre's place is Gus Rogers, who is known better by the name of Jabbo. He claims to be over 90 years of age but could give no proof. He claims the 26th of June as his birthday. When asked how old he was, he replied with a smile, "Miss, I don't know, but I found everything here when I came along." He was born in Salisbury, North Carolina, on Rogers' plantation, and Mr. John and Mrs. Mary Rogers were his master and mistress. His parents were William and Lucy Rogers, who had 5 children, 3 girls and 2 boys. Jabbo said the Rogers home was built of boards of virgin timber, and the slave quarters were some distance from the big house. Some of the cabins were built of logs and some of boards, all having clay chimneys and big open fireplaces equipped for cooking, as the slaves usually cooked their own meals, except during busy seasons, when meals were prepared in the house kitchen by slave women too old to work in the fields. Jabbo said one old man went around and rapped on the doors to wake up slaves to go to work. When asked how long they worked, he laughed and said, "Just from sun to sun, and then you went to bed, 'cause you knew that old man would sure be rapping before you were ready next morning." When asked about earning any money, Jabbo said, "Lord, miss, we didn't even know what money was, and we didn't have no use for it. We had all we needed, plenty to eat, and all the clothes necessary those days. The Rogers raised lots of tobacco and wheat and all the necessary farm products needed on the plantation. They had a large orchard and had all the cider they could drink. Jabbo recalled driving many a refugee wagon during the war, and when they heard of the Yankees coming, the Rogers family took all the horses and mules and hid them in the swamps and buried all the silver and other valuables. After the devastation wrought by war, Mr. Rogers moved his family to Massey Station, Montgomery County, Alabama, intending to raise cotton. He brought Jabbo's father and mother and family with him, but meeting with little success, he returned to Salisbury, North Carolina. Jabbo remained in Alabama. Jabbo married and raised a family of 5 children. There were 2 girls and 3 boys, but he has no knowledge of their present whereabouts. When asked if he was married more than once, Jabbo laughed and said, "No, miss, I always had the price of a marriage license in my pocket, but somehow I never married." In answer to inquiry as to religion, Jabbo replied, "Miss, I am a Methodist, but there's only one religion. You have to be pure in heart to see Him, because He said so, and to do unto others as you desire others to do unto you." Continuing about religion, Jabbo said, "God gave it to Adam and took it away from Adam and gave it to Noah. And you know, miss, Noah had 3 sons, and when Noah got drunk on wine, one of his sons laughed at him, and the other 2 took a sheet and walked backwards and threw it over Noah. Noah told the one who laughed, 'You children will be hewers of wood and drawers of water for the others 2 children, and they will be known by their hair and their skin being dark.' So, miss, there we are, and that is the way God meant us to be. We have always had to follow the white folks and do what we saw them do, and that's all there is to it. You just can't get away from what the Lord said." Jabbo said he would like to go back to the good old days, though there was good folks and there was mean folks then too, just like there is today. Bibliography. Personal interview by the writer with Gus Rogers, ex-slave, better known as Jabbo. End of section 101.
Section 102 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rebecca Eden Walker. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. Janie Scott. Personal interview with Janie Scott, 255 South Lawrence Street, Mobile, Alabama. Mary A. Poole, Mobile, Alabama. Slave kaolin, sold for a sack of salt. Janie Scott, living in a cottage at 255 South Lawrence Street, was interviewed by the writer on July 14, 1937. She claimed she was born April 10, 1867, but she appeared older than 70 years of age. She, of course, was unable to give any experiences of her own as a slave, but recalled what had been told her by her mother, who was a slave on the Myers plantation at Tensaw, Alabama. When asked how large was the plantation, Janie answered, "Lordy, child, many an acre, and 'bout 60 slaves." Her mother worked in the house, and when the field hands were working, helped carry water out to them in buckets, each one getting a swallow or 2 apiece. Her father was Andy White, and was raised on the plantation of John Jewett at Stockton, Alabama. Janie had heard her father say he was a coachman and drove the folks around. Also came over in a boat with his master to Mobile to get supplies and groceries, and that they killed many a deer in the neighborhoods just north of Bienville Square. Jane said her mother's master and mistress didn't want her mother to marry Andy because he was too light in color, and light niggers, Janie said, folks didn't think as strong as a good black one. So her mother, Sarah Porter, and Andy White, her father, just borrowed a mule without the master's consent and rode off and were married anyhow. Janie laughed and said she guessed it was all right after all, because they had 11 children. 2 are now living, Janie and a sister Daisy. When the writer asked if slaves ever earned any money, she replied, they didn't even know what money was. Then she continued, once, when my mother was a little girl, she asked her mistress to give her 15 cents. And her mistress wanted to know why she wanted 15 cents. Her mother replied, I wants to see what money looks like. Her mistress thought she was trying to act smart, and in place of 15 cents, she received a whipping. The slaves wore homespun clothes, but her mother remembered having as her best dress one made of merino. The slaves' quarters were log cabins with clay chimneys, and they cooked in the open fireplaces in the winter, and in the summer on what they called scaffolds built out in the yard. These were made of clay foundations with iron rods across on which the pots hung. Janie said her mother was strong and could roll and cut logs like a man, and was much of a woman. Then they had a log rolling on the plantation. The Negroes from the neighboring plantations came and worked together until all the jobs were completed. After each log rolling, they gave them molasses to make candy and have a big frolic. During the Civil War, when supplies were scarce, especially salt, Massa John rode off taking her mother's sister, Caroline, with him. And when he returned alone, his wife, Mrs. Myers, wanted to know where was Caroline. And Massa John replied, I sold her for a sack of salt. At first, they did not believe him. But Caroline never returned, and Sarah never saw her sister any more. After the surrender, the Yankees came through, and the slaves hid under the house. But the soldiers made them come out and told them they were free, and gave the slaves everything on the place to eat. They all went down to the creek and praised God for what he had done for them. Janie does not believe in charms, hoodoo, or fortune tellers, saying, those folks can't tell you nothing. When Christ was risen, he carried all prophets with him, and didn't leave any wise folks able to tell things going to happen here on earth. Everything Christ wanted folks to know had already happened. Janie did say the best charm she knew of was a bag of asafoetida worn around the neck to ward off sickness, or to take 9 or 10 drops in a little water would sure keep the worms down. The slaves got plenty of coons, rabbits, and bear meat, and could go fishing on Sundays, as well as turtle hunting. The overseer on the Myers plantation was not a mean man. They had a calaboose, or a sweat box, to punish unruly slaves in place of whipping them. After the surrender, her father and mother moved to Mobile, and her father continued to work for Mr. Jewett at his mill located at the foot of Palmetto Street on the Mobile riverfront. End of section 102.
Section 103 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Florence Short. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by various. Maugan Shepherd. Interview with Maugan Shepherd, Gertha Corrick, Eufaula. Slavery coming back? Maugan hopes so. Mistis, I hear slavery times is comin' back. Uncle Maugan Shepherd is past 80. He idled about the front of his tumble-down house in Eufaula, happily recalling the old plantation days. He has never learned to read, and therefore pins a great deal of dependence upon hearsay. "Where did you hear about slavery coming back?" the interviewer asked him. "Well, ma'am, 'pears like I heard it somewhar. I don't recollect just now." "Would you like to have the old times back again, Uncle Maugan?" He studied a moment, beamed. "Yes'm, I would. I's proud I was borned a slave. I's too young to 'member much, but I knows I always had enough to eat and wear den, and I sure don't now." Uncle Maugan said he was bird the Chestnut Hill, that he belonged to Marst and Mistis Rich Wiley, and that his father and mother were Bunk and Betsy Wiley, both field diggers. Maugan had 2 brothers, Oliver and Monroe, but no sisters. "I never seed Ma and Pa much 'cept on Sundays," he explained. "Dey was always workin' in de fields, and I was out chasin' rabbits and such most of the time. At night I just et my corn pone and drink my buttermilk and fell on de bed asleep." Maugan remembers one overseer scornfully referring to him as "poor white trash." "Us slaves called him by his last name behind his back," the old darky explained, "'cause us hated to mister dat white man." Maugan remembers Reconstruction and a great deal about "atter de surrender," but says recollection ain't so good on things that happened before. "I 'members dat I was powerful scared of de Yankee soldiers," he said, "but dey never hurt nobody. Dey come through Eufaula, and all us niggers tried to hide, but they just come on by and laughed at us for being scared." More than 50 years ago, Maugan married Kitty. She is about 70 and makes her living washing clothes for the white peoples. They never had any children. Maugan says he never goes anywhere except to church on Sundays. His legs are not so strong anymore, he explains. "My old one, she sure like to go to funerals," he chuckled. "But in these days, they take the body to have it vulcanized, so we can't have no settin' ups. Dis went hard on Kitty, 'cause she was a mourner, but it didn't do her no good, shoutin' and a-mournin' all night. She would always come home wid her head tied up and her eyes set back in her head." Maugan still works. He is a good yard man, but says some day he is just gwine to drop out like his pa did. End of section 103.
Section 104 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by various. Alan Sims. Interview with Alan Sims, Preston Klein, Opelika. Plenty of food and no trash neither. While interviewing former slaves in the rural sections of Lee County, I ran across Alan Sims, a sturdy old Negro who proved to have an unusually clear recollection of slavery as the institution appeared to the small boy of that era. He was not old enough to make a work hand at its close. He spoke slowly, but with evident positiveness as to the facts. I remember lots about slavery times, 'cause I was right there. I don't remember much about the war, 'cause I was too little to know what war was. And the most I seed was when the Yankees come through and burnt up the big house, the barns, the gin house, and took all old master's horses and mules, and killed the milk cows for beef. They didn't leave us nothing to eat, and us like to starve to death. Our folks, the Simses, they come from Virginia. My pappy and mammy was born there. Their names was Allen Sims and Kitty Sims. My old master was Master Jim Sims, and my old mistus was Miss Creasy. Some of pappy and mammy's children was born in Virginia, and some of 'em in Alabama. I was the baby child, and I was born right on this very place where us is now. They had a whole parcel of children. There was Cheney, Becky, Judy, Sam, Phoebe, King, Alex, Jurdon, and Allen. That's me. Us lived in a log house in Dakota, with a board roof and an old rock fireplace with a stick and dirt chimney. We had plenty wood, and could build just as big fire as we need if the weather was cold. Mammy, she cooked ash cake in the fireplace, and it was the best bread I ever ate. Better'n any this store-bought bread. You ain't never eat no ash cake? Humph, missy, you don't know what good bread is like. Old Massa was good to his niggers, and all of 'em, big and little, had plenty to eat, and it wa'n't trash neither. Us had ash cake, hoe cake, pone bread, meat and gravy, peas, greens, roast nears, pot liquor, and sweet taters, Irish taters, and goobers. I spec old master's niggers live better than lots of white folks lives now. Aunt Mandy, what was too old to work, looked atter all the little nigger childrens, whilst their mammies was working, and she whip us with a brush if we didn't mind her, but she fuss more than she whip, and it didn't hurt much, but us cry like she killing us. When us got sick, old missus looked atter us herself, and she gin us oil and turpentine and lobelia, and if that didn't cure us, she sent for the doctor, the same doctor that come to see her own family. Sometime a old nigger die, and old master and old missus, they cried just like us did. They put him in a coffin and bury him in the graveyard, with the right preacher there, and nobody didn't work none that day, atter us come back from the graveyard. Our beds was bunks in the corner of the room, nailed to the wall and just one post out in the floor. The little children slept crosswise the big bed, and it was plumb full in cold weather. Our clothes was Osnaburg spun and weaved right at home, and it sure did last a long time. The little niggers just wore a long shirt till they got big enough to work in the field, and us had red shoes made at the tan yard to wear in winter time. But us foots was tough, and us went barefooted most all the winter too. Us played games too, generally jumping the rope and base. The grown niggers had good times Saturday nights, with dances, suppers, and wrestling. The corn shuckings was the biggest time they had, 'cause the neighbors come, and they laughed and hollered nearly all night. Old master and old missus lived in a big 2-story white house. They had 10 children, 5 boys and 5 gals, and they all growed up and married off. The old carriage driver was named Clark, and he sure was proud. The overseer was Teeter Robeson, and he was mean. He beat niggers a lot, and Bimmenby old master turned him off. He used to blow the horn way before day to get the niggers up, and he worked 'em till smack dark. After the Yankees burned up everything except the cabins, us just stayed right there with old master when us freed. Old master built a new house for him and old missus, but it warn't much better than our cabin, and they lived there till they died. When I growed up, I married Laura Frazier, and us had a big wedding and a preacher, and didn't jump over no broom like some niggers did. Us had just 2 children that lived to be grown. They is Fillmore and Mary Lou, and us ain't got no grandchildren. When I got grown, I joined the Baptist church at Roughnecks, 'cause I felt I had done enough wrong, and I've been a deacon 40 years. End of section 104. Read by David Onley, Portland, Oregon, December 28, 2022. Section 105 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States, from interviews with former slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States, from interviews with former slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. Frank Smith. Interview with Frank Smith, D.A. Odin. Yes, sir, it's just like I tell you. I was born in old Virginia, and my old master was Dr. Constable, and he and us all lived out a piece from Norfolk, where you can see the whole ocean. I was writ down in the Bible, just like old master's other niggers, and old missus said it was the 6th day of January in 48 when I was born. How old that make me now? 89, going on 90? That's right. Old master, he died 8 years before the big war, and old missus refugee down to Alexandria, where her mammy and pappy lived, and took me and Uncle Dan and Aunt Melissy with her. But she sold my mammy and my pappy and all the rest of the niggers to the man who bought the plantation, and us never did see him no more. I was the houseboy at old Mrs. Pappy's house. I just remember his name. But anyhow, I didn't work in the field like the other niggers. When the big war started, old missus, she took me and her children and us refugeed down somewheres there was a courthouse, what they call Culpeper, or something like that. And us lived in town with some more of old missus' folks, but they want her mama and pappy. The soldiers marched right on in front of our house, right by the front gate, and they was going to Hooper's Ferry to kill old John Brown, what was killing white folks and free niggers for their time. That was Mr. Lincoln's job, after the war, and no niggers want to be free till then. We lived close to the big hotel where General Lee and a whole parcel of soldiers stayed, and they had the shiniest clothes I ever seed. They was fine gym men, and old missus, she let me wait on 'em while she didn't need me to work around the house, and they give me a dime lots of times. I shined General Lee's shoes sometimes, and he allers gin me a dime and said, "That looks nice." Some of the generals just give me the dime and didn't say nothing, but they wasn't big men's like General Lee and old master. He was straight and dignified and didn't talk much, but he'd walk up and down on the front gallery, and the orderlies bring him telegraphs from Bull Run, where us and the Yankees was fighting. Lawsy, missy, I heard 'em talking about Bull Run that day, and I allowed somebody's bull had got out, and us and the Yankees was trying to catch him and get him back into pasture. When the war got too close to us, old missus took me and her little gal, what was older than me, and left Uncle Dan and Aunt Melissa, and us went to Litchburg, where her mama and pappy done moved to, and us stayed with them again. But old missus was getting word over the war, and when I broke her ivy-handled dining room knife and forgot to tell her, she slapped my head nearly off and got mad and sold me to her man what lived in Cleveland, Tennessee. Her pappy tried to keep missus from selling me. He said all I needed was a good brushing, but nobody couldn't do nothing with old missus when she got good and mad. My new master wa'n't like my own white folks, so I up and runned away and joined the Yankee Army and got a job working for a captain named Esserton or something like that. Him and a lieutenant somebody. We followed General Sherman clear to Atlanta and 10 miles further on. Then they turned back and marched clear back to Chattanooga, and then kept on till we got to Nashville. I sure was glad to get away from Atlanta, 'cause they was dead men every way you looked after they quit fighting. They give me a uniform, but I didn't get no gun. I fought with a frying pan. We stayed in Nashville a while, and when the war was over, Captain Esserton wanted to take me to Illinois with him and give me a job. But I didn't like the Yankees. They wanted you to work all the time, and that's something I hadn't been brung up to do. They turned me free, and I went with a parcel of General Lee's soldiers, what come along going home, and us went down and crossed the biggest river I ever seed. I took up on first one farm and then another, till I found one I like, and then that was 2 years after we left Nashville, 1867, and I stayed there close to Baton Rouge 16 years. Lord, the cotton and sugar cane us did make on that rich land. It's richer than the guana they sells out here in Alabama. I went to Memphis on excursion and stayed there, doing first one thing and then another, except getting jail, and I worked at a house painter's trade. I heard they paid good wages for painting in Birmingham, and I came here the same year all them niggers was killed in that church stampede. I got a job with Mr. Douglas, janitoring at the Jefferson Theater, and him and me stayed together 3 years. I bought a wagon and sold kerosene oil for about a year, till my money was all gone, and then I got a job with the Baseball Association in the year 1913. I've been with 'em ever since. I used to make from $8 to $15 a week, according to how times was, till Depression come, and I was too old to work now, so I just totes the mail and does odd jobs, and they pays me $3 a week for that. I applied for old age pension 2 years back, but it ain't come yet. I got one boy living in Birmingham. He's 40-year-old, but he don't help me nary a cent. My first wife died in Louisiana, and I married a gal in Memphis, but she left me when I lost my job one time and went to Detroit with a passel of niggers. She ain't never writ back to me, and I done quit paying her any mind. Ceppin' the rheumatiz, I's in good health and gets around pretty good. Old missus showed me how to read print, and I ain't never forgot how. The Yankees didn't know that I could read, and I never did let on. I can see pretty well, but have to put on my glasses to read the print. Sure, I's going to live to be 100 years old. How many more years I got to go? 10? That's right. I know I's good for this year, 'cause I always notice that if I live to March, I lives all the rest of the year. End of section 105. Read by David Onley, Portland, Oregon, December 28, 2022. Section 106 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. John Smith. Interview with John Smith. Susie R. O'Brien, Uniontown, Alabama. Mad about somepin', so they had a war. John Smith is 103, but he doesn't want to be tied down. If an I's free, I wants to enjoy it, John says, and he lives up to his desire. Though he is a war veteran with bullets in his side and leg, and his century of life has enfeebled him, he roams the countryside about Uniontown continually, setting a spell with his acquaintances. It was only after several trips I finally caught him setting, and he showed no inclination to move from his advantageous position near a watermelon patch. He was industriously working on a huge slice of melon, his face buried in the sweet fruit, as I drove up to the little cabin where he was visiting. As the car came to a stop, he raised his head and wiped his dripping chin on his sleeve. He called to a little Negro girl in the yard, "Gal, go bring the white lady a rocking chair," and turning to me, he said, "Y'all excuse me for not getting up like I ain't got no manners, won't you, mistus? I got a misery in my leg, you know, the one where I got shot in the wall." The rocking chair was brought out, and taking a seat nearby, I said, "Uncle John, I want you to tell me all about yourself. Were you in the war, and are you really 103 years old?" Glad to, mistus. But first, don't you want a watermelon?" He pointed to a patch nearby where the melons glistened in the sun. "This July sun make the juice so sweet you'll smack your mouth for more." And searching the rind to see that he had left none of the juicy red meat, Uncle John began his story. "Well, I been living round these parts about 90 year. I was born somewhere in North Carolina. I don't remember much about my mammy and pappy, 'cause I was took away from them by the speculators when I was about 13 year old. The speculators raised niggers to sell. They would feed 'em up and get 'em fat and slick and make money on 'em. I was sold off the block in Speculators Grove in North Carolina. The first day I was put up, I didn't sold, but the next day I brung $1,000. Mr. Sadler Smith from Selma bought me. They called him Sadler Smith 'cause he was in the saddle business and made saddles for the army. They fetch us down on boats. I remember the song the men on the boat sing. It goes like this. Up and down the Mobile River, 2 speculators for one poor little nigger. My master was the best in this country. He didn't had many niggers, but he sure took good care of them what he did had. He didn't allow nobody to hit him a lick. Sometime when I would get caught up with in some divertment, the white folks would say, "Whose nigger is you?" And I say, "Massa Sadler Smith." Then they look at each other and say kinder low, "Better not do nothing to old Smith's nigger. He'll raise the devil." I didn't had no missus. My master was a widder. He raised me up work around the saddle shop. I ain't never liked to work nohow, but don't tell nobody that. I was about 27 year old when the war broke out. The old uns was called out first, and the young uns stayed home and practiced so they could shoot straight and kill a Yankee. Us practiced every Friday evening. Course, I didn't know what they fighting about. I just know they was mad about something. After a while, Master's son Jim joined the Confederate soldiers, and I went with him for to tote his knapsack, canteen, and sich like, and to look after him. That's when I got these here balls on my side, and got a bullet in my leg, too. I was moving the horses to the back of the lines, out the thick of the fight, when zip, a minute ball caught me right in the shoulder. Proudly John displayed the balls on his side and the scar on his leg. The old woman, at whose cabin John was visiting, interrupted the story several times. Finally, he got tired of it and said, "Shut your mouth, woman. I don't need no help. This is grown folks' talk. You don't know nothing about it. You wasn't even birthed till 2 year for the surrender. Now, where was I at? I slept right by Massa Jim's side. Sometimes arter us done laid down, and both us be thinking about home. Massa Jim say, "John, I like to have some chicken." I don't say nothing. I just ease up and pull my hat down over my eyes and slip out. After a while I come back with a bunch of chickens across my shoulder. Next morning, Massa Jim have nice brown chicken floating in gravy, what I done cooked for him. Us was fighting on Blue Mountain when Massa Jim got killed. I looked and looked for him, but I never did find him. After I lost my master, I didn't long to nobody, and the Yankee was taking everything anyhow, so they took me with 'em. I took care of General Wilson's horse. General Wilson was the head man in the Yankee army, but I didn't like that ways much. He wanted his horse kept spick and span. He would take his white pocket handkerchief and rub over the horse, and if it was dirty, he had me whooped. I was with General Wilson when he took Selma against the General Forrest and sought fire to all them things. I drive the artillery wagon sometimes. Out of surrender, I was kind of puny with the balls in my side. "John," I asked, "why didn't they remove the balls at the time you were shot?" "How could they move balls when I was running fast as I could pick up my foots? I drive the stagecoach twixt Selma and Montgomery. I remember my stops. They was Selma, Benton, Lonesboro, and Montgomery. I drive 4 horses to it. There was a livery stable at Benton, and I changed horses there." "Now, John, tell me about your wife and children," I said. "How many children did you have?" "God, I don't know, missus. They running around the country like hogs. They don't know me, and I don't know them. I ain't never been married. Niggers didn't marry in them days. I just took up with one likely gal out of another. I ain't even married to the one I got now. I just ain't going to tie myself down. Ef I's free, I's going to be free." Uncle John sat for a time in deep thought, then said, "I wish I mought be back in them days. 'cause I been seed de debbil since I been free. Atter I was free, I didn't have no master to depend on, and I was hungry a heap of times. I long to the Federate nation, and always will long to y'all, but I reckon it just as well we is free, 'cause I don't believe the white folks nowadays would make good masters. Uncle John had about talked out, and as I rose to leave, I said, "Thank you, John. This will make a good story." To which he replied indignantly, "It ain't no story. It's the God's truth, misters." End of section 106. Read by David Onley, Portland, Oregon, December 29th, 2022.
Section 107 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. Annie Stanton. Personal interview with Aunt Annie Stanton, Rylands Lane, Mobile, Alabama. Isla B. Prime, Mobile, Alabama. Out on Rylands Lane is an old Negro woman, 84 years of age, who is totally blind, but whose mind is clear in regards to things pertaining to the long ago. Aunt Annie says that things that happened when she was a child are much more vivid in her mind than are things of today. She said, "Sometimes I now starts to do dumpin' and forgets what I wants to do. Then I has to go back to the place where I started from so I can remember what I started to do." Aunt Annie was born on Knight's Place on the Alabama River, June 2nd, 1853. This place is now known as Finchburg in Monroe County, Alabama. Her mother's name was Mary Knight, and her father's name was Atlas Williams, who had the same name as his owner, Mr. Alfred Williams. Aunt Annie's mother's people were owned first by Mr. Cullen Knight, and after his death were owned by Mr. John Marshall. Aunt Annie was 7 years old when the Civil War started, and that she had nursed 2 colored children afore the war. When asked by the writer about nursing these children, so as to be sure she said colored children, she replied, "that the slaves lived on the plantation, and they had an overseer who lived on this place, and she never seed the Marshall's place till after they was freed. As I growed bigger into a big yearlin' gal, I was took into the overseer's home to tend to the dining room table, such as setting hit and washing the dishes and cleaning up, and later on I was showed how to iron, spin thread, weave cloth, and make candles. Honey, folks talking about depression now don't know nothin' about hard times. In them days folks didn't have nothin' ceptin' what they made. Even if you had a mint of money, there was nothin' to buy. We made the candles to burn by tying strings on the stick and putting them down in melted tallow in molds. In them times we had no matches. Folks made fire by striking flint rocks together, and the fire dropping on the cotton. I don't know whether these rocks were the ones that the Indians left or no, but they was different from other rocks. People used to carry them and the cotton round in boxes, something like snuff boxes, to keep the cotton dry. Sometimes when they couldn't get the fire no other way, they would put the cotton in the fireplace and shoot up in there and set it on fire. Aunt Annie said she never could start a fire with the flint rock and cotton, and she said, "The first matches and lantern I's ever seed was when the Yankees come to their place. I thought they was 2 officers, 'cause they had matches and lantern. 2 years after I was freed, and 'twere then I seed my first lamp. The men did most of the farm work. They planted cotton, corn, potatoes, cane, peas, and pumpkins, and they ginned the cotton by hitching 4 horses to the gin, and they run hit that way." When asked if they had plenty to eat when they were slaves, Aunt Annie said, "Lor, yes, I guess we had enough, but 'twarn't much. 'Case I 'members when we was little children, we had a big wooden tray that they put the food in, and we all set round that and ate like little pigs. The rations for a week was 3 pounds of meat a week, 1 peck of meal, potatoes, and syrup. At Christmas time, the overseer called all the men and women in and gave each woman a dress, a head handkerchief, and to the men he gave a hat, knife, and a bottle of whiskey. The overseer also gave to us flour and sugar for Christmas, and I remembers one Christmas when I was a little gal, after the overseer give all the women a dress, there was a short piece of cloth left, and he give that to me. Aunt Annie said that the slaves went to the white folks' church and sat on the seats on the outside of the church, and that church was a huge log building. After the white folks got through preaching, then the colored preacher would preach. Sometimes the colored folks would have church when the white folks didn't, and then the slaves would have to get a pass from his owner, case there would be some mean folks that would beat the niggers if they didn't have a pass from their owners or bosses. Aunt Annie also said, I's never been heard of no hoodoo stuff till in late years. There's more of that foolishness now than I ever heard of in my life. Nowadays, the hoodoo's doctors, what is allus a-goin' round foolin' folks out of their money, looks like the dogs might have an them, they is so terrible lookin'. But I don't believe in them. Us folks a long time ago never had no money for them to get. Us had to make own medicine. When the babies had the colic, us would tie soot up in a rag and boil it, and then give them the water. And to ease the prickly heat, us used cottonwood powdered up fine. And for the yellow thrash, us would boil the sheep thrash and give 'em the tea. Aunt Annie has been married twice. Her first husband left her years ago, when she married Louis Stanton and had 5 children by him. Louis was killed in a hailstorm April 13, 1903, and all of her children are dead. She is now being cared for by friends, and she said that if I's didn't get a little help from the government to give this friend, and she didn't know what she would do, as she has been totally blind for 2 years. Into section 107.
Section 108 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. Theodore Fontaine Stewart. Interview with Theodore Fontaine Stewart, Goethe Couric. A squinter walk dem gold streets. The years are mighty long without Lottie, massa. She done gone on to the promise, but I know she with Jesus, and a squinter walk dem golden streets together, holdin' hands. Uncle Theodore Fontaine Stewart lives alone in a weather-beaten, one-room Eufaula shanty. It is clean and surrounded by flowers. In the rear is a small garden, and there you will find Uncle Stewart when the dawn is fresh or the dusk is coolly approaching. Lottie been gone away nigh on to 22 year now, massa. Her was a good woman, one of the best the Lord ever sent to the earth. He paused to think when the interviewer asked his age. It's hard for me to tell about that, he said, but I knows I's well past the 90 mark. I guess I is gwine on 100, 'cause I was borned for the war and was a right part boy at the surrender. What about slavery times, Uncle Stewart? He mused a moment, his black fingers gently caressing the buttons on his rust-colored old vest. I 'members all 'bout them times, he said, and the Lord know they was better times than we got now, for white or black. Nobody was hungry then, massa, and peoples didn't get in the devilment they gets in now. Folks went to the church and haved themselves in those days. Who was my old master? He looked at the interviewer a moment, answered proudly, Why, he was the richest man in Georgy. I knows you has heard of Marse Theodore Fontaine. He had 3 big plantations, and more niggers than he could count. He moved close to Florence, and his 3 places was so big you couldn't see across the littlest field. Old Marster, he lived in a big house, bigger than any meeting house in Eufaula. He had a gang of fine horses, and when company was dar, he had horse races on his own track. His horses could beat all the horses brought dar, and that's the direct truth. Uncle Stewart filled a blackened old corncob pipe with tobacco, continued. Old Marster, he didn't go to the war. He was too old to go, so he stay home and make corn and fodder and oats and send them to the soldiers what killing Yankees. One day the Yankees come along and burnt up everything on the place, except the nigger cabins. They took all the horses and everything us had to eat. Old Marster went off somewhere when they come. I don't remember where. And when he come back, he had to live in one of the nigger cabins till he could build a house. But the new one wasn't big like the old one. My pappy was a field hand. 12. One time, old Marster put him on a horse to ride in a race, and pappy beat the other horse so far old Marster was tickle pink. He said a nigger what could ride like that had no business in the field, so he made a stable boy out in pappy. Old Marster didn't have no old mistus. He say he so big all the little ladies look funny side of him. When company was dar, his sisters, Mistus Mary and Mistus Lucy, come and kept the house, but they left when the company did. My pappy was named Ed Stewart, 'cause old Marster buy him from a Stewart arter the war they call pappy's chillin' Stewart. But us is Fontaines by right. Bet your life on that. Old Marster was good to the niggers, but his overseers was mean. Old Marster fired them arter a while and got some good overseers. He didn't loan them to whip a nigger except when he say, and he didn't say so much. My mammy was named Sarah, and her and pappy stayed right with old Marster when the surrender came. They was right in the room when old Marster died, and they cried something awful. Us all stayed dar till pappy and mammy die. Then us chillins split up and went everywhere. Mammy and pappy had 10 head of chillins sides me, but I don't know what they at now. Mammy raised all her chillins right, and long as I knowed them, none of them ever got in a jailhouse. Mammy didn't allow her chillins to steal. Her was old Marster's house cook, and when she caught any of us taking things from the kitchen, she showed 10 us hides with a brush. Me and Carlotta, us calls her Lottie, was married in the old Mount Moriah church, where all the niggers went to meetin' every Sunday. Us had 4 chillun, 2 gals and 2 boys. But they all dead now, 'cept the last boy, and I ain't heard from him since 'fore his mammy died. Yes, massa, her was a good woman. It won't be long now for us will walk them golden streets hand in hand. End of section 108. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 109 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. George Strickland. Interview with George Strickland, Preston Klein, Opelika, Alabama. Corn shucking was the greatest thing. George Strickland, alert for all his 91 years, but blinking in the bright sunlight as he laid his battered felt hat beside the rocking chair in front of his cabin in Opelika, Alabama, as he looked back down the decades and remembered the times when corn shucking was the greatest thing. Though only a boy when the war between the states ended, he recalled days of slavery as easily as he told the following story. I was 9 years old when us niggers was sot free, and for that time us refugeed from Mississippi to Mobile, then to Selma, then to Montgomery, and from there to Uchi near Columbus, Georgia, where we stayed till us was freed. My mammy and daddy come from Mississippi first. They was Cleveland and Eve Strickland, and there was 4 of us childrens, Will, Sam, Missouri, and me. Us quarters had dirt floors, and was in 2 long rows with a street between. On the east side of the settlement was the barns, shops, and sich like. The beds was boxed up and nailed to the wall, then they was filled with pine straw. They fed us little niggers in wood troughs made of poplar. The cook in the big house cooked pots of greens and poured pot liquor and all in the troughs. Us eat it with mussel shells or with us's hands or gourds. Our women folks would bile the gourds to keep them from being bitter. Us's had 2-acre pasture that us's would turn under in the fall and plant it in turnips. I declare for goodness, they growed nearly as big as a gallon bucket. They gived us clothes every Saturday night, and the winter clothes had some cow hair in them to keep 'em warm. Old Massa John Strickland was circuit preacher, and him and Miss Polly lived up in a big log house. The logs was hewed and split and lined on each side. The logs stood on their sides and didn't lay flat. They childrens was Mary, Laura, Sally, Wiley, George, and Lou Jean. When old Massa went off to preach, the overseer was mean and whooped the niggers so bad, Mrs. run him off. They had about 100 slaves and would wake them up by beating on a big piece of sheet iron, with a long piece of steel. The well didn't have no windlass, but had a lever with a bucket fastened on one end of it, and we would hold to the other end to dip the bucket in the water. When they whooped the niggers, they would tie them to a tree and whoop them good. When they was sold, they would put them on a stand or block, as they called it then, and they would roll up their sleeves to see the muscles. Then they bid on them and bought them for about $1,000 to $1,500 apiece. Us traveled in ox carts, and I first rid on a stage when I went to Uchi. When slaves would be very bad, they would chain them out all night. You sure had to stay at home and work. Our church was nearby, and us sat next to the door. Missus called up all the little niggers, talked to them, and had prayer. The others had prayer meeting once a week. The women folks had a big time quiltins with somebody a-playing on old gourds with horsehair strings, called Old Gourd Horsehair Dance. Corn shucking was the greatest thing of all. Old Massa took a jug of liquor round and got them tight, and when they got full, they would hoist him up and down, tote him round and holler. Then the fun started, and they would play the old gourd and horsehair dance, the handsaw and case knife. They could run their hand up and down the saw to change the tune, and the leader was on top of the pile of corn singing, whilst all the others would follow. Us children was sleeped in, but us had our good times hiding the switch and playing hand over ball. They sure scare us nearly into fits with tales of raw head and bloody bones. I's never took a oath, ne'er touched nothing didn't belong to me in all my life. Our medicine was Jerusalem oak seed, what was beat up to give to childrens for worms. On Sunday mornings they give us biscuits for breakfast, which was so rare that we would try to beat the others out of dayin'. Once they piled everything on wagons and put all us little niggers on top. Us rations, like coffee, meal, meat, and most everything, was covered over with sheets. Then they took us off, and us stayed 3 days and nights. Old Massa took one of the fellows with him to be on front of line to help keep off the Injuns, so us childrens believes. That Battle of Atlanta was the worst thing that's ever been. All the houses for a fur piece just shook from the big guns. The Yankees camped in a big 100-acre field close by. Then they rushed up to the house, kicked the gate down, took Mrs. Trunk out and busted open hunting money. But they found none, so they set fire to the house and asked, "Where the horses?" The niggers couldn't tell, and then they burnt the house down. After that, Old Massa tell us is free from him, but needn't leave if in us didn't want to go, but could stay on with him, and he'd treat us right and give us half of what us made. In after years, I married Josephine Bedell, and us had George, Philip, Renza, Eldridge, the baby, May Willie, and Layla. I's got some grandchildren too, but can't think of their names. It was the plans of God to free us niggers, and not Abraham Lincoln's. I's always tried to live under the correction of the Lord. It's my duty to try to do so. End of section 109, read by David Onley, Portland, Oregon, February 11th, 2023.
Section 110 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. Cull Taylor. Personal Interview with Cull Taylor, 364 North Scott Street, Mobile, Alabama. Isla B. Prine, Mobile, Alabama. A slave is given his young missy's name. A tall, stoop-shouldered black Negro man came trudging down the road with a hoe in his hand. Asked where Cull Taylor lived. The old man said, "Lady, I's Cull Taylor. Dis is my house here. Does you want to see me?" When told that his visitor was looking for old people who lived during slavery days, Cull said, "I were born a slave, but weren't very old when the niggers was freed. I were born March 5, 1859, in Augusta County, Alabama. My ma came from Richmond, Virginia, and her name were Jane Hare. My pa's name were Willingham Hare, and he were brought to Alabama from North Carolina. I guess he was wondering why my name is Taylor, when my ma's and pa's name was Hare. You see, when they was first brought here, a man named Tom Taylor bought 'em, and when I were born, they give me to Miss Benny Taylor, old Marse Tom's girl. Miss Benny give me the name Taylor, and I's always kept it. She surely was good to me. I never had nothing much to do. I stayed with her till I was grown, arter she married Mr. Bob Alexander. About the war, I does 'member how my ma was a weaving cloth when the Yankees come through, and arter the niggers was freed, old Marse Tom give my ma the loom. Old Marse was a good man. He never allowed no overseer or anybody to mistreat his niggers. He had plenty of 'em, too, and a big plantation with plenty to eat. Of course the slaves had to work on the plantation and raise the stuff to eat. His house was a big, fine, white place, and the cabins where the slaves lived was built in rows, with streets between 'em, so you could drive between 'em with big double-team wagons. The cabins was built out of logs with a notch out in the shoulders, and laid on top of one another, and when they built the wall up as high as they wanted it, they would bore an auger hole and put a pin in it to hold 'em together. Then they put the roof on. They filled the cracks between the logs with mortar, so as to keep the wind out, and it sure made the houses warm. Us had just wooden home-made beds, with mattresses made of cotton or moss, and sometimes hay. Us never had no springs on the beds. As I said, old Marse Tom was a good man, and he was too old to go to the war. But he had 2 boys. The oldest one went to the war and was killed, but the youngest weren't old enough to go. Old Marse had the women sew, making clothes, and had nurse women to look after the little niggers while their ma's was in the fields. I remember as a little boy how they had one house where the nurse kept the children, and it was as clean as a pin. There was wooden troughs, different heights, for the different aged children, and those troughs was scrubbed as white as cotton moss. When mealtime come, they would crumble up cornbread with pot liquor, or milk and gib to the youngest ones, and they had plenty of milk. I remembers the big milk dairy and smokehouse on the place, and when the Yankees come through, they went into the dairy and drank all the milk they wanted. I remembers my pa was out in the woods hiding the mules when they come through, and there was only one horse on the place. Them Yankees turned it loose, but otherwise they behaved very nice. Cull said that they didn't know anything about dishes and spoons, such as are used now, for they had wooden spoons for the slaves. He said that the usual rations for a week included a peck of meal and 6 or 7 pounds of meat to each man, and if you had a big family, he was given more. They raised rice, sugar cane, pumpkins, watermelons, cushaws, peaches, pears, plums, and grapes. My white folks not only took care of us during slavery times, but they give us things arter us was freed. Ax me about the slave clothes? Yes'm, lady, us had good, stout clothes, made out of the cloth that the women wove. I can see my ma throwing that old little shekel from one side to the other, weaving cloth on that loom. They dyed the cloth with red oaks and dogwood bark and chinaberry bark, and had all kinds of colors, such as blue, red, brown, and black. Then there was the big times, such as the hog killing time, and corn shucking, and specially cotton picking time. Sometimes the neighboring plantation would have a regular cotton picking festival, and all of us would go and help pick the cotton, and the nigger that would pick the most would get a dress, or the men would get a suit of clothes. The suits was made out of Osnaburg, and sometimes bed ticking. When the big crowd would come to these cotton pickings, they would pick out 3 or 4 bales of cotton. The little niggers had a good time playing in the sand, making frog houses and spinning tops. But lordy, when us got sick, they give us Jerusalem oak and sassafras tea, but never was there anything said about hoodoo stuff. I never heard of it till these later years. But us did have church, and prayer meeting, and funerals. Law, yes, they don't bury folks now. In those days they start singing at the house, and sung all the way to the graveyard, and then they put them in the ground, good full 6 feet deep. They just lays folks on top of the ground nowadays. But times is different now, lady. I remembers how the men will go out nights and hunt the possums and the coons and wildcats. They then would sometimes go deer and rabbit hunting in the daytime, and too they would set traps to catch other varmints. There was plenty of squirrels too. But let me tell you, the best thing of all was the good locust beer they made from locust seeds. They almost made cinnamon beer and wine out of plums. Them war good days then. End of section 110.
Section 111 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brian Burris. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives by Various. Daniel Taylor. Interview with Daniel Taylor, Montgomery, Alabama. John Proctor Mills, Montgomery, Alabama. Forward. In Uncle Daniel Taylor we find the unusual, fast, disappearing type of Negro ex-slave. It makes the sentimental white man feel a deep sadness in the passing of these gentle old souls, whose lives have been well spent in serving to the best of their ability. Uncle Dan is a light-complected mulatto octoroon with a high and broad forehead, a noble brow, devoid of all negroid features, a heavy suit of silk-like hair almost free of any kinks, a heavy suit of gray beard. It is in the short kinky hair next to his throat that the Negro stands out most prominently, a fine mustache which matches the snowy silkiness of his hair up on his head. Deep-set, dark blue-gray eyes which beam with kindliness, wide apart and far-searching. A voice well modulated and refined in timbre of tenor quality. Uncle Dan has been closely associated with the educated white man of the South until he uses no Negro dialect, but his speech is that of one who is tried at all times to speak correctly and deliberately. He has served as janitor at nearly all of the public schools of the Montgomery City school system, and for 15 years or more has been at the Baldwin High School, is janitor at this school at present, May 1937, where he is highly respected and greatly beloved by the student body and members of the large facility. Strange to say, I do not remember the name of my first master, nor of the second master to whom my mother and myself were sold to in Alabama. I was born at Charleston, South Carolina, and at the age of 2.5 years we landed at Luverne, Alabama, where with my mother I was sold for $400. I was 14 years old at the time of the surrender, and was living at Old Rocky Mountain, Crenshaw County at the time of the Civil War. Professor Mac Barnes of Highland Home, Alabama, was the first man I ever worked for, and he, as you know, was at the head of the large school located in Highland Home. The hottest moments of my life were the ones in which my mother got tied in behind me with a hickory switch, and I always took to the woods. I'll just bet that I knew and could tell more about the woods and the canebrake than anyone in that section. Yes, sir. I knew every varmint that crawled on its belly, and all the rest which went on 4 feet that lived there. Believe me, I knew every one of them by name and right where they stayed. The hot moments just mentioned usually found me cooling off in the creek in the old swimming hole. Among the thrilling moments of my life do I remember the visits of President Jefferson Davis, the first and only President of the Confederate States of America, to the home of my master. Mr. Davis always gave me $0.25 for holding his horse, and up till lately I had one of those quarters as a highly valued keepsake, but it suddenly disappeared, I know not where. The most exciting moments of my whole life was when the Heron Street School, at present the Cottage Hill School, caught fire and burned to the ground. We had marched all of the children out of the building to safety. You see, we had all had disciplined fire drills. But Professor Charles L. Floyd, superintendent of the Montgomery Public Schools, was mindful lest there should still be one person left in the building, so hastened back into the rapidly burning building. He just wouldn't listen to the pleadings of Miss Jenny, Miss Virginia Hereford, who was the principal of this school, nor to Miss Sophia Holmes, a teacher at the primary department, nor would he listen to my humble plea. The roof was already tumbling in, and the blazing rafters were falling in every direction. I could stand it no longer, so rushed right through the smoke and flames. Finally, I found Mr. Floyd and dragged him out to safety. My God, I loved that white man, and he was one of the finest men I ever knew. No, Mr. John, I have never sought a hero's medal for bravery and for risking my life. My one great reward was in the saving of the life of my true friend, Professor Charles L. Floyd. End of section 111.
Section 112 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. George Taylor. Personal interview with George Taylor, 409 South Hamilton Street, Mobile, Alabama. Isla B. Prine, Mobile, Alabama. Chillon was taught to be mannerable. George Taylor, an old and very black man who lives at 409 South Hamilton Street in Mobile, says he is an ex-slave. He knows that he was born in Mobile on the corner of Cedar and Texas Streets, but left Mobile and was carried to Gosport, Alabama, when he was 12 years old. His father's name was Gus Taylor, and his mother's Sarah Taylor, and they were owned by Mr. W.G. Herron. There were 21 children in George's family, and he said he was the oldest one and helped nurse the others. My grandfather's name was Mac Wilson, and my grandmother's name was Ellen Wilson, and the old miss's name was Miss Mammy Herron. All the colored folks' children called Mr. Herron C.L. Master, and he sure was a good master, too. I remembers that after I got to be a big boy, they put me in the fields chopping cotton, but I never could pick cotton. I knows that my pa said I was too crazy about the girls, so he took me and made me plow. Old Master had a big place. I don't just exactly knows how many acres they was, but I knows us had plenty of cotton. 'Cause sometimes they would pick 4 or 5 bales a day, and then I knows during cotton time my pa hauled cotton all day long to the gin, what was run by 5 or 6 mules. During the busy season on the plantation, old Master had the older women cooking and sending the dinner to the field. There was 2 big baskets, one to put the bread in, and the other basket to put the meat in. Every morning at 3 o'clock the women begun cooking, and each hand brought his own meat and bread to this cabin to be cooked. Every person's plate had their names on them. Everybody had to be up by daylight and ready to begin work. The men had to get up before daylight and begin to harness the mules, and as soon as light they was in the fields. There was 250 head of colored people, scoozing children. They would raise 400, 500, and 600 bales of cotton a year. Us worked in, there weren't no walking about then, not even on Saturday afternoons. But I believes I'd like it better than I does now, 'cause the children was taught to be mannerable then, but now they cuss if you say anything to them. Us had a good place to stay. The old master's house was a big 2-story house, and our cabins was built of boards and was in a row. Us didn't have no stoves, just cooked out in the yard over a fire with stakes on each side of it, with an iron bar across 'em to hang the pots on. Old Master rationed out the food, and each man was allowed 7 pounds of meat. The women was allowed 6 pounds, and 5 pounds for each child. Then they give us a peck of meal, 5 pounds of flour, and some molasses. I never eat at home with my folks, 'cause I nursed in the big house, and every time that the white children eat, I had to eat too. There was plenty of pecan, walnut, and chestnut trees on the place, and us could eat all the nuts we wanted, and then the slaves had their own gardens if they wanted to. Then I remembers how there was 4 men who put the hogs in the pens to fatten. Sometimes they would put as many as 100 or 150 at a time. Then it was their duty to tote feed from the fields to feed 'em. My, when I think of that big smokehouse, my mouth just waters. At hog killing time, there was certain men to kill, and certain ones to cut 'em up. There weren't never no special time to hog killing, just when old Master said do it. We did it. You see us always under his direction, 'cause if us wanted to go anywhere, us had to get a pass, even to church. The white folks had Methodist church, and the colored had the Baptist church. I always remembers the time I was put up on the block to be sold, and when the man only offered $500 for me, an old Master told me to get down, that I was the most valuable nigger he had, 'cause I was so strong and could do so much work. My mom was the weaver, and there was a woman named Estella who did the dyeing. My pa gathered the bark, such as red oak, elm, maple, and juniper bark, and dry it and then grind it up. They also used borax, alum, and blue stone to set the dye. The women made the clothes out of this cloth that was woven on the place. You asked about weddings. Us didn't have weddings like us do now. The way us married would be to go to the big house, and old Master had us to jump over a broomstick, and then us was considered married. But there was one thing that us weren't allowed to do, and that was to abuse or cuss our wives, and you better not strike 'em, 'cause it would be just too bad. You know, miss, I's been here a long time. I remembers when there was only one house between St. Louis Street and Frascati, and that was the guardhouse. I also remembers the old-time remedies that they used in the old days. They used red oak bark for fever and colds, and then there was horehound and black snake root that the old master put whiskey on. Old master made his own whiskey, and oh, yes, the calamus root growed in the woods where they lived. I never seed them sent to no store for medicine. I never heard of no hoodoo stuff till I was grown, and another thing folks didn't die of like they do now. When anyone did die, they always had a big funeral, and the men would sometimes hitch up a ox team or mule teams, and as many as could go in would go. The coffins was homemade and stained. There is plenty of hands to dig the graves too. I tell you, miss, folks is pretty much the same. If the white folks treat the niggers right, you couldn't get them to leave them. I remembers when the Yankees come through, I was standing in the old master's porch, and I seed them coming. And master got up on his crutch and go to the steps and invite them in. And believe me, they come in too. They just naturally tore up old master's place, then the furniture all round and broke heaps of it. I knows before they got there, old master had my pa and Jerry Lee and Mace Pouncey and another man take 4 barrels of money and carry down to the spring and put it in the spring. And I's telling you, miss, you couldn't any more get near that spring than nothing, 'cause the quicksand made them barrels boil up, one at a time, and the way they had to get them barrels was to build a scaffold from the river and let a line down and catch around them barrels. After we was freed, old master come out in the yard and got in the middle of all of us and told us that the ones that wants to stay with him to stand on one side and the others to stand on the other side. So my pa got on the other side with those who wanted to leave, and us left old master and paddled down the river in a paddling boat to Bell's Landing. As I said before, I's been here a long time. I even remember seeing Jeff Davis. I knows I ain't here for long, but I's ready, 'cause I's been fighting for Jesus 29 years, and I ain't tired of fighting yet. I's a deacon in the Baptist church. End of section 112, read by David Onley, Portland, Oregon, February 12th, 2023.
Section 113 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. Amanda Tellis. Personal interview with Amanda Tellis and her daughter, Sarah Chaston, in Allenville, Mobile County, Alabama. Written by Ila B. Prine. Amanda Tellis, a tall, thin, light mulatto woman who was born a slave November 30th, 1854, lives in Allenville, a Negro settlement about 4 miles north of Mobile, Alabama. Amanda's father was a Spaniard whose name was John Quick, and her mother's name was Sally Pugh, her mother having the same name as the people who owned her. Sally, Amanda's mother, was born a slave in Charleston, South Carolina, and she and her mother were brought to Alabama and sold when Sally was 12 years old. The mother was sold to someone in Demopolis, Alabama, while Sally was sold to the Pugh family in Grove Hill, Alabama. Amanda was born in Grove Hill, Alabama, and Mr. Meredith Pugh was her master, and Mrs. Fanny Pugh was her mistress. Her young missus was Miss Maria Pugh, a daughter, one of 7 children in the Pugh family. Amanda said she willed to Miss Maria, and she nursed and took care of her until the surrender. Many times when Amanda would be promised a whipping for not doing things she should have, Miss Maria would save her from the whipping by throwing herself back from the table and screaming for them not to touch Amanda, her nurse. Aside from caring for Miss Maria, Amanda said she spun 3 cuts of thread a day, and when the writer asked what a cut was, she said, "A cut was a brooch full." During the war, meaning the Civil War, Amanda said she and her sister, Nancy, spun 106 yards of cloth, and they finished the last on the day of the surrender, when the cannons were fired at Fort Morgan and they were mustering the men out. Amanda's life was a very easy one in comparison to some of the other slaves. She said she had seen many of the slaves cruelly mistreated, but her people were fortunate in having a good master and mistress. However, at the close of the war, Amanda was told to pretend she had a chill and to go to her mother's cabin, so she did as she was told. When she reached the cabin, her mother, brothers, and sisters each had a pillow slip filled with clothes, and she was given hers, and they ran away and came to Mount Vernon, Alabama. Amanda was only 11 years old then. Her life has been varied since, having married 3 times. Her first husband was Scott Johnson and was the father of all of her children, 7 boys and 1 girl. Amanda lives with this girl now. Her second husband was Vance Stokes, and her third was S.T. Tellis, a Negro Methodist preacher. Amanda said he was no count, and I did not stay with him long. Amanda is now confined to her bed and has been for the past 7 weeks. Her body is wasted away until she is skin and bones. Her eyes, however, are still bright and keen, her hair snow white, and she still has a few teeth. Her mind seems to be clear and her memory good. In fact, the past is now a part of her, and she told the writer she was so happy because she had come to ask her about it before it was too late. End of section 113.
Section 114 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by J.E. Holt. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. Ellen Thomas. Interview with Ellen Thomas, Mary A. Poole, Mobile. Table service as taught to Aunt Ellen. In a little cottage at 310 Weinecker Avenue, in the western part of Mobile, lives Ellen Thomas, who claims to be 89 years old. She is small of stature, dark brown in color, with high cheekbones and small regular features. Although she wears the old-fashioned bandana handkerchief bound around her head, the story of Aunt Ellen is unusual, in that having been raised as a house servant in a cultured Southern family, she absorbed or was trained in the use of correct speech, and does not employ the dialect common to Negroes of the slavery days. Aunt Ellen was born in Mobile. Her mother, Emmeline, was a dwarf who was brought from St. Louis to Mobile by a slave trader. When put up for sale, her deformity enlisted the sympathy of Judge F.G. Kimball, who bought her and brought her to his home on Dauphin Street, between Hallett Street and Georgia Avenue. Later, Sam Brown, a free Negro from the West Indies, came to Mobile and, wanting Emmeline for his wife, agreed to pay Judge Kimball for her, giving himself as security. Sam and Emmeline had only 2 children, Pedro and Ellen, both born on Judge Kimball's place and raised in his home as house servants, having little contact with the field slaves. In her childhood, Ellen had as her special mistress Miss Cornelia, one of the Kimball girls, who trained her in the arts of good housekeeping, including fine sewing, which was itself an art among the women of that period. Ellen relates with much pride her ability to put in tucks and backstitch them in the front of men's shirts to equal the best machine work of the present day. Although hampered by failing eyesight in recent years, her work with the needle today is proof that her claims are not exaggerated. In all her experience as a slave, she recalls but one whipping. This was with a small switch in the hands of Judge Kimball. The cause? She answered, "I ain't coming," when he called her. And at his second call, she said, "I shan't do it." She was 7 years old at the time. Judge Kimball insisted that the house servants use good English, she said. Thus brought up as a child among the Kimball children, and because of her duties as a house servant, she mingled little with the field hands and acquired none of their dialect. Even her long association with free Negroes since the war has failed to eradicate early impressions and practices in the use of words, and she stresses this in conversation with educated white persons. Because she was a house servant, Ellen was accorded many privileges not enjoyed by ordinary slaves. Good food, neat clothing, and cleanliness of person were requirements rigidly enforced. As personal maid to young girls little older than herself, her lot was quiet, and the association developed a devotion and friendship that was lifelong. Among the privileges that fell to her as a child, she recalls that of accompanying the family on carriage rides, usually seated beside the driver to the envy of her little mistress on the more dignified inside seat. Her training as a house servant was very broad and involved every feature of a well-kept household of that period. She has a special pride in her ability to serve at table, particularly when there were guests present. A feature of the training given her, and which Ellen says she never knew of anyone else receiving, was after being taught to set the dining table complete for guests, she would be blindfolded and then told to go through the motions of serving, and so learn to do so without disturbing anything on the table. So proficient did she become in serving, that a few times when they had guests, Judge Kimball would, for their amusement, have Ellen blindfolded and direct her to serve the dinner. In passing dishes, a small silver tray was used. Ellen said that they tried to teach her brother Pedro to serve the table likewise, but his natural clumsiness prevented. He could never learn. During the war, she said, her master had an immense pit dug near the house, put his cotton in the pit, and built the wood pile over it. The Federal invaders never found it. Judge Kimball owned extensive tracts of land above Mobile and used a large number of his slaves to cut timber for wood and lumber, hewn timber being largely used for house building. He built a house for every one of his children, from his own timber, and even had his own coffin made from homegrown cedar. Ellen failed to follow this act of her master with approval, judging from her tone in speaking of it. She remembers the surrender and the incidents accompanying that event. She was 17 years old. Thus she describes the first visit afterward of the enemy. "I was helping to cook breakfast one morning, frying codfish and potatoes, when I heard a drum and ran to tell master. He jumped up and said, 'It's the Yankees. Tell Pedro to get a sheet and hang it out front.' Pedro was excited, and instead of getting a sheet, got one of Mistress' best tablecloths and hung it from a big oak tree near the front gate. When the Yankees rode up, they dismounted and master invited them in for breakfast. One of the Yankee lieutenants asked her name, and she told him, Ellen Brown. He looked puzzled at her answer, knowing her master's name to be Kimball. Since her father was a free man, Aunt Ellen said that she and her brother, Pedro, always retained their own name instead of Kimball. The lieutenant then said, 'All right, Ellen, bring me a glass of milk at 13 o'clock. She went to her little mistress and asked her what the old lieutenant meant by 13 o'clock. Miss Cornelia laughed and said he meant 1 o'clock. Aunt Ellen related how Judge Kimball was always teaching them and gave them regular lectures. She particularly remembers one of his sayings, "You can never swing on yellow pine tree, as it is tender and pliable." She remained with the Kimballs 3 years after the war, worked for other families a short time, and then married Amos Thomas when she was about 20 years old. They had a very large family, 11 girls and 9 boys. She now has great-grandchildren who are married. Although there is little doubt that her age is approximately what she claims, Aunt Ellen is remarkably well preserved, physically and mentally. Her activity in industry would not be inappropriate to a woman a score of years younger. Unlike many persons of her years, she does not constantly look forward to her time of departure, but takes life as it comes, caring more for today than for tomorrow. End of section 114.
Section 115 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. Elizabeth Thomas. Interview with Elizabeth Thomas, Montgomery. Hid things they ain't never found. Elizabeth Thomas, who lives at 2 Eugene Street, Montgomery, Alabama, stuck up one finger when asked her age. That meant 100, she said. She is typical the old-time Negro with head rag tightly covering her hair, carrying a slick old walking stick whose bark is worn in places because of constant use, and little old straight-cut full apron. Her memory is not clear, but her hearing is perfect. She stated, "I lived mighty fine in dem days, I tell you. Mr. Ben Martin Jones was my marster, and I was born on de Red Ridge Road. I was a house servant. All our clothes was made at de quarters. My mammy made mine, and all I wanted, too. I used to hear my mammy say de patrols would get us if we done wrong, but I didn't know nothing about patrols, 'cause they wasn't none on our place. They whipped you, too, but my master could control all his niggers, so he didn't allow none of 'em on our place. I was 21 years old when the Yankees come, but I didn't run, and they didn't do nothing to me, but folks was in such a hurry, they hid things that ain't never been found yet. I liked meeting on Sundays, and sometime we never got out of church till daylight. I wants to live just as long as Jesus say, and when he say go, I's ready. At Christmas times we always had good dinners and heap of company, plenty of it. My missus died, and after that my mother raised old master's child, Tommy John, right along with me. Aw, them was happy days, I tell you." End of section 115.
Section 116 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives by Various. Mollie Tillman. Interview with Mollie Tillman, Susie R. O'Brien, Uniontown, Alabama. I warn't no common slave. Aunt Mollie Tillman was 15 years old when the Southern slaves were freed, but despite her advanced age she is able to work every day in the cotton fields and admits that she is purty pert. She said, "Honey, I can ricollect all about slavery time, 'cause I was a big old gal then. Why, I remembers when the emancipation come as if it 'twas yesterday." Aunt Mollie recalls that she was born on a plantation near Rome, Georgia, and that her owners were Dan and Lucy Phillips. "Mars Dan was a Baptist preacher," she explained, "and he shorely was a good man. He was a chaplain in the big war, and he didn't get hurt. Marster owned lots and lots of slaves, and the plantation was just full of niggers. He was a powerful important man. Honey, I warn't no common everyday slave. I helped the white folks in the big house. Mistress Lucy wouldn't let 'em take me to the field. Dem was good days, child, might good days.
I was happy den, but since 'mancipation I has just had to scuffle and work and do the best I can. Aunt Mollie's hair is snow white in sharp contrast to her ginger cake skin. I 'members all 'bout when the Yankees come, she said. Dey was just ruineration to de plantation. Dey tuck all de mules and cows, den sont out and got all de chickens and eggs dey could find. Eatin' was kinder slack with us arter dey left. Aunt Mollie's life has known romance. Let her tell it. I was old enough to be castin' my eyes round at de young bucks, and dere was a nigger that lived on de plantation jinin' iron, what tuck a shine to me. I liked that boy fine, too. He would come over to see me every time he get a chanst. One night he 'low he gwiner ax his master to buy me so's me and him could get married. Well, arter dat he didn't come no more. I waited and I watched, but I didn't hear nuffin of dat nigger. Arter while I got worried. I was 'fraid de powder rollers done cotch him, or maybe he done found some gal he like better dan he do me. So I begin to 'quire 'bout him, and found dat his master done sold him to a white man what tuck him away down yonder to Alabama. Well, ma'am, I grieved for dat nigger so dat my heart was heavy in my breast. I knowed I never would see him no more. Soon arter dat, peace was declared, and the niggers was free to go whar dey pleased. My folks stayed on with Marse Dan for a year. Then they decided to go to Alabama and farm. We hit it off to Alabama, and I begin to go 'bout some with the young bucks, but somehow I couldn't get my mind off dat other nigger. Well, ma'am, one day at a big meetin' I runned up on 'em. I was so happy. I shouted all over dat meetin' house. We just tuck up whar we left off, and 'fore long us got married. And Aunt Mollie continued, they lived happily until his death about 20 years ago. She now lives in Uniontown, happy and contented. She has her garden and flowers, but emphasizes that the old days was the best of all. End of section 116, read by Sandra.
Section 117 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by various. Alonza Fantroy Toombs. Interview with Alonza Fantroy Toombs. Goethe Corrick. H.W. Eufaula. He belonged to Bob Toombs of Georgia. "Missy," said Alonza Fantroy Toombs, "I's de proudest nigger in de world, 'cause I was a slave belonging to Marse Robert Toombs of Georgia, the grandest man that's ever lived, next to Jesus Christ. He was the best stump speaker in the state, and he had more friends than the graveyard has ghosts. He was sure a kind man, and there weren't no one living who loved his wife and home more than Marse Bob. Missy," Uncle Lon continued, "he was near about the greatest man that ever came out in the South. He were a good business man. He were straight as they make 'em, and he sure enjoyed playing a good joke on someone. I used to see him a-walking down the road in the early morning, and I knowed it were him from a long distance, 'cause he was so tall. I guess you know it all about his serving in the state legislature, and in the United States Congress, and being a general in the war, and him being the Secretary of State in the Confederacy. I was born on Marse Bob's plantation in the double grade quarters. My pappy's name was Sam Fantroy Toombs, and my mammy was Idabel Toombs. In the slavery times, I was too young to work in the fields, so my job was to hunt and fish and feed the stock in the evening. My pappy was a preacher, and Marse Bob learnt him to read and write, and would let him go from plantation to plantation on the Sabbath day, a-preachin' the gospel. He was Marse Bob's carriage driver. Yes'm, white folks, Marse Bob was a good provider, too. Us niggers ate at home on Sundays, and us had fried chicken, pot pies, bacon, beef, pork, and hot coffee. On the other days, our meals was fixed for us so that the time us got for rest could be spent that way. On Saturday, us stopped work at noon and would come with our vessels to get flour, sugar, lard, and other supplies. My mammy's pots and pans was so bright that they looked like silver, and she was one of the best cooks in the land. She used to cook fine milk yeast bread and cracklin' bread. All the slaves on Marse Bob's place was cared for like the white folks. We had the white folks' doctor to treat us when we was sick. We had good clothes, good food, and we was treated fair. There weren't no mean peoples on our plantation. White lady, I 'members Marse Bob's smokehouse best of all. It had everything in it from possum to deer, and the wine cellar. Don't say nothin'. That was the place I longed to roam. But Marse Bob, he drink too much. That was his only fault. He hit the bottle too hard. I couldn't understand it neither, 'cause he left off smoking in later years when he thought it weren't good for him. But he kept a-drinkin'. I been married twice, mistus. The first time to Ida Walker. She died at childbirth. The little fella died too. Then I married Alice James, and she's been gone on nigh on to 20 year now. My pappy, Reverend Sam Fauntleroy, married me both times. Arter the surrender, nary a slave left Marse Bob. He give every nigger over 21 a mule, some land, and a house to start off with. Yes'm, mistus. I can read and write. My pappy learnt me how. I'm 86-year-old now, and still going strong, 'ceptin' about 6 years ago I had a stroke. But I came out all right. I lives here with my sister, and she's good to me. The only thing left for me to do is to wish that when I cross that river, I can slip back to the old place to see some of my friends. End of section 117.
Section 118 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. William Henry Towns. Interview with William Henry Towns, Levi D. Shelby, Jr., Tuscumbia, Alabama. This was that long ago. It's been so long since, I don't remember much, William Henry, Bill, Towns said, talking of slavery days. Towns was only 7 when the Civil War began, and his memories are those of childhood, which he mixes with reminiscences and opinions of the older slaves with whom he came in contact immediately after the war. Towns knows the exact date of his birth. He says, I was born in Tuscumbia, Alabama, December 7th, 1854. My mother was named Jane Smoots. She came from Baltimore, Maryland. My father's name was Joe Towns, and he come from Huntsville, Alabama. I had a parcel of brothers and sisters. Charlie and Bob was my brothers. Betty, Kate, Lula, and Nellie was my sisters. There wasn't but two of us enduring slavery. That was me and Nellie. The rest was born out of slavery. Me and Nellie was Towns's. The rest, Charlie, Kate, Lula, Bob, and Betty, was Jones's. How that came about was this-a-way. Enduring slavery, my father was sold to another slave owner. After the war, my mother married Frank Jones. Then these other children was born. It done been so long since all of this was, I disremember most about it. Anyway, the big house was a 2-story house, white like most houses during that time. On the north side of the big house sat a great big barn, where all the stock and stuff that was raised was kept. Off to the southwest of the barn and west of the big house sat about 5 or 6 log houses. These houses was built facing a space of ground in the center of a square what the houses made. Anybody could stand in his front door and see in at the front of the other houses. Sometimes during the week, and on Sunday too, the people would get together out in this square and talk before going to bed. The children what was too young to work was always out in the front playing. Just across from our place was another with the quarters built most the same as our'n, excepting that they had a picket fence round the quarters to prevent them from running away. Of course, Mr. Young didn't have to worry about his hands running away, 'cause he wasn't a mean man like some of the slaveholders was. He never spoke harsh or whipped 'em, and he didn't allow nobody else to do it neither. I remember one day a fellow come from across on another farm and spoke something about Mr. Young being too easy with his servants. He said, "Them darn niggers will think they as good as you if'n you keep up the rate you going now, Young." Mr. Young just up and told him if he ever spoke like that again, he'd call his bluff. Mr. Young told him that he didn't work his people like they was oxes. All of Mr. Young's hands liked him 'cause he didn't make 'em sleep on corn-shuck mattresses, and he didn't have their meals cooked in a washpot. A lot of the other slaves didn't know what it was to eat meat, less'n it was a holiday. Mr. Young allowed his people to eat just what he eat. I hear my mother tell a tale about a man what took a meat skin and whipped his children's mouth with it to fool folks like they had some meat for dinner. Old Caleb told one a little bit bigger'n that, though. He said one night him and a feller was coming from prayer meeting, and they run across a possum sitting in the root of a tree by the side of the road. He say he stopped to get him, and this yother feller told him he wouldn't bother with him, 'cause he wouldn't get none of him nohow. Caleb asked him why he said that. He said, "'Cause your old master is going to take him just as soon as you get home with him." Caleb told him that Mr. Young wasn't that kind of man. The other feller helped Caleb to catch that possum, and he got a piece of him the next night when everybody come in from the field. Caleb said the old feller enjoyed the meat so much that he wished he took him and his family the whole possum. We didn't live so far from Big Screen Creek. Course, we didn't do no fishing, 'cause we young'uns had to tend gaps to keep the cattle off in the crops. The grown-ups had to go to the field. Life was kinder happy during slavery, 'cause we never know nothing about any other sort of life or freedom. All we knowed was work from one end of the year to the other, 'ceptin' on holidays. Then we'd have to go to church, or sit around the fire and listen to the old folks tell stories. The grown-ups would go to a dance or do something else for entertainment. Course, us young'uns got a heap of pleasure out of them fairy tales that was told us by the older ones. I know Ma and them used to tell some of the awfulest tales sometimes. I'd be afraid to go from one part of the house to the other without somebody with me. Us young'uns would have to play some sort of a game for entertainment. There was a whole lot of games and riddles to be played them days. It had been so long since I played any of 'em, I's most near disremembers the biggest part of 'em. I remembers a song or two, and a few riddles what old Caleb used to tell us. The song goes something like this. Saturday night and Sunday, too, had a yeller gal on my mind. Monday morning, break of day, white folks had me gwine. The riddles was like this. Slick as a mole, black as a coal. Got a great long tail, like a thunder hole. Skillet. Crooked as a rainbow, teeth like a cat. Guess all of your life, but you can't guess that. Blackberry bush. Grows in the winter, dies in the spring. Lives with the roots sticking straight up. Icicle. There was another song what Caleb used to sing. It goes like this. Where you gwine, buzzard? Where you gwine, crow? Going down to the river to do just so. There was a whole lot more to that song what I disremembers. Another song what comes to my mind is, Hawk and the buzzard went down to the law. When the hawk got back, he had a broken jaw. Lady's pocketbook on the judge's bench. Hayden had no use for a pocketbook since. Sometimes I visit with old Mingo White, and me and him talks over them days that me and him was boys. We gets to talking, and 'fore you knows it, old Mingo is crying like a baby. According to what he says, he is lucky to be a-living. This is one thing I never likes to talk about. When slavery was going on, it was all right for me, 'cause I never had it hard. But it just wa'n't right to treat human beings that way. If we hadn't had to work and slave for nothing, we might have something to show for what we did do, and wouldn't have to live from pillar to post now. Speaking of clothing, everything that we wore back then was made by hand. Many a night my ma used to set and spin with a spindle. I have set and done the carding for her so she could get her task done. In the summer, we would wear unaware what was made out of cotton. In the winter, it was made out of flannel. The shoes was made of cowhide, what was tanned right there on the place. Them was the hardest shoes I ever seen. Sometimes they'd wear out, for they was anyways soft, and then sometimes after they was wore out, you couldn't hardly bend 'em. Some of the hands would go barefooted until the fall, and then wear shoes. Slippers wa'n't wore then. The first pair of slippers I ever remembers having was the ones what I bought for my wedding. They didn't cost but $1.06. My wedding suit didn't cost but $8, and a straw hat to match it cost 6 bits. As I said afore, Massa Young and old Missus was mighty good folks, on count of they never whooped any of their hands. If there was one that would get trouble, they would get rid of him. The overseers had to be kind to the hands, or else he was out on the job. The children was mighty nice, too. Every time they went to town or to the store, they would bring us young'uns some candy or something. Joining our farm was a farm where the slaves fared like dogs. They was always beating on some of them. Everybody worked hard enduring that time. That was all we thought we was supposed to do. But Abe Lincoln taught us better than that. Some say that Abe wasn't entrusted so much in freeing the slaves as he was in saving the Union. Don't make no difference if he wasn't entrusted in the black folks. He sure done a big thing by trying to save the Union. Some of the slaveholders would double the proportion of work so as get to whip 'em when night come. I heard my ma say after slavery that they just whipped the slaves so much to keep them cowed down, and 'cause they might have fought for freedom much sooner than it did come. Caleb come from New Orleans, Louisiana. He say that many a day shiploads of slaves was unloaded there and sold to the one offering the most money for them. They had big chains and shackles on them to keep 'em from getting away. Sometimes they would have to go a long ways to get to the farm. They would go in a wagon or on horseback. Talk about learning to read and write. Why, if when we so much as spoke of learning to read and write, we was scolded like the devil. If we was caught looking in a book, we was treated same as if we had killed somebody. A servant betting it be caught looking in a book Didn't make no difference if you weren't doing nothing but looking at the pictures. Speaking of church, we went to the same church as the white folks did. Only thing was we had to go in the evening out of the white folks. The white folks would go along and read the Bible for the preacher, and to keep them from talking of things that might help them to get free. They would sing songs like Steal Away, Been Toiling at the Hill So Long, and Old Time Religion. Every once in a while, slaves would run away to the north. Most times they was caught and brought back. Sometimes they would get desperate and would kill themselves for they would stand to be brought back. One time that I heard of a slave that had escaped, and when they tried to catch him, he jumped in the creek and drowned himself. He was brought from over in Georgia. He hadn't been in Alabama long, for him and 2 more tried to escape. 2 of them was caught and brought back, but this other one went to the land of sweet dreams. After the day's work was done and all had to eat, the slaves had to go to bed. Most slaves worked on Saturday, just like they did on Monday. That was from kin to cot, or from sun to sun. Mr. Young never worked his slaves till dark on Saturday. He always let 'em quit round 4 o'clock. We would spend this time washing and bathing to get ready for church on Sunday. Speaking of holidays, the hands celebrated every holiday that their white folks celebrated. There weren't much to do for entertainment, except in what I's already said. Every Christmas we'd go to the big house and get our present, 'cause old missus always gave us one. Slaves never got sick much, but when they did, they got the best. There was always a nurse on the farm, and when a slave got sick, they was right there to give them treatments. Back in those days, they used all sorts of roots and yarbs for medicine. Peach tree leaves was one of the most of them. Sassafras was another what was used of them. It was used mostly in the spring, made in tea. Asafoetida was another what was used to keep you from having asthma. It was wore around the neck in a little bag. Prickler ash was another what was taken in the spring. It was supposed to clean the blood. Some of the folks would use brass, copper, and dimes with holes in 'em to keep from having the rheumatiz. I was 7 years old when the war commenced. I remembers Mrs. Young said, when the Yankees come, they was going to ask us if they had been good to us. She said that they was going to ask us all about how much money they had and how many slaves what they owned. She told us to say they was poor folks and that they didn't have no money. I remember my mother said that she helped Mr. Young and them to hide their money somewheres in a well that wasn't being used 'cause it had gone dry. Them Yankees sure did clean up where they went along. They would catch chickens by the bunches and kill 'em and then turn round and make the old missus clean 'em and cook 'em for them. Them Yankees set fire to bales and bales of cotton. They took the white folks' clothes and did away with 'em. Sometimes they would tear 'em up or give them to the slaves to wear. The war ended in '65, and I was 11 years old then. Just after the war, we was turned loose to go for ourselves. What I mean by that, we was free. I didn't mean that we left Mr. Young's, 'cause we stayed with him for the longest after slavery was over. My first work was in a blacksmith shop down on West 6th Street. I worked for 50 cents a day then until I learned the trade. After I worked at the blacksmith shop for about 2 years, I took up carpenter work. I served apprentice for 3 years. I followed carpentering the rest of my life. I married Lizzie Anderson when I was 21 years old. She wa'n't but 17 years old. We didn't have no big wedding. We just had the family there. I raised 10 children up until April the 24th. That's when William Henry died. My children's done pretty well in life. There's 2 of my sons what's doctors. One is a carpenter. The other one is Grand Order of the Shriners. My gals is doing fine too. 3 of 'em has been school teachers, 1 a booty cultist, and the other one a nurse. I feel satisfied about my children now. they seems to be able to make a living for theyselves pretty well. I thinks that Abe Lincoln was a mighty fine man, even if he was trying to save their Union. I don't like to talk about this that have done happen. It done pass, so I don't say much about it, especially to presidents, 'cause it might cause a disturbance right now. All men means well, but some of 'em ain't broad-minded enough to do anything for nobody but themselves. Any man that tries to help humanity is a good man. Read by David Onley, Portland, Oregon, February 13th, 2023.
Section 119 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Florence Short. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. Stepney Underwood. Interview with Stepney Underwood, John Morgan Smith. The Court Jester. Yesser, I was a slave. I was 10-year-old when the war began. Uncle Stepney spoke the words between intermittent jerks of an uncontrollable voice. The nervousness which resulted from hard work and a long struggle for existence had not only given him palsy, but had left him with an upheaving diaphragm. Thus he shook and shivered while stuttering so constantly as to be almost unintelligible. My mammy belonged to the Johnstons, and my pappy was owned by the Underwoods, he continued. They lived next to each other on 2 big plantations in Lowndes County. They was good people, them Underwoods. I remembers that they used to think I was as funny as a little monkey. The massa used to laugh his head off at me, and when there was parties, the guests would always say, "Whar's Stepney? We want to see Stepney dance." I used to cut many a pigeon wing for 'em. One day after I finished my chores, I slip off and go across the line to see my mammy. When I was a-comin' back through the woods, I met with 2 paddy rollers. They stopped me and say, "Nigger, who you belong to?" "Massa Jim Johnson," I answers. "What you a-doin' out here, then?" they say, all the time a-slippin' a little closer so's to grab me. I don't take time to give 'em no more answers, 'cause I know that this meant a beatin'. I starts my legs a-flyin' and I runs through the forest like a scared rabbit with them paddy rollers right behind me. My bare feet flew over them stones and I just hit the high spots in the ground. I know them 2 mens didn't have no chance to catch me, but this sure meant a whippin' when I got home. But I didn't go home that night. I stay out in the woods and build me a little fire. I lay down under a sycamore tree, a-tryin' to make up my mind to go and take that beatin'. I hear the panthers a-screamin' away off in the forest, and the wildcats a-howlin', and how I wished I could have been with my mammy. Every now and then I could see eyes a-shining in the darkness and a-rustlin' in the bushes. Warn't no use of me a-cryin', 'cause I was a long way from home, and there weren't no one who could hear me. Everything seemed to be agin me. Far off across the ridge, I heard a screech owl a-callin', and I knowed that meant death. I was glad I had my overalls on, so as I could turn my pockets inside outwards to stop him. After I done dis, he sure enough stopped. Then my left ear it commenced to itchin', and I knowed dat someone was a-sayin' something mean about me. Probably dat overseer dat was going to whoop me when I got home. Soon I fell slap to sleep on a bed of moss. The next day I was awful hungry, and long about the time the sun was a-comin' over the bridge, I heard some men's a-comin' through the brush. It was the massa, the overseer, and some more men's. I runs towards the master, and I calls as loud as I could, "Massa Jim, here I is." He come up with an awful frown on his face, and the overseer, he had a big whoop in his hand. "You little burr-head nigger devil," the massa say, "I teach you to run away from your place. Come on home. I's gwine give you a good breakfast and fix you up in some decent clothes. I's got visitors a-comin', and here you is out in the woods when I needs you to dance." Then the massa, he smiled like I ain't done nothing wrong. "I guess you want your mammy, you little lonesome pickaninny. Well, I suppose I had to go over and buy her. You little devil, you now get on home." End of section 119.
Section 120 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by J. E. Holt, Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 1, Alabama Narratives, by Various. Charlie Van Dyke. Personal Conversation with Charlie Van Dyke, 713 South Lawrence Street, Mobile, Alabama. Written by Mary A. Poole. It took $50 to put Uncle Charlie on the floor. An old colored man named Charlie Van Dyke, living at 713 South Lawrence Street, Mobile, Alabama, claims to be 107 years old, but he has no authentic record of his birth. He told the writer he was born in North Carolina, and when he was 10 years old, Mr. William Marty King, who owned his mother, Nellie Drish, moved to Tuscaloosa, Alabama, where the King family remained about a year, moving then from Tuscaloosa down into Dallas County, near Selma, Alabama. While Mr. and Mrs. King and their family remained in Tuscaloosa, Charlie's mother, Nellie Drish, met and married William Van Dyke, who belonged to the Van Dykes, who owned the neighboring plantation. Charlie assumed his stepfather's name, but knew little of him, or of the Van Dykes to whom his stepfather belonged, because, as Charlie explained to the writer, after the Kings moved down in Dallas County, as Charlie always referred to his home in Alabama, and brought his mother Nellie and her family with them, his stepfather could only visit them once a year, and that privilege was given him on Christmas Day. He had to start back the next day, as he had to make the trip to and fro on horseback. Uncle Charlie said the Kings owned about 100 acres in Dallas County and had about 100 head of slaves, but with all their riches they lived in a plain plank house. He smiled and said, "Nowadays, folks passing such a house would say colored folks live there." The slave quarters were the regular log wood cabins, said Uncle Charlie, with space between each row and a little plot of ground to separate each cabin to itself. Uncle Charlie said his mother cooked for the white folks, and sometimes she didn't get down to their cabin but on Sunday afternoon, that he being the oldest had to look after the younger children, and that he was never required to do heavy work, as he broke his leg when a boy, so the folks let him just work around the yard and look after his sisters and brothers, and also the other slave children. Uncle Charlie said Mr. King traveled a lot, went to France once. That took almost a year, and the overseer had full charge, and he was mean and made everybody stand around. He even made the slaves shuck corn on Sundays. Each had their allotted amount to shuck before they could stop. When the writer asked about church on the plantation, Uncle Charlie replied, "Church was what they called it, but all that preacher talked about was for us slaves to obey our masters and not to lie and steal. Nothing about Jesus was ever said, and the overseer stood there to see the preacher talked as he wanted him to talk." The only day that Uncle Charlie said they were given any real holiday was Christmas. Everybody got his drink of whiskey on Christmas, and not another drink until next Christmas. It sure seemed a long time between drinks, added Charlie with a smile. Uncle Charlie said they did let you have a funeral when someone died. They made the coffin on the plantation and carried it by hand to the graveyard, singing as they went along. He tried to recall the hymns, but all he could chant in a sing-song way was, "Last word he said was about Jerusalem, and he traveled along to the grave." When asked about war days, Uncle Charlie was first on the Confederate side, then on the Northern side, and he seemed somewhat bewildered about it all. He said he saw a stockade, as he called it, in Selma, Alabama, and he remembered foodstuff being sent to the soldiers, and also recalled the Yankees coming, and a captain coming up the road and telling them the soldiers were coming. Uncle Charlie said the colored folks thought the captain had to go back north before they came back, but in a flash like lightning there they were, hundreds of them, and they scared folks so bad some of them jumped in the river and tried to swim across, and those that couldn't, they just drowned. When the writer tried to check up on Uncle Charlie's age, asking him how old he was when the war started, he replied, "I don't know, but I was a man long afore it all started, lady, and I was 33 years old when I married about a year after the surrender." When asked why he waited so long to get married, Uncle Charlie said, "Didn't you know in slavery days they wouldn't allow a man to marry unless he could split 100 rails a day?" The writer smiled and said, "Now, Uncle Charlie," and he chuckled and said, "Well, I guess the right one didn't come long till I met her." When asked if he had a regular wedding feast, he replied, "Yes, lady, it took $50 to put me on the floor." Charlie and Teresa had 5 head of children, as Uncle Charlie expressed it, of which 3 are dead and 2 living. But he claims his children do not look after him, but his church folks and friends give him the helping hand. He is a member of the St. Luke Missionary Baptist Church of Mobile. Uncle Charlie says he has his religion from the foregone prophets, that he don't understand this day religion, that he came along when people were serving Daniel's God, and when people had to be born again, now they serve a sanctified God and jump from one religion to another. Uncle Charlie finished the interview by saying, "Lord, teach me how to pray, and teach me to love at will." End of section 120.
Section 121 of Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rebecca Eden Walker. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 1, Alabama Narratives by Various. Lilah Walker. Interview with Lilah Walker. William B. Strickland, Carbon Hill. I hear the whirring of queer wings. I walk through a small glade overshadowed by large oak trees near Carbon Hill in Walker County, Alabama. A weird little cabin confronted me, its porch and steps loosely held to the main part of the structure by a few weak boards. Lilah Walker, an old Negro woman, squatted on the steps with her chin resting in her black hands in an attitude of deep reverie. As the old woman heard me approaching, she raised her head in cordial greeting. "Come in, young master," she said. "How is you today?" "Fine, Aunt Lilah," I answered.
How's the world treating you?" "Oh, I can't complain," she replied. The old woman continued, "It mought be safer to set inside, 'cause they say when the sun swing low like this, that the molasses what make you sick 'gin to rise out in yon swamp." Then she chuckled. "I been here since 'fore the war, and I ain't never seen no molasses rise out in that swamp yet. Yes, sir, that sure is so. But from what I seed rise out in it, my opinion is that they done left long 'fore this. But I seed queer wings whirring out in that swamp just 4 days after the surrender, and I seed 'em near about every day since. I seed 'em and I heard 'em just a whirring. Nah, sir, I sure can't 'splain the wings, but I's got my opinion how come they is. When I tells you what took place here during them dark old days, then maybe you'll have yourn. Old Mistus died 'fore the war, and old Massa, he too old to go. He didn't do nothing but sit around and read the books and papers. 'Pears like to me he just plumb forget 'bout young Mistus after her mammy died, and the little gal just growed up like a wildflower in the woods, 'ceptin' for a handsome young boy on the next plantation. They was nearly always together. By and by, the boy got old enough to go to the war. It was just a little 'fore the close. Then young Mistus, she droop and she droop. Reckly she 'gin to swoon, long jest anywheres she would. One day she swoon, and nothing I could do would bring her back to her senses. I just couldn't fetch her to. I call old Massa, and he get a doctor. They put me out in the room, and I ain't never heard what that doctor said till yit. But old Massa, he go stark wild. He holler and he carry on in his sleep all the night. And the next day he druv the young Mistus away. There was a cabin in the swamp, and she went dar to live. I snuck out there and tote her vittles to her for days and days. She always grab me and say, "Don't you love me? And don't you believe in me, mammy?" "'Course I does, honey child, 'cause I used to sing to you about the good old land of promise." Then I says to her, "These times is powerful trifling, and maybe 'fore long I's a-goin' home, and the white folks will miss me, 'cause they can't raise chillens." Then she cry, and I cry. 'Bout that time, the word come of the surrender. Old Massa seemed to come to his wits, and he kep' a close eye on me, so's I can't leave the house to carry the food. On the 4th day, I cotch a chance, and I snuck off. When I come close to the cabin, I call, but young Mistus never answer. Then I went to the door, but I never go in the door, 'cause a millions of black wings come a-whirring out in the house. I run and I pray too, but the black wings still follow me. Sometimes in the early morning I still hears and sees 2 pairs of wings, sometimes white, sometimes black. Yasser, I's aimin' to tell you 'bout old Massa, what come of him. One evening I ventured to the edge of the swamp, and somepin crack under my feet. I's just about to run when I sees it's just a piece of paper. I sees it has writing on it, so I taken it to old Massa. Then, when he read that, he sure enough go plumb crazy. 'Bout that time, they opened what they call a sane 'sylum in Tuscaloosa, and they taken old Massa there, and a little later he died. The young boy who went to the war, what about him? They say he was killed in the last battle of Appomattox. That piece of paper? Yes, sir. It was a paper saying that young mistress and the young boy on the next plantation was knighted in marriage. Listen, young massa. I hears them queer wings a whirring. End of section 121.